So,
Test. Hello. All right, I see people in chat there. Hello. So I was just on Discord and stuff. Viva, Rog, Poxy Freak, Sanis, Villanor, Oxygenetic. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I'm gonna give a shot the story project thing. So for anyone that doesn't know, I just tweeted a video that I made yesterday about a concept to fill in a big chunk of my my footage library. Which means I'm going to be playing through all of today, hopefully through the Zhaitan arc. I kind of tried this stream yesterday and then basically was linked to a ton of people talking like massive shit about me and kicking me in the face, which depressed me and I turned off the stream. But I figure this is a goal that I should do anyway. So I'm just going to try and move on from that and just do it. Why are my Twitch VODs being deleted, DMCA? No, there's just like a timer on them. I should be moving them to WP2 before they hit the end of that timer, and I've just not done that. So a lot of them got removed. The one I removed yesterday was just like, I don't know, I'm a bit embarrassed about streams like that where I just sort of rant and stuff, so I got rid of that one. There wasn't really anything going on. I don't really feel much. Rog says, hope you feel better today. I don't really feel much better at all. But, you know, it's a job. You gotta push through that. So I'm gonna do it. So let's I think we agreed we were gonna do it on engineer, and we'll get in on nice and quick. Now, as I mentioned just I've got to figure out like the audio mix and everything. I have to turn off Twitter as well, and anything that might make a weird noise. And I guess I'll just sort of just chill for a minute, and then when we got some more people in chat, I'd like to explain the way in which you guys can help with the timestamp thing, and then, you know, hopefully you guys can regurgitate that information as we go along as the stream progresses. And that could be quite nice. I do have another episode of End of Dragons Daily done already, by the way. I already made it this morning, and it's got a little bit of discussion about the armory on there, about the Tengu voice actors and stuff. It's kind of a very newsy episode. The oh shit, I'm on the Arc DPS setup. I could just turn it off. All right, I'm gonna play Guild Wars 2 Vanilla. I'm not gonna play it with Arc. That's just not appropriate for this series. So you guys are gonna be looking at a black screen for a second, just while I relog, while I boot the other thing, because I'd have to turn off scrolling combat text as well, and I have some weird bits of UI that I don't often show. So we'll just do it this way. I was wondering if I should use DirectX 12 as well. I mean, I have an install set up that's just a pure DirectX 12 install. Since I'll be playing on windowed full screen anyway, maybe that would be better. I decided not to do that yesterday. Why did I decide not to do that? Because today it seems like it's a good idea to me. What was my reasoning? This was all before I turned the stream on. I think I was just scared of it crashing. I think that was the main thing. Let me turn off the launch parameters like Windows Vista compatibility and all that shit. Let me turn that off because I regret that stuff. Let's see if it feels good, because I swear I have had this crash before, and it didn't make me feel that great. So we'll see. Yeah, the black screen will be over in just a second here, guys. Just a moment. To me, is the voice that is low. Well, that's on your end then. I can boost my microphone volume if you want, but I mean, all right, here we go. Hello, Evil Candy. It's good to see you. WP, what future games are you most excited for? Well, I started playing a bit more Warhammer Total War last night, and you know, the ramp up to Total War 3 is quite interesting. Okay. Let's just see. This could be okay. This could be fine. I do think... Oh, shit. I should have... Oh, no. Shaders are fine. Now, we are going to be playing on max post-processing here. Limit I'll put at high, but quality is low. See, I've got a weird screen flicker. That's why I turned it off. Do you guys see the screen flicker? Is it just my monitor that's doing this? And oh wow, I just crashed. Turning VSync off crashed the game. That's funny. I'm guessing that might be the cause of the flicker. I'll boot once more. This is going to be a long stream, so you know. I don't mind taking a few minutes here at the start to do a little bit of techie stuff. My streams are quieter than my videos. Let's say lower than the average Twitch streamer. Well, I could boost it then. Hold on, let me boost it for you. I'll just put a gain filter on there. Okay, that's a gain of 6. You guys will tell me if that's too much, if it's clipping or whatever, or if it's good now. I can go higher, just keep complaining, and I'll eventually figure it out. Right, okay, I'm back in. Did it actually register when I turned off VSync? No, it didn't. Wow, see, I can't actually turn I can't turn VSync off without crashing the game. All right, I'm gonna play vanilla. I'll figure out what that install is. Clearly being a bit weird, so let's just play completely vanilla. Usually a bad wire plug connection on the monitor will show some green spots or color distortion. Well, it's only on one Guild Wars 2 installation that I get the flicker, so it's definitely a configuration issue. All right. Okay, all right, enough of that extremely boring chat. Sorry about that, everyone. I should have just gone with my gut. If they only could merge the two franchises together for this product and just call it Total Warhammer, that would sound badass. Yeah, I'm sure that they had a lot of conversations about that and it just never managed to get through. Hey WP, where do you live? You got a strong British accent. I love it. If you think I have a strong accent now, you should go back and watch my earlier videos. You know, when I was like 19, 20. My accent was way thicker. The internet has broken me in a great many ways, and one of them is my accent has completely faded away from living on American fucking time zones and interacting with Americans most of the time. My accent is way softer than it used to be. And I actually, if I could decide, I would go back to my old voice. Weird, because the internet's given you more of a British accent? Really? That's very strange. That's a very strange thing to say. See, this is the only problem with these culling settings. I don't like the temp models. Like, I almost would rather people be culled, but they do click in eventually, you know, and you do get to see people's actual fashion. That's a cool looking Sylvari. Okay, so what is there to say? Well, let's just mess with audio settings for a second. This is like the most important thing for the library. I'm going to play with... First of all, master needs to be nice and high, so I've got a lot of headroom later, and I'll just turn down my physical speakers to counterbalance that. I think I'm going to have with music off. I think I'm going to add my own music. I think generally it's just a lot more useful and easy to not have music there. For any kind of video I can imagine making in the future where I'd want to refer to this library, I think having music off is the way to go. Environment, I think, is fine to max. Now, the truth is a ton of really cool sound effects are bound to effects that I'd love to have. And often the story uses this slider as well, but it makes the combat so loud, it would overpower everything else. You know, if I'm fighting something and then a character speaks, even if I, like, flip a normalization switch on one of those tracks or something, all you're going to hear is combat noise. You're not going to hear the quieter speech in the background. So I think this has to be low. It might even have to be a little bit lower, which sucks. You know, one of the coolest things about this is you actually get to hear enemy sounds, enemy noises and stuff, which is really cool. But they're always so overpowered by everything else. It's one thing I find other MMOs do a lot better than Guild Wars. It feels like much more variant and interesting fighting random creatures because you can they have like their own audio. And Guild Wars just, you never hear it. Dialogue obviously max. UI volume I don't think needs to be very high, and player doesn't really matter. We're going on highest. I did hear after my client optimization video, some people said if you play sound quality on the absolute lowest, it can mess with dialogue timing and you can miss, you know, certain lines can not play. So I'm playing on highest. Somebody actually recommended one click down from highest, but whatever. Music interval doesn't matter. These were all set up yesterday and that's fine. I'll probably be doing a lot of private alt-tabbing out during cutscenes, so this is very important to have off. Now, back to this. I basically had it set up that was show only in combat. Show only in combat. Never show the compass. Never show the party. The target I can show, and probably should show. Camera, I think that's all fine. Now here's the question: do I? No, I think that's fine. The camera shake setup I've got. Now, the other thing is like camera work. I do this so often, like when setting up LPs. I think I need to set up my camera like this. I think my vertical position needs to be really high. And the reason I say that is I want to have like a nice zoomed in immersive camera. And when I speak to someone,
Spirits of the wild welcome you.
I want to see that. Oh, do you know what I should do? Target only in combat. That way it doesn't feel like this white box is wrestling with the target UI, right? Because if I bring the target UI up, it goes in front of the dialogue. But if I just always have it, that's good. I'll probably do this when I pick up the Living World Season 2 LP as well. You have to go through so much work to make sure that it looks presentable. Okay, I think that's good then. I watched FF14 1.0 Let's Play by an Australian dude. That was a fun experience. Never thought someone can pronounce teleport as tallyport. Yeah, the Asmon Gold streams of FF14 has him like mispronouncing so much stuff. He reminds me of me during Guild Wars 1 a lot. It's so arbitrary to pick at people's pronunciation. If you understand what they're saying, you know, their language has done the job, and it's always been something that aggravates me. But hey. WP, did you see the comment from the guy that mentions installing DirectX 9 stuff? Most of his comments seemed like incoherent rambling, but I installed all the previous versions of DirectX and it seemed to make a bit of difference in terms of effects quality. I didn't see that. I've become obsessed with the community in my comments these past few days, like mad. What are you talking about there? You're suggesting there's another way of optimizing or improving the game by installing an older DirectX 9 version. Are we talking about Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 1? Would you be annoyed at odd pronouncing in an audiobook? Well, yeah. Okay, so like the thing is with an audiobook, I think a good audiobook, you should never really think of the orator. That's immersion breaking. That's like, you know, taking you out of the moment. You want to be lost in the world. You know, for the early chapters, you're getting used to the way that they do things and the way, you know, the amount of emphasis they put and emotion they put and accenting they put and stuff. But then you should be in the zone, in the vibe, and you're not thinking about it anymore. If they mispronounce something blatantly, then that's just going to snap you out. And I think that immersion is king more than anything else. But when we're being conversational or discussion-oriented, I don't think it matters anymore. And I'm fine with mispronunciation. So yeah, I do think that quality control is important. One of the mistakes with my Ghost of Ascalon audiobook is the first half of that audiobook was recorded like 9 months before the second half. And in the second half, I think it was the word imperator. I think I said imperator in like 2 paragraphs in the first half, and then it was imperator later. And I remember I had a comment of someone saying, oh, that really took me out of it. So I know I did that a little bit. That was one of the really tricky things about that audiobook, coming back to that project halfway, and why I'm so scared of doing Edge of Destiny, because I know I have to do it all in one, otherwise I'll have issues like that. Speaking of audiobooks, I was reading some reviews of... Stephen Fry did the Harry Potter audiobooks, and someone else did them as well, and there was like a comparison going on. There's a scene in the 5th book that never made it into the movies where, like, Harry's, like, gone through so much shit, basically, through the first, like, 4 years. And he's at a really low point, and he just goes ballistic, and he destroys Dumbledore's office, and Dumbledore just sits there calmly and lets him does it, and it's, like, this really powerful scene. The book is too long, and it's too windy, and it's not the best book, but there is this big payoff of this office scene. It never made it in the movies, and people were talking about, like, listening to it on audiobook. And apparently Stephen Fry's alright at it, but there's another guy, some American guy that did that franchise, and he's really good in that scene, apparently. Jim Dale, that's it. There you go. Malenko, well done. Apparently Jim Dale does that scene really well. You read the other two yourself, but you listened to the Ghost of Ascalon, my audiobook in the car. That's cool, man. Did I get you into the novels because of the audiobook, or the other way around? Hello, WP. What's the timer in the corner for? I'll explain that in just a second. Again, I was asking this on the previous stream. There's no way I can get rid of the orange text. I thought there was. I could have sworn that there was. You guys will have to tell me if the game is too quiet now, by the way, as well. I can go to... You're minus 19 now. I can put you to minus 14, which is the other standard that I usually use. Oh, that's funny. This is what they're calling the immersive preset. Did I just stumble my way into the immersive preset? It's bizarre to think it's not Stephen Fry. Yeah, I knew a guy who you never would have thought of as a book reader. You never would have thought as into literature. You know, never really cared for academia or school or anything like that. Just the thought of him being into anything like that is just like the most alien thing. But he said to me that every day of his life since he was like 13, and he said this to me as like a 24-year-old, every day he goes to bed and he listens to Stephen Fry reading him Harry Potter. And then when it finishes, he redoes it. And it was just the craziest thing. Like, they really, really get to people, you know. People kind of fall into these comfort routines where a certain voice or a certain media like is what they fall asleep to. Alright, people in chat aren't really helping here. I guess it's not this. I could have sworn it was this. Am I just getting confused because this is like an ARC DPS thing where they can suppress those? You did that with Carl Pilkington. Yeah. The XFM shows. People do it with those as well. They definitely do. I got back into those. Sort of did a listen for the first time in like 4 years. Just a few months ago. I think people have like character analysis of those 3 human beings so wrong. Most of the time. You often fall asleep to older streams of mine on WP2. I need to check the comments on WP2. Yeah, if I'm in my phases where I'm very regular, people do end up falling into that with me. I don't know. I think I'm a bit shrill and a bit. I don't know if my voice is as steady as it used to be. Maybe on streams it still is. Okay. All right. Alright, let's get into this. Okay, so I'm going to explain some stuff here, guys. And over the course of the stream, if you guys could just let people in chat know, that would really, really do me a solid. That would really help me out. What's going to be happening is I'm going to start recording on my end. And I'm going to start that timer that you can see on Twitch at the same time. And when there are moments in the story that we're, like, very confident are going to appear in... Well, just to be clear, I'm playing through the personal story so that I have a library of the entire experience. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and edit it into, like, an abridged version, about a 1 to 2 hour retelling of the whole game. And so in order to ease my way through the editing process, as I play, I'm going to be making timestamps based on those numbers on the top left corner. So if you guys have moments where you're like, this should definitely be in the bridge series, or this should maybe be in the Abridged series, let me know. I'm going to do a priority system. 1, 2, or 3. 1 is definitely it's going to be in there. 2 is pretty sure it's going to be in there. 3 is I don't know if there's space, it will be there. You know, like an orange light, red light, green light kind of thing. So, that's what I want to collect as it goes along. And if you guys have ideas as it goes along, just post them in chat or a Google Doc or whatever, and then throw it under my eyes later. That would help me majorly. So that's what the timer's for, and that's what's really going on there. Now, let me just check. Yeah, I think this is really where I would consider the start of the story. I really do. We're going to get the meeting at Lion's Arch, and then we're going to go straight into our order. I don't know what order Issa picked, and it might be that the majority of this next chapter I actually, you know, gloss over, that there's not too much of in the story here. I'm also thinking of tweaking the build to just be a core build here. I think that might be a good idea. So let's look into that. Look at how low my frames are here, looking out into Lion's Arch. I'm only at 30 FPS. It's because of streaming. I hope that Lion's Arch is just the one. Oh, do you know what? It's just not worth it. I'm gonna put character model on limit on lowest. I'm gonna go double lowest. It's just not worth it any other way. It's just so many frames you get. Now, in the actual instances themselves, I do want to see all the NPCs. Let's do it this way. Let's do it that way. Let's see what happens with that. Okay. Also, I've got such a beast inside me raging against processing right now, but I'm going to ignore it. All right, let's go with firearms. Its core is nothing. You don't need anything but damage. High caliber. No scope. Should we play flamethrower? I guess we'll just do incendiary powder for now. I'll play with a rifle. I'll run with a supply crate. I'll take a rocket turret. I'm just picking stuff that's fun, because that's all you have to do in core. There's the rocket turret. And I'll take throw mines. They're fun as well. I love how unique that skill is. That is just the weirdest skill in the game. All right. God, I hate that personal story isn't replayable. This is gonna suck. This is really gonna suck if I crash. So we ready, everybody? Anyone got any questions before I start out here? I feel like we're sort of crossing a threshold, so just in case anyone's got any questions, now's your chance. Or audio issues for Twitch. It doesn't really matter that much. We can obviously change stuff as it goes on. Am I going to be quiet this whole time? No. The footage I'm recording... Oh, let me actually do a very, very quick test here. The footage I'm recording is different to the footage you're seeing on Twitch. And the microphone setup's different as well. So you guys get a normal show, but my library is being built immersive. Okay, I actually did identify an issue there. Let's see. Recording, setting. No. Settings, privacy. Off. Done. Let's try that again. Basically, my video capture software was capturing the little icon that tells me that I'm capturing, which is obviously completely unnecessary. And it's because I had desktop capture on instead of just pure game capture. All right, good. All right, good. I'm glad I did that little test. Any other questions? This is it. This is the first moment of the rest of our lives. What was that thing I read the other day? It was like, it was supposed to be like an optimistic, like exciting thing about life and the world and the future that you have before you. But it was just depressing to me. It was like the graves rushing at you. It was really, really sad. See, if he was English, he'd say privacy differently. No, I wouldn't. No. Not everyone says privacy. I mean, entitled upperclassmen, maybe. Or, like, maybe certain regional accents would say privacy, but not all of us. That's definitely not an American influence thing. We do have post-processing on, right? Oh, God. Can I never open the options menu? I don't know. Oh, shit. Hold on. Scripts. Start. Okay, go. Alright.
Greetings.
Should probably rebind my walk bind as well. I'll deal with like settings and options stuff between the instances.
Welcome, fellow members of Destiny's Edge. We must speak of the threat of the Elder Dragons.
When I agreed to come, I didn't know you'd be inviting this char.
I could say the same for you, human. Finally crawling back for forgiveness, Logan.
I've done nothing that needs to be forgiven.
Logan, Ritlock, enough of your squabbling. Kaith, I doubt that we can unite again. Not after our last mistake.
The Norn's right. When heirs to Galkin makes mistakes, people die.
Is that what you think, Soja? That what happened was my fault?
Please, all of you, our time has come. We must help the Orders. We have fought the Elder Dragons before.
And lost. Because someone couldn't keep up with us.
You have something to say it to my face.
I would if you weren't always running away. I should gut you and be done with it.
Gut me? With what? That human-made sword you looted from Ascalon? I've had enough. We're done here.
Running away again.
Ritlock, you're just making it worse.
Ha! Look who's talking! Logan's right, for once. I have more important things to do. I'm done with this.
And I refuse to waste my efforts on cowards and fools. Goodbye, Kaith.
It's sad to see Logan and Ritlock argue. If only there was something to bond them together. Yes, I know it might help. Kaith, I have to leave as well. I fear this meeting was a mistake, but maybe I can fix it.
We failed, then. Failed to bring Destiny's Edge back together. We cannot help the others. How can we help Tyria?
Do you know what? I've just had another idea. Hold on. I can bring you guys into this a lot more. This isn't going to work if there are trolls and stuff. Okay, what I'm going to do here is let's go Google Drive. I got a really good idea, guys. Okay, where do I put this? Just anywhere, I guess. So Google Sheets, blank spreadsheet, share, private only to me. Share, name before sharing, story, timestamps, we'll call it, save. Okay, change to anyone with the link can use this. Okay, good. Link copied. Right. Guys, here's if you want to help more, this could be a good idea. Right. Click this Google Doc. All right. Now what we'll do. Now anyone can collaboratively not view. Anyone can edit. Anyone can edit. Okay. So what we'll do here, if there's trolling on this, I'll just immediately throw this in the bin, all right? Because this won't work. So there's an immense amount of trust I'm putting on the internet here, which you would have thought by now I'd have learned not to do, but there you go. Okay, so the idea is timestamp is the left column, and then it's going to be description. So the example here would be like 0000 30 seconds or some shit, and then it would be Lions Arch meeting Destiny's Edge. It's that kind of format. Yeah, and then maybe we can have like a value comment column. Well, we don't even need a third column, and then we can color them based on like likelihood of of them being good. You know, that green can mean it's definitely going to go in there. Orange can mean it's not, and red can mean, well, orange can mean maybe, and then red can mean unlikely but possible. Now, as we go along, if anybody wants to, I mean, I was going to write up my own thing on a notepad, but we could all do it as a community. We can just fill these in, yeah, as it goes along. And then the more timestamps we put, the better. What I would do then afterwards is just look back at the spreadsheet, and it's like, oh, okay, at X time, you know, this is what happened. That would be so useful, and I would just keep that permanently alongside the library. The only other thing I would say is if there is Cholon or whatever, if people want to keep private copies of that or whatever. Yeah, so if you guys want to do that, and I'll keep my eye on it as we go along, all right? And I'm going to restart this now. We'll clean the timer and we'll do it again. Also, someone said they were looking in my thing at the Focus, the 6i6. I don't use that interface anymore. One thing you got to understand about me is I really don't care about Twitch, and I haven't updated any information on Twitch or done any real work on Twitch for years and years and years and years and years. I actually use a babyface. Which is pretty... to be honest, I kind of don't like it in some ways, the software side, which seems to always be the problem. But yeah, okay, so here we go again. And yeah, if there was a typo on that, then you can clean it up. Let's go again. Tools, scripts, timer. Okay, so recording and start. Okay, so enter instance. Now later, I'm going to stop recording after like each hour maybe or something. We'll stop recording so that it's like saved in case my PC crashes and the whole thing explodes. In which case, you know, we'll have to augment that spreadsheet to be able to say, okay, file 1 has this timestamp, file 2, blah, 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 blah. But I trust you guys with that stuff. And I mean, I can format it too. It will just slow down the stream slightly as I work through this stuff.
Greetings.
Okay. So I wonder as well if I should have the camera over my shoulder a little bit more, so we can see the characters' faces a bit better. Final Fantasy is so much better than this game with like the camera viewing thing.
Welcome, fellow members of Destiny's Edge. We must speak of the threat of the Elder Dragons.
And so I can turn down the game as well so that we can talk during these cutscenes. We obviously already heard this, so, you know, we can chat about whatever.
Savor you, human. Finally crawling back for forgiveness, Logan.
Now, the idea of, like, what's crucial and what's not, I mean, that's gonna... Really, that's my decision most of the time, you know, because... You know, what value am I... You know, how I discern what the story is and stuff, you know, that my interpretation, that's really that's what the video is, really, right? So, but if you guys want to give suggestions or whatever, or more importantly, if in the stream I'm like, okay, this is definitely going in, then you guys can help color it in that way, if that makes sense. And for what it's worth, this conversation, definitely, it would be very early in the video. The other thing I need to do is go through all the dungeons too, and we're going to get all of that. So, that's going to be a part of today as well, getting all the story dungeons through and all that dialogue. A lot of that stuff's going to be really important. This is a hell of a project. I'm on engineer.
Ritlock, you're just making it worse.
Ha! Look who's talking. Logan's right.
Am I going to do dungeon story? Yes, I am. Yeah, that's what I just said. I am going to be doing the dungeon story.
And I refuse to waste my efforts on
It's too important.
It's sad to see Logan and Ritlock argue.
I mean, I've done a lot of variations of stuff like this over the years. The most recent one I did was that immersive playthrough. I kind of already gathered a ton of shit, but I'll get it all again.
Maybe I can fix it.
We failed, then. Failed to bring Destiny's Edge back together. We cannot help the others. How can we help Tyria?
See, the thing that concerns me is, like, I hope that these side-by-sides are entertaining enough for people to watch, you know?
You have something to discuss?
What is with these people? Are these heads filled with ether? See, I don't think that this, for example, is a timestamp. They're lost, Zodja. They don't have a brain. The meeting was a mistake. See, and I don't think the video would have me reading dialogue like that. You know, I think that's what the Let's Play is. By the way, for years, Issa has not moved on from this because I've kept this precisely so that I can explore and do videos of Old Lion's Arch for you guys. I've never accepted this. I've never done this. I've never taken that key. So goodbye to Old Lion's Arch, really. It's not going to appear in any of my projects until I get another character here. No. The audio on the recorded file is not the same as the audio you're hearing on Twitch. I turned that conversation down because we already heard it. You did Honor of the Waves recently. It was quite relevant to the Icebreed saga. Yeah, I'm disappointed that the concept art cutscene in that one's so short because they tried to do one in each. All right, so read our mail. I'm so excited to meet you. You must have wonderful stories to tell, blah, blah, blah. We're going to get started on a grand adventure. Looks like she's Priory. I didn't realize I'd made this character Priory. Okay, so I think important timestamps are... here's what we should do. We should have a timestamp at the start of each instance. For sure. So, like, when I enter this, Dredging Up the Past, we should have a timestamp and it should say Dredging Up the Past. Yeah, I think regular timestamps of those work, and then timestamps for like key dialogue as well is probably the other thing we want to do. But just a timestamp that says, okay, Dredging Up the Past started here is already extremely useful. Because I can just go to the wiki and read all the dialogue that's there because the wiki is so good. I guess we're still on Old LA for now. Then there's these cutscenes are really, really valuable. I do have versions of them, just not with Gix's audio. Or Real's audio and so on. Who are you? I'm Gix.
The Dermond Priory is a bastion of history, containing the collected wisdom of the ages. For 200 years, we've stood upon a foundation of lore, research, and exploration. When Lion's Arch was flooded by the rise of the nation of Or, our forebearers rescued the city's survivors. We salvaged knowledge that would otherwise have been lost.
Yeah,
Now,
no music
as the
is weird.
dragons ravage ever greater expanses of Tyria, we must do even more. We must discover the truths that Tyria needs to survive. Where the dragons came from, why, and how to end their threat. The Priory is dedicated to learning. Siren, one of our most cunning scholars, will provide tutelage to help you gain wisdom that you will need.
But again, I can put it in on post. It'll work. It'll work.
Our founder said it best. Your power is only equal to the sum of your knowledge. If that's true, then we're Tyria's best hope to survive the darkness gathering on the horizon. Welcome to the Dermond Priory.
Hello there, Ogden. Yeah, I wish both Gix and Ogden had a bigger role. I wish that they'd emphasized the orders right with season 1. That's where they should have taken the story. It always should have continued to be about the orders, I think. And the creation of the pact, I think, was a mistake in core. Anyway, you guys know that. WP, did you read the new dialogue from Bram and Holbrack? I did, yeah, and it kind of suggested there's a lot more they want to talk about with that character. He's kind of back in an emo phase now. So I don't know, we'll see. I definitely think they have to do something good. In order for his survival of the Icebreed saga to feel valid.
Ah, here you are. You must be the new novice I was sent to retrieve. I'm a Magister of the Order, but we don't need to use titles. Just call me Siren.
Happy to meet you. I'm looking forward to working with the Dermond Priory.
It's nice to see that you're enthusiastic. I know I'm supposed to take you straight back to the Priory, but I'd like to take a little side trip. While I was waiting for you, Explorer Kecht was telling me this really interesting story about an old dwarven tomb. And guess what? It's right on our way. I'll still take you to meet Steward Gix at the main Priory building, but I want to have a bit of fun first.
Magister Siren, you're not listening to me. We don't even know if the story is true. What if this tomb doesn't even exist? What if it's just a legend?
Oh, Kecht, stop being a spoilsport. If I ignore this, those skulky dredge might find the tomb first. And how would that turn out? They'd destroy it.
So, like, we have to make a decision here
They won't hurt
on whether
anything to go look
Kecht
around
makes
a
it
bit.
into the
The novice doesn't
abridged
mind.
version.
Right?
Exploring an ancient tomb on my first day in the Order? Sounds fun. I don't mind at all.
Then it's settled. I'll meet you at Moland Summit, Novice. Don't keep me waiting, okay?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Kecht, and I think all this stuff's not going to be there. If they did stuff more... Well, they kind of did stuff with the Sanguine Blade in Icewood Saga. So maybe I'm going to have that in it? I don't think so, though. I think all of this, I think this whole chapter's just going to be killed. It's just going to get the axe. It kind of would have been better if I was an Order of Whispers character, because it could have introduced Demi. Is Demi going to make it, though? It's tricky. I honestly, there's a lot of... This project could go in a great number of ways. A great many different ways. Right, let's go to Lamentation. Really cool, guys, so far with the spreadsheet. The idea of saying instance ends are really, really awesome as well. It's, you know, this whole idea of, like, we're going to stay with Guild Wars 2, but not be about dragons, possibly. Like, that's, okay, so dredging up the past. And we're at 9 minutes, 51 seconds. This is dredging up the past, instance 2. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know how much of minutiae to do with dragons that have been defeated now matter.
I love the Shiver Peaks.
Really, this section should just be focusing on all the stuff that supplements the Zhaitan story.
Dwarves thought this was a good place for a tomb? It feels so alive. Such a strange choice.
It's beautiful, but I'll admit I don't know much about dwarves. What's so interesting about this tomb?
The dwarves are almost extinct, but in their time they knew a lot about the dragons. The Priory studies dwarven tombs to learn as much as we can. This tomb's completely unexplored. If there hadn't been a little earthquake, it would have stayed buried beneath rocks and ice. Kecht's old scroll said this was the tomb of a dwarven prince. It might have... Uh-oh.
Yeah, and Kecht lasting until Malcolm's Leap, that's exactly the thing to me. Like, the death of Kecht is kind of a cool beat.
I wanted to come right away.
And it's something I showed off in the Let's Play really well.
The Dredge were once enslaved by dwarves. They'll destroy anything dwarven. Once this cave opened up, they probably flocked here like jackdaws to a bone.
Isn't Kecht's wife the medic in Heart of Thorns as well? Right?
Do you hear that?
He's even got a little bit. He's even got a little bit going on there, you know? So... Oh, okay, so we're fighting now. What weapon have I got? Rifle.
Watch your step. These Dredge are good at getting underfoot.
Okay. Realistically, the best build to play is the one with the lowest combat sounds. I wonder what that would actually look like. You know, the quietest animations, basically. But again, it's not the subject of the video, so, you know, where there is footage of the engineer doing things, it's, like, fine.
Ooh, good find. The writing on this is certainly dwarven. Keep searching. Maybe we can find more.
I mean, the other thing is, even though this won't necessarily make it into this current project... Depending on how long-term I go with Guild Wars 2, you never know. There might be another project later in which talking about this makes sense. I was looking at my Guild Wars mystery plans as well. And I was wondering about...
This tomb was for nobility. Think we can find anything else?
You know, this library would be useful for stuff like that as well in some rare situations. Man, I gotta get used to detonating the mines.
Those are Priory explorers. We have to get them out.
My raven's wings. No one was supposed to know about our expedition. Did Gix send you?
Send us? Sure. Gix sent us. That's why we're here. Gix. He sent us.
Much appreciated. When I see you back at the Priory, I'll buy you an ale.
See, you could essentially... There's kind of like 2 abridged projects you could do. You could do one that is the story of the Elder Dragons, and that's the actual big important main one. But then you could do one that like just focuses on the big branches. So the Asura branch, the Norn branch, the Char branch, and then the Three Orders branches.
Sympathizers, I'll bet.
We want to know the importance of this tomb. What can you tell us?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Come, let's show them the meaning of buried and forgotten.
Combat sounds off for better dialogue. Well, the problem is, though, that in side-by-side dialogue, effects volume does affect stuff sometimes.
I need assistance.
There's just no good middle ground. There's really not. I could turn them lower. If you guys think the balance isn't too good right now, I can turn the...
No more for me. That talking tree's gone crazy. Get it off me. I'll tell you anything. Just let me go.
This talking tree'll tear your limbs off, buddy. Is this all you found in the tomb, or did your people destroy some of the relics?
Those relics are nothing compared to... We tried to shatter it, but we couldn't. It was too powerful. Nothing could harm it.
Destroy what? Another relic? One like these?
Junk! No. It was a sword. We sent it to the southern ruins, hoping to find some way to destroy it. Death to the dwarves!
How did I get UI to disappear during combat? It's in the options. I did a video just 2 days ago about it. Look on my channel for graphics and performance.
Let's head back to the Priory and ask him. Talking tree? That's the best he had. I'm more insulted by his lack of imagination.
See, these floating objectives that filter up to the top, they kind of suck too. All right, so that's the bulk of dredging up the pass done. I think we actually complete it back at Lion's Arch though. Oh, Diamond Priory, sorry. See, we're missing out on the really cool Diamond Priory music here at the moment, but I will remember to add it, so don't you guys worry. But one of the literally, if I had a top 5 sound tracks in the game, I think this might be there.
Don't worry about Steward Gix. I'll handle him. He'll be mad for all of 3.5 seconds.
I often think about like a completely different method of development for Guild Wars 2, in which post-release content meant adding new branches to the existing personal story.
These artifacts.
Ah, Magister Sirin. You've taken your time getting here. Come, introduce me to our new friend.
Does that make sense? That would have paid off on their original philosophies about it.
Magister Sirin. Yet again you neglect your duty to go on an adventure. You're completely out of control, you blasted weed. You're very lucky my expedition team needed your help to get out of there.
There's a video of that, top tracks of Guild Wars 2. I kind of already did it. I've got my own curated soundtrack. It's on Wooden Potatoes too, and I also use I use it in most of my videos.
Mark my words. Ah, our newcomer. I'm sorry for all the trouble. Sirin is something of a firecracker.
The novice did very well, Steward. Don't fuss. Look, we even recovered these unusual artifacts. Won't you translate the writing for us, Gix?
Don't.
It would force the open world to keep getting updated? Well, not necessarily.
Why I tolerate him. No. Oh, my goodness. This is fascinating. Tell me, was anything missing from the cave?
Yes, the dredge had taken a weapon from the cave. That's a wonderful guess. Guess something else, Gix. This is fun.
By the cogs of creation, they took the Sanguinary Blade. It's a legendary sword made of frozen blood.
Alright, this is a timestamp, I think. Sanguinary Blade mentioned. Does anyone want to add that on the thing? I've got to keep an eye and see if people are actually doing it.
What kind of blood could possibly be made
There,
into
this
a
right
weapon?
here, Introduction to the Sanguinary Blade. This is what I would put at if I'm going to include this arc.
Magister, Novice, you must find that blade and bring it safely to the Priory.
We're on it, sir. You can count on us.
Right. Yeah, by the way, when I talk during cutscenes, is the balance good enough that it's not annoying?
Dagnar Stonepaid, apparently, and he was tremendously famous.
Famous then? Dead today. He's nothing but a bone orchard now.
Right. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, basically the concept is You release the game with the personal story. You tell people that it's all about decisions mattering in branches. Obviously, you live in the real world where you can only develop so many of those branches. They get put in. And then what you actually do is all of the between expansion content. So before Heart of Thorns comes out, you spend 2 years doing updates. But instead of introducing all this shit about Scarlet, blah, 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 it's adding like... It's filling out the minor options in the personal story and adding entirely new branches.
Hey, come here.
So let's say launch only had the Dermot Priory. A post-release update would have been adding the Order of Whispers. And then another one would have been adding, you know, the Lion Guard questline or whatever. And it's always stories revolving around the death of Zhaitan. Like, you're not moving forward in time necessarily. But in some of those branches, they start filtering in hints about a city dweller that has drawn alliances together, and then there's another little hint here, and there's another little hint here, and then in the final new story personal story branch they add, they're pretty explicit about the name Morgemoth or something, and you're like, what the fuck is this? And then they announce Heart of Thorns, and then the timeline goes forwards. Heart of Thorns does the same thing. 2 years after Heart of Thorns, it's not Living World Season 3 and Ember Bay and blah 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 blah. It's fleshing out a bunch of new options in Heart of Thorns. So I'm not saying that's necessarily better, but I do think that that would have been a way in which to pay off on their lofty ambitions about consequence mattering in RPGs and decision making in RPGs, particularly through the MMO space, because that's what ArenaNet was really trying to tackle, and that's what they flubbed and they never figured out how to do. But I think that that business model would have actually worked, what I just said there, which I think is quite interesting, honestly. That doesn't gel with another one of my big beliefs, which is that they should have ended the story at Clare Island, and then the actual Zhaitan fight should have been Living World Season 1. It doesn't gel with that at all, but, you know. Yeah, it seems bad when it's all out, but terrible at first. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the downside. I mean, you do your best to have a good bulk on release, obviously.
Look at this place. It must be tremendously old. Centuries, even.
Older than that. The Dwarven civilization lasted for more than 2,000 years, and this might be one of their first structures. It's so sad that the dwarves all turned to stone and went to fight the dragons. Sad, but brave.
The dredge brought the sword here to find a way to destroy it. We'd better hurry, before they succeed.
You're absolutely right. First, we have to cross that windy bridge. I can use my magic to fly, but you'll have to foot it. Those flags and the torches...
That's why we're getting flying next expansion, guys. They've been saying it's a Tengu thing, but look, this Sylvari can fly.
Go as fast as you can, and don't worry, it'll be cherry.
Ooh, it'll be so cherry, everybody. I forgot all about Siren saying cherry. She's not flying, she's riding the lightning, sort of.
Watch the flags and use the walls for cover. That wind is fierce.
Right, I guess it's always blowing. Okay, it's not blowing anymore. Okay. Okay, that's knocking us down. See, even little experiences like this, I feel like they don't do too much of anymore. Well, they kind of do. Alright.
Why would anyone want to live underground? If you ask me, both dwarves and Asura have some serious issues.
They don't want to live there. They're fighting the ultimate Elder Dragon. They're engaged in the most epic 250-year-long battle you can conceive of, Siren.
From my priory training. This is the tomb of Dagnar's Stonepate of the Stone Summit Dwarves. Dagnar killed a human prince named Rurik, destroying the peace between the kingdoms of Kryta and Ascalon. That apparition must be the ghost of Dagnar's Drake Mount. I don't think it's noticed us. Ignore it and find a way to get
is the personal story the best way to level? Actually, the best way to level is to pop boosters if you can. But it's actually to run around in the open world and kill just random mobs that you see off in the far corners, because there's this thing called the bonus XP system, which means the longer a creature's been alive without dying, the more XP it gives you. And technically the fastest way to level is just to run around doing that kind of thing. Often underwater areas are filled with enemies full of bonus XP. But it's a pretty unengaging way to play the game. You could also, yeah, play PvP or World versus World and just use Tomes of Knowledge. You'd have a lot of fun with that. See, I always find it hard to assess how fast leveling really is from PvP. I think that'd be an interesting thing to do some analysis on at some point. Because the truth is, I just really have a lot of fun in PvP. Oh, my Byzantium chest. I don't know if I told you guys, but on my Byzantium chest this time, I went on like a 30. Like it was some insane. It was like 30 games of which I won 28 and lost 2. Solo queue, EU at Plat 2. I was in Plat 2 the whole time. But on an inspiration heal mirage that I built a healer Mesmer, and it can side node really well, and it scales really well in team fights as well because it heals the fuck out of people. And I just went on this epic win spree on it. Anyway, and I had a lot of fun. And the point is, I don't know how good leveling actually is in those formats because I'm not thinking about leveling. I'm just having fun. Do you know what I mean? And then it's like, oh, you've been given thousands of levels. My gut is that it is fast though. Yeah, it's because of the Mirage change. The build's really good. The Mantra change, sorry. The build's really good because Mantras. So it's the Adventure Rune concept. Heal Mantra, Adventure Runes, and Cleanse Mantra on Inspiration. All healing. It's really fucking strong.
Protect the dragon's blood sword. Feel the cut of this sacred blade, brother. May Jormag's strength fill you. Destroy them. I will escape with the blade. I feel incredible strength coursing through my veins. Praise Jormag!
And it's like heal on Shatter and cleanse on Shatter and all that. I'm not using signets. Most inspiration, I think, is signets, but it's, I have no signets on my build.
I've heard of him. He's a son of Svanir. They're dragon cultists, and Stig is a mean one. If he's got the sword, it'll be nothing but trouble.
Did you see what happened when the blade cut his friend? It turned that Norn into a monster.
Okay, this is, if we're doing Sanguinary Blade, this is highlight as well. If anyone wants to put that on. If not, I'll do it. But yeah, this moment right here, this timestamp.
That sword will
call it like further developments of the Sanguinary story.
Before we retrieve it for the
I don't know.
We'd better find a way to protect ourselves from the corruption.
It feels to me like it'd be a bit boring to watch a video where it's just like these two side by sides cut next to each other. But then again, I mean, if it's like a 5-hour thing, there's an assumption of a lack of like true attention that you're asking of the audience. So maybe it's okay, you know, like.
Let me know when you've made a choice. I have much to teach.
The way I see it, we could search for the Dwarven relic to... Oh god, I haven't done research on this sort of stuff. It doesn't really matter for the Zhaitan bit. I think the one with the better dialogue was the dwarf one, right? There was a reason I picked the dwarf one on the LP. I actually did it twice, because Casey did it and... Siren did it. Siren? Caraflower did it. It was Caraflower, wasn't it? Am I going to include anything from the other orders? I don't know. The cutscene introducing them definitely will be there. Dude, they need to scale. I wish I could fucking tweak a lot more of what they do with the visual effects. But I don't know about like their full stories. The full story, if I could pick one of the 3, I would actually pick the Order of Whispers one, just because of the Crichton politics stuff that comes back in Season 3. You can maybe make an argument for the Vigil stuff and Ajax. That might be a bigger story overall. You can probably tell here, I don't know whether I want to be mounting right now. If I can help it, then why not? I fucking love the bird sounds in these mountain maps. They're so good. Right, the Stone Sheath. Stone Sheath starts 27:53. Right.
Isn't it amazing? Hundreds of years
Almor
ago,
is the most important leader of any of the orders. Yeah, she's definitely had more influence in recent story.
They were a group of xenophobic dwarves, cruel, brutal, and unyielding. They're the ones that enslaved the Dredge.
I love doing this, but I also hate it because, like, talk about squandered potential.
Both good and bad has
Really imagine if this game had properly focused and emphasized the order that you joined, and it was like a real, like, deep kind of faction thing. Like how Blizzard centered so much of their game around Alliance and Horde. Like, I really think that there's a lot of power in that.
Pirates moved into the area.
I'd love it if Real and the what are they called?
I'm sure of it, Novice.
What are the
question is, how do we convince the pirates to let us poke around?
What are like the big dick Lightbringers called in the Order of Whispers? Why can't I remember?
Them we're just shrubs.
I like the idea of convincing.
But all
them,
that stuff's like really cool. I wish there'd been more of them.
Weapons.
The fact I've forgotten even the title right now. Preceptors, thank you.
I defy those pirates to stop us.
I wish I was in a world where they'd done a lot more of that. Yeah, and hey guys, I don't know, the new era of Guild Wars 2 probably will do the Dern Velazquez thing. Or however I'm supposed to say his name. I often fuck it up. I have to admit, this new graphics option is pretty damn immersive. Preceptors are in the secret archives of Season 2. Oh, wait. Sorry, is Preceptor a Demon Priority term? What's the name of the big, you know, the ostensible leaders of the Order of Whispers? Is it not Preceptors? Are you guys just as confused as I am right now? Am I hyped about any of the current MMOs in development? I'm quite interested in that Palia game. As like a side piece. Let me put it that way. I think they're doing something quite innovative. To me, what they're doing feels like old ArenaNet. Feels like they're looking at MMOs and what's not working about them and what used to work about them, and they're trying to, you know, build a game that addresses that. And it's you know, for people like me that, you know, we really like, you know, we like strikes and raids and like hardcore, you know, and stuff to do. That's obviously not that kind of game. But, you know, on the other hand, depending on the mood I'm in, I'm a big fan of like kicking back and playing a bit of Stardew Valley or something. And something in a more social environment for that, I think is quite exciting. The other game that I really like the look of, now I didn't get to play it, but I saw a bunch of friends playing Lost Ark, the beta for Lost Ark. Now that, I really regret I didn't get in on the beta of that, or try to get in on that. That looks fucking good. It's a shame that it's just like a port of a pre-existing like Eastern MMO, so that there's all these misgivings I have with that. But to me, I looked at that. That feels a lot like Guild Wars 1 in a lot of ways. It feels like everything I like about isometric top-down kind of RPGs. I really, really, really like the look of that game, and I want to give it a shot. The buildcraft on it looked fucking cool as well. So, Lost Ark as well, I think. Those are my answers. I'm not really that interested in PoE 2 right now. Not really, to be honest.
Now, that's what I call combat archaeology. Well done, Novice.
I'll probably give it a shot another day,
the
but
scabbard.
for now I'm not that keen.
How do we find the sanguinary blade?
Oh, that's right. I totally forgot to tell you about that part. Oops. The Arcanist back at the Priory.
Top to bottom, Master, Preceptor,
track
Slayer,
Steve.
Keeper, Creator,
They told me that
Lightbringer,
he's hiding
Agent,
near
Initiate.
Black Ball's
There you
Mill.
go.
We're also on double secret probation. Turns out Gix was mad about us not reporting after we went to the tomb.
Wait, we were supposed to report in? Saren?
No, I haven't tried Ashes of Creation. You're talking to the wrong guy for like broad MMO news right now. My sights are really on this game, FF14, and Elder Scrolls Online. Then maybe Lost Ark as well. I would like by the end of the year to be in a place where I'm kind of covering all three. I don't know how realistic that is though, and things are very weird with Guild Wars at the moment. It might, in some ways, they're like telegraphing it's the place to be and the ultimate thing to do, and maybe these past 10 years it's not going to be the same anymore. But in other ways, you know, I don't know. I'm really, really lost on a lot of stuff, to be honest, and a lot of ambitions at the moment. Okay, so that was most of the instance for Mightier Than the Sword. Wait, was that was it complete, wasn't it? That was the end? Shit, I didn't actually pay attention to what Siren said there. Let's have a quick little review of our NPC dialogue. I was too busy talking to you guys. Well done. We've retrieved the scabbard. Where do we find the blade? No, I don't think any of that's going to make it. This whole act really is... So, does anyone ever get any other suggestions about the visuals, about the camera work, about the audio? Let me know, because we can tweak it. You know, we're still in the early moments.
Hello there, Norn. We're here from the Dermond Priory, and your friend Stieg has something that belongs to us.
We're just here for Frostbeard. Bring us the sword he carries, and we won't hurt you.
Pathetic little bookworms. Stieg Frostbeard is mighty. He will attack lions.
The other benefit, by the way, of what the
power.
The story expansion model I discussed a minute ago, where you're basically just like going wide and introducing new branches rather than progressing the timeline. The other thing that kind of sidesteps is the whole champions problem with it's not just a champions problem. When Joko died, when Aurene died and came back, when Kralkatorrik died, when Taimi put 2 fucking dragons to sleep, all these stories that basically are too big for living worlds, right? They're too big. You sidestep all of that because you don't. The massive world-changing stuff doesn't need to happen. There's still not there's a sense that would be happening in X-Packs rather than anything else, and I think that's definitely a healthier place to be.
Let's do this then.
Holy fuck! I pressed F there because I was expecting to go into Photon Forge.
Why won't they just give us the sword? Is power worth so much pain?
Oh my god! I forgot this was ground targeted. That's interesting. With no AoE rings on, you actually can't see the mine. It's fully buried. You can't see that shit. I thought it was just on the ground bleeping away. Let's have a look again. No, it's buried. I swear to God you saw it beeping. Is it the mini ones that I'm thinking of? Oh, it's the mini ones. Interesting.
The dragon's blood blade cannot be defeated. I will destroy you. He's lost his mind. The sword will turn us all into monsters.
Okay, that's a green light. That's that if we're doing this story, it's there. That timestamp there. What's the time? 35 minutes 50 seconds or whatever that was. I would guess that I would want that.
By the tree. No more polite discussion, novice. It's time to kick some sod.
Do I have to manually detonate this or kite him back onto it? Oh, I wish I was running ACT right now. The ACT would have been so good to do this.
Not worthy of Jormag's sword.
I think I'm going to get rid of all the turrets. Because the noise is just going to get in everywhere. I don't think it's a good idea. Whatever is a quiet animation, I think, is the thing to do, actually. Which means elixirs. Do you want to go HG8? Oh, we already are HG8. Yeah, let me have a quick look just here for a sec. Damage taken. Yeah, Frostwind attack. You can just tell sometimes, but we don't get to see the icons and stuff. I really want to do a full personal story playthrough with ACT on. I really, really do. I think you get so much interesting trivia and just weird perspectives there. Let's go back to NPC. Okay.
Well done, novice. The sanguinary blade is ours, and Lion's Arch is safe from Stieg Frostbeard.
It's hard to believe that Stieg was willing to see all his Norn friends die, just to keep the power of the sanguinary blade.
That's not hard for me to believe at all, novice. It's typical of the idiots who serve Elder Dragons. The dragons are a blight. They don't care about anything but their hunger. Their followers are just...
You feel like the Massage should have had a much more significant position in Guild of Sleep? Well, if you watch End of Dragons Daily, we had a discussion about how there is space for the new era of storytelling to bring them back. and to do like a big Masat thing.
I thought it would be an incredibly
My suggestion
task.
with that though would not
But
be
you
to
know
just
what?
immediately have them enemies. I
really
don't want
like
to do
you.
prophecies again.
You're willing to
What
try
I want to do,
things and-
what I want them to do,
You've got a good head on your shoulders.
is have
have to
them
admit,
be allies
this has
that
been
are
a lot of
ultimately
fun.
wrong for us. I think that's the space
Sherry,
in which you
come
live
on,
with
let's get
the
the sword back
Elder
to Gix.
Dragons.
After
The
that, we'll
Masat.
work on
And it's
saving
really
the
weird
world.
that we were kind of living in that space in Season 3, and then they did, like, the big, weird-ass rug pull where it became Balthazar. The Season 3, like, just the whole overall arc of Season 3 is so crazy. It's really ambitious. Like, I mean, I really think they had big balls to do what they did there, because it's so easy to become convoluted and lost and not really indulge correctly in what it's trying to. And ultimately, I think that their appetite did outstrip their stomach to a certain degree, which sucks. But, you know, it's not something that they can't fix by going into a new Masat arc. But, yeah, I don't want it to be prophecies where they're just all bad guys everywhere, blah, 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 blah. It should be like, you know, that Ember Bay hint of how they allied with the Forgotten and went to fight Zhaitan together. It should be that. That is the spirit of whatever the new story should be. You know, they come and they explain a ton of stuff about how they were just getting fucked by the other races and, you know, blah, 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 blah. Convince us. Like, the game has tried to do that so many times. Morgemorth, Jormag, the Lazarus stuff. And I feel like there's still a lot more ArenaNet can do, and they can really, really hone in on with this idea of, like, do I trust this person? Do they make a compelling argument despite the fact that they are ostensibly the bad guy? I think they've fallen short every time they've tried to do it, but that doesn't mean give up. I think they should just try again with the Masat.
At last, the sanguinary blade.
Why did they even kill off Lazarus? He wasn't doing anything.
Damage it would have wrought without your aid.
Yeah, I mean, you tell me. I don't know.
done well.
Because they didn't give a
Consider
shit about
yourselves
this game
off
and wanted
probation.
to move on from it. I don't know.
Further, novice,
That's what it looks
I
like.
hereby promote you to the rank of explorer, with all the rights and privileges, etc., etc. I'd like you to continue your partnership with Siren. Perhaps you can keep this deciduous do-gooder out of trouble.
Thank you, Stuart Gix. I'd be happy to collaborate with Siren.
See,
We
there's
work
another
well
way I
together.
can do this project, which is
Poor
where it's
Gix.
every single
You're
side
just
by
jealous that
side.
You're stuck in here being leadery and responsible while we're having
You know,
all
we
the
could
fun.
timestamp every
Yes,
single
yes.
time
I'm
side
sure
by
that's
side
exactly what
and
it
just
is.
dump them all
Be
in,
that
and
as it may,
it is
I
what
must
it is.
rely
You know,
on
there's
you
no
two for another
editorializing
project.
going on at all.
Your next endeavor is a research assignment involving one of the lesser races.
Would that
of
be boring to
Tyria.
people, or would that actually add a value?
try not
I
to
really
teach
don't
them
know where I
bad
sit with
habits,
that.
Siren.
This whole project is something that's just
Explore.
very, very
Get a
tricky for me.
briefing from
To know how to do it
Siren,
best, I think is
and
just it
choose
takes
which
some serious
species you'd
scrutiny.
like to
I
study.
don't know, because I do
Now,
think there's some
go.
merit to just everything. You know, imagine the title of the video: all Guild Wars 2 cutscenes, the full story, all cutscenes, all blah blah blah. Just imagine that. Alright, lesser race. Which ones do we get to pick? Hyluk? I think it's got to be Hyluk, because we can immediately start dealing with the Risen. So I'm gonna pick Hyluk. If you guys want to timestamp, start the Hyluk thing. So there you go. That's that chapter done. And I guess there should be a timestamp there at the end of the Sanguinary Blade story. It's almost just this one line from Siren, isn't it? The Sanguinary Blade's ours. And you'd leave that, and then way later in the video, when you're doing Icebreed Saga, it would come up. This is a big project. It will take ages to figure out what you want. The thing is, though, I'm a bit sick of it, because I keep doing it and then deciding I don't know what I want, and then doing it and deciding I feel like I've got to take some action, you know. That's why. So I just got to pick something, you know. Almost just throw a dart at a board and see where it lands and just do that variation. If it comes to that. But I'd like to make an intelligent analysis. Because, you know, like, if you're just putting every cutscene on, that's like a shield, you know? That people can't say, oh, this is rubbish. This isn't very good. There's an expectation that it'll be a bit wonky because it's every cutscene. But then there's like some...
I suspect friendly means not hostile yet, so we'll need to win their trust.
The thing is, if you just do all the side-by-sides, you are eliminating a good chunk of the story, like, almost arbitrarily, you know? Siren didn't say anything of too much consequence there as we started Champion Sacrifice.
Help me save him. Your brother fought for the right to be our champion. Why would you take that honor from him?
But another point she might. I have a feeling the whole Lesser Race arc will be skipping as well, to tell you the truth. I think most of this won't make it.
We heard you talking to that guard.
It's not very long either, though, so don't worry.
I don't know, but I do need help. My brother was our champion. He offered himself as a sacrifice to save our village. They say it is an honor.
You see the project as a series, maybe multiple videos. Yeah, I mean, it could end up in that format. It could.
I want to rescue my
What
brother
I really
before it's
want,
too
though,
late.
the thing I'm scared with splitting it, and I could do it,
If you get
is
us
I
in to
just
speak
feel
with your
like
leaders, we'll come with you to save your brother.
I can do that. I do anything to have my
it's
brother
not
back.
going to become the phenomenon I want it to be. Do you know what I mean? I really I want it to be this
way,
thing where
if
it's
we want
like...
to save him, we'll have to hurry.
Like, again, as I mentioned in my YouTube video, you see it on other franchises, you know, like, if you type the complete story of Halo, you'll see, like, millions of views on one epic fucking video, and that's it. And it's like, you know, and I'm not saying I'm looking for millions of views, you'd never get it with Guild Wars anyway, but the point is that it's like the place to be, and it's not, and I feel like the second you playlist, the second you split a little bit, it just becomes a little bit dodgy, you know? In some ways, once you get to a certain length, the length becomes like a phenomenon of its own. Like, I read like analysis of like the most successful Reddit comments, right? And what, according to like upvotes, and what you find is there's this swing. It's either a really short, really pithy, really well-worded, provocative comment or whatever, and it's short. It's like fucking tiny. It's like a few words, right? And you've managed to say something profound in a few words, you get a crazy amount of upvotes. Or, and then basically there's all like the one paragraphers, the two paragraphers. That's like the middle ground. There's never any real value there. Then it swings back up again, and it's like some of the most upvoted and successful comments ever that captivate and grab people are when people go crazy, and it's like pages and pages and pages of information, you know? You're either in one camp or the other. That's where people shine. And I genuinely view YouTube videos the same way. I really do. And actually a lot of media that you see, I view the same way. So, you know, if you're going to go big, go big. I view the 40-minute space that I make most of my videos in. That's the bad space to be in. 40 minutes is like, it's too long for most people, yet too short to be true genius or truly brilliant, right? But, I mean, that's where I am as a person. That usually tends to be like how long it takes me to say what I really want to say, you know, in a lot of videos. And that's what comes first most of the time. But if I'm really trying to think about these other things, I think, you know, maybe just go super long then. That's why the idea of a single 5-hour appeals to me. That's sort of where my mindset is. I've got to read that NPC dialogue. I don't think any of the ICNU stuff right now is going to be in it. What I'm looking for right now is some kind of line.
What have they done to him?
I've got to get used to getting the cursor off screen real quick.
Wait, don't go in there alone. Everyone's always telling me, don't go in there alone.
That there immediately is always... there's a whole rant about quantity and you don't get enough Siren, so she starts referring to stuff you never actually get to see. Yeah, what I'm looking for is some kind of line that talks about the nature of the Risen or Zhaitan that would work naked.
This thing is not my brother. My brother was a hero, a champion. The undead turned him into this. And it was the priests who sent him here. Unforgivable.
I'm sorry about your brother.
Do we want a concise story or more of a
yes,
choose-your-own-adventure
each
book where you go down
village
different routes?
champion
What, for the
becomes
video
another
series
undead
or just
soldier
as
in
a
the dragon's
game?
army.
I will say that
We
one
want
of
to
my
stop this
concepts for
too.
this, Once Upon a
I'm
Time,
willing to prove it.
was an annotated
Take the
thing
head
where
from
when a
this
choice comes
undead
up on the
thing.
story, you can click and it will
The
take you to the
priests
video
and
of the other choice. I have had that concept before, genuinely.
Astonishing
And I actually think I was thinking of that with the Let's Play as well. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I did like a 2-hour video on the behind the scenes of the Let's Play and all my decision making that went into making that a quality series. And I might have mentioned it in that. I can't remember anymore. Don't we hold his head in our hands or something? Oh no, he's going to grab it, right? There you go. Look guys, it's a spear. See? Oh, go vote in the YouTube poll. If you guys haven't seen it, I have a poll on what the weapon is, and I can't believe it. You guys are siding with Boots. You're siding with Boots over me. Unbelievable. More people think that that's a spear mesmer than they think it's a dagger mesmer. Ridiculous. I'm telling you guys, it's a dagger. All right, look, I've got a bit of space for spear. I'm happy to be wrong. It's a dagger. There's no way. The majority of people think it's a spear now. And I'm sure that's because Boots came on the show and, like, with his reasonable, well-analyzed opinions, changes everyone's mind.
I see. You may pass. Show that to the High
There's a comment. Someone was like, just like with Trump's election and with Brexit, I'm sure the majority are wrong on this one.
May the sun god smile on him.
And there were some other people saying, oh, no, they're clearly daggers above the character's head. And someone else was like, no, they're spearheads. Look, you can see where the spearhead would connect to the spear. I'm like, holy shit, look at the discussion people are doing here. And I just said, well, they're clearly arrowheads because, you know, the bow theory. You gotta keep the bow theory in mind. They're clearly arrowheads above the character, guys. It's like a preparation ranger. That's what it's been the whole time.
All light, all life, all goodness comes from the sun. Without the sun, chaos and disease flourish.
Is that why we call the undead sunless? Because they have no light, no life, no good in them?
Okay, let's timestamp that, team. Let's timestamp that as like an orange. I don't know. That might be workable. That might be good. Especially if the future of the game talks more about Zhaitan and stuff. That's an orange. That's a definite orange right there.
We must speak to the High Priestess. We have proof that the champions are being killed and turned into undead.
I've seen your proof. But the High Priestess is not here. She's gone to prepare for the procession. She doesn't know Sabiti, and she's tired of hearing this from you. She'll say that head could be anybody's and dismiss you as a troublemaker.
We took it straight from the undead thing Sabiti had become. How else can we prove your sacrifices are actually making things worse? On second thought, never mind. Leave it to us. The Priory won't rest until we help Igniu convince your leaders.
Okay, I think I'll do the procession.
Stay away!
Let's confront the High Priestess. There's more dialogue in the tournament, but I think doing the procession's the better choice here, just in terms of speed and the stuff we're actually looking for. Where are we starting? It's out in the water, isn't it? Yeah. Boots makes a good point. Where was that? Boots makes a good point with there being no offhand, but the round part he thinks is a pommel is the gauntlet of that hand's glove. Well, see, I don't know. I don't know about him being right on that. I mean, I kind of let him say his piece, and I don't want to argue the toss over every little thing. But, you know, he said, oh, you can see the digits, the fingers digits. I can't see the fingers digits on there, honestly. And I sort of said, yeah, with a question mark in the video, but I can't see digits there, not really. I think it's two daggers, and they're pointing one at us. I do believe in that. Okay. Next instance, sorry about that. I know I missed that timestamp. Let me look at the spreadsheet.
The High Priestess's entourage is about to leave.
Oh my god, you guys are legends.
They're bringing supplies to her cloister, so they lead us right to her. The hard part will be making sure they get there. The way's dangerous, full of pirates, predators, and the undead. We need to scout ahead and clear the way for the entourage.
You're still in bow camp. I found it interesting that more people believe in a bow than they do in a dagger Ellie. I would have thought dagger Ellie's higher. The amount of comments I got saying fucking Ellie on that first video.
We'll leave soon. Don't let them see us. If we get too close, they'll stop.
Another thing, by the way, I had a lot of comments of people saying, WP, we know what it is because the character, race, gender is always consistent. Do you guys remember that? Well, I ended up saying that in a video because I think that's really good information that I'd missed. Well, as soon as I said it in a video, I had other people come forward saying, no, that's not true. Apparently the warrior, was it? One of them has changed, apparently. In POF, one of them changed their gender or their class or something. So it might not even be true. So I should have just kept my mouth shut because the people giving me advice, that happens all the time as well. Anyway, hard part will be getting there. Tried to scout. If we get too close, they'll stop. There's nothing there. Absolutely nothing. And we can't trigger audio from this. So look at this. This isn't even high reflections, guys.
Entourage, proceed.
Pirates patrol this route. Let's clear them out before they ruin everything.
Who said that? Oh, Ignu did. You can feel... This feels so much like Guild Wars 1, this mission. This feels exactly like the Guyala Hatchery mission in Cantha.
That's far enough, froggies. Hand over the goods or we'll hurt you real bad.
Pirates! Don't be afraid. They're nothing but pond scum. Guards, to me!
See, there's all the stuff about the Hydra Queen and stuff, which I don't think will make it in the video either. I mean, that's where it's getting weird again, because I don't know. Is the series... Oh, shit, I could have been mini-mowing the whole time. I missed that. I could have been, you know... If we're moving on from the Elder Dragon story, is it appropriate to do a big recap that is so fixated on the Elder Dragons? Or is it better to actually do a series that is about the setting, and especially focusing on the Hydra Queen and on... you know, Zintor and on the ancient races and stuff, because that's ultimately what the devs will be moving into more than anything else, you know. Like, in a way, this is totally misaligned. And this is kind of what I ended up coming to.
We don't need your help.
In a lot of ways, the only stuff that really matters for the expansion itself is Aurene information and, like, Mother, which is how I ended up doing my immersive story recap that you saw just a couple of months ago. Because, like, that is the most important subject material.
Let's do this, then.
But those videos didn't do that well, you know. It's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a big fucking phenomenon. And, oh my god, I didn't know that the kelp moved like grass.
Frog face. Leave all that heavy merchandise to us.
Get back. Do not interfere. These supplies are for the High Priestess alone.
I mean, if we think of the video, the purpose of the video as... Man, I wish I was Hollow to fucking just Photon Forge them down while they're mowers. If we think of the video as, like, it's not a primer getting you ready for future content. That's not its main ambition. If we do it that way... Jesus Christ, the Dagger Offhand Torment. The Sword Offhand Torment. Then actually, I think it's totally fine to focus on the Elder Dragons, because that is what the story's been, so, you know... That's what you should focus on. So many boons, just standing around with 22 might.
Leave us to our work.
Leave us to our work.
We don't need your help.
Did I bug it? Did I miss some enemies?
Get back. Do not interfere. These supplies are for the High Priestess alone.
Did I do it too fast? Oh, Revenant was the one that changed. Okay, there you go.
Do not interfere. These supplies are for the High Priestess alone.
What do you guys think? Have we bugged it? You can never know with Core. Alright.
Get back. Do not interfere.
Oh, wait. Are they following me?
These supplies are for the High Priestess alone. Don't waver, my friends. Even the beasts of the deep cannot stop our holy mission. Get back.
This really feels like what... Wait, does that mean they want me to fight the sharks?
We need to clear the path ahead of the procession.
It's creepy how dead and empty the game feels. But look at this. This is a Guild Wars 1 patrol. That is like 101. Sure is going to be nice. I read a comment someone was saying with the armory, and it's going to be so nice. Oh, wow. What ability was that? Was that just an energy shield she was in? Was that arcane shield, but underwater? It looked like they put a bubble around her, like, so that she can breathe.
Do not interfere. These supplies are for the high priest.
Yeah, it's gonna with the armory with underwater weapons is really some of the crazy quality of life. It's always the bit of gearing that you like forget about. I want to watch Siren and see what she does. Oh, it was just a frost aura.
That's interesting.
Of course it was.
What the? Who are you? What are you doing here? Leave us to our work.
Yeah, I know they updated the aura effects. I didn't think, I guess, what it would look like. Something about being underwater just tricked me.
Who are you? What are you doing here? Leave us to our work.
My God. I'm just going to assume I can run ahead.
Here? Quickly, kill them before they interfere with the procession.
You know, it's interesting. This kind of reveals that the game is missing like a good in-game description of just straight up rundown of each dragon.
Undead? This close to the holy grounds? Blasphemy!
Like, and I think the devs knew that as well, because when you look at Ara's story mode, it opens with Kaith explaining a ton of shit that you already know. It's like there's literally a cutscene where she exposition dumps super basic stuff about Zhaitan, as though you would have no idea about it, despite the fact you've just done all that story with Zhaitan and establishing the pact and stuff. It's really weird. It just smacks of one of those things where it's like they got some they asked people to test Ara in the alphas, and then they were told, oh yeah, we don't really know why we're here or what we're doing, so okay, we'll just put this little cutscene in or something. Like as if you'd get into the heart of Ara without knowing what ore is, you know, or that there was an elder dragon there.
Leave us alone. We don't need your help.
What would you say if snippets of Timey's thesis were available? Well, it would depend what she says. I don't know. I mean, it would be interesting. You know, more information is always generally better when it comes to story. WP doesn't talk about leaks. He deliberately didn't with POF. Yeah,
It wasn't easy, but we brought the supplies the High Priestess requested.
Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. No, I didn't talk about the POF stuff. And I disagree with people that say, oh, they were really good for the game. It's not. They weren't good for the game. They just detracted from hype that would have come later.
How did these
There's not been any real leaks for End of Dragons anyway, has there?
What are you doing here? And by the sun.
It's just
Is
fan
that
fiction.
Speedy? The champion's head. And it's completely corrupted.
You started rewatching the Let's Play. It's a bit sad knowing where Casey's going to end up. Well, don't worry. Think about what the very final shot of the Let's Play's of.
I don't know how you got in here, but you cannot stay. This is a holy place. Leave before I
How high are my hopes for End of Dragons?
Not until we've had our
Honestly, I don't know. The delay is really good news.
Sunless ones
My hopes go up because of the delay.
You've seen our proof. Your guards
There's
will tell you
there's
that
kind of
this
something
undead
going on
thing
as well with that
was
delay,
once
and I wasn't
champion
confident
Sabita's
enough
head.
to say it, but I
cannot
feel
deny it any longer.
like,
Tell the chief to stop the turn.
as far as I
We must not
remember,
send any more champions to join the
ArenaNet
ranks of the
has
Suns.
never
But may the sun forgive me. It's too late.
adjusted
The
the
tournament
announced
began when my
release
entourage
date
left
of
the
a
village.
boxed product.
It's already over by now.
Am I wrong? Like,
Then
I
we
think
need
that's
to move
actually a
quickly.
really
The
profound
undead
moment for
are
the
massing
studio. I
for
feel like
attack,
that's
and
the
they won't wait
first
forever.
delay, so to
Gather your
speak,
forces and meet
they've
us back
ever
at the
done for a
village.
major project. What, like when we got the Eye of the North release date, it never moved. The Nightfall date never moved. Heart of Thorns never moved. Core never. It never moved. They always announce it like late when they can be confident in it, but they've never actually moved a release date ever, as far as I can remember. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. No. Someone says accept initial release. Initial release was the same. They said it was August 28th, 3-day head start, and that's exactly what it was. Yeah, I said for a boxed product. I know that there have been Living World releases that have shuffled around, but a proper full-on boxed product, you know, like a real delay, I think is a first. Oh, we can be a diplomat here. I wonder what Issa's personality is. Alright. Anyway, I think that's just an interesting bit of trivia. Obviously no one cares about, but... Yeah, I think all of this is going to get skipped. Nonetheless, that was the end of the instance. Now we have a really basic defense, and this chapter's done, and we can move on. It's going to properly start kicking up in a second. I think that Destiny's Edge meeting... Oh, another thing I'm excited to do is to weave the Destiny's Edge story in and out of the personal story. I think that's going to be good. I think it's going to start with something of a recap of Edge of Destiny. I might even have the very last paragraph of the novel at the start of the video. I think that would be really cool. It's Kaith alone, wondering when she'll ever see her friends again, collecting shards of blood from Kralkatorrik. It's a cool fucking ending, and it leads into the core story really well. And then, yeah, I think it will be like a bit of Ritlock and Air in the... It will be the cutscene we opened with a second ago, and then a bit of Ritlock and Air in Ascalon Catacombs. Maybe snippets of this, maybe... But it'll be I think there'll be a lot of Divinity's Reach, Destiny's Edge emphasis. Have I been saying Divinity's Reach the whole time? Destiny's Edge emphasis. For the core story.
Hello again, Chief. It looks like you've been busy. How long until your defenses are ready?
Not long. I will not let this village die because
you're looking at the worst of the side-by-sides here. These fucking Hylic mouth animations.
Too hard on yourself. The dragon's minions can be
Can I just ask,
sneaky.
am I crazy?
Lots of folks don't notice them creeping in until it's too late.
I'm grateful that you opened my eyes.
But since I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV...
I sent my best scout to observe the enemy, and he should be back soon.
I kind of like these cutscenes now.
Would you check the rest of our
because at least they arrest people. Do you know what I mean? They force you to sit down and focus instead of just running around spamming skills or something because they don't do them anymore. I don't know. I was such a big advocate of moving away from them and telling story just in regular course of gameplay. And bizarrely, I've actually like I feel like I see some more value in those side-by-sides than I ever did before. And the side-by-sides definitely look bad in some places. But in others, you know, I don't know. Yeah, the Final Fantasy ones don't even have voice acting. And yet... I mean, it's amazing how low bar the bar is in Final Fantasy, but...
But I guess I'm ready. If you are.
But once you acclimate to it, I don't know. It's too much to just guess at, but I think Final Fantasy, they are very talented at in-engine cutscenes in that game. Like, if you do the Hildebrand quests, it's basically just them flexing the whole time. Do you know what I noticed? There are extreme similarities between the PlayStation 2 era of Final Fantasy games and what they do in 14. Like, when I do the Hildebrand quests in FF14, if anyone knows what those are, they have the exact same vibe as all those monster capture quests from X2. You know, where they're just like stretching the character's face to create emotions, and it's just lots of in-game camera movements and just lots of like unvoiced text on screen. It's exactly the same vibe. And if you think about it, with the X2 International release, they basically like made a whole other game with all those other stories and all those other cutscenes for every single fucking fiend. You remember my stream showing it off was like 12 hours of nothing but cutscenes? And I think everything that they learned in projects like that, exactly that with like the monster capture stuff in International X2, that's exactly the vibe. You see it just being done again in 14. That's what they do for 14. And it works, you know? And you see it nowhere clearer than the Hildebrand quests. You know, Mini-Moa really isn't a good idea a lot of the time. I think it actually causes them to do more damage. When they fucking scream and stuff. It helps the story's good in 14. The only thing I would say about 14 right now is tonally it's better and they're braver, you know? Their characters swear, their characters allude to having sex, their characters can like actually be physically harmed. Like I won't spoil, but where I am right before Heavensward, my favorite character in the game had their fucking arm chopped off. And it's like, whoa, like, what? And there's, like, blood and stuff. And it's like, yeah, baby. At Guild Wars, you just don't get any of that. It's very... I don't know, everyone feels invincible, do you know what I mean? Like, look at Bram popping out after the Elder Dragon fight at the end of Champions, you know? Perfectly fucking fine. Chop his arm off, for Christ's sake. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Logan gets a bit bruised later, but there's like no consequence. The Logan example is really good as well. And I suppose the Zodra example would be the same, except she's not in the goddamn story, so... I mean, it's stuff like that. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but apparently there's an interview with Tom Abernathy in which... A recent interview. I think it's on Deeg's channel. I haven't seen it. But Cossage recommended it to me. In which, apparently, Tom says he had to fight... you know in episode 1, Daybreak, of Season 4, where, like, Timey's, like, suffocating inside the robot, and it's actually a bit real, and it's a bit dark, and it's like, oh, God. You know, and people loved it. I think in this interview, Tom's like, I had to fight to be able to do that. Like, people are like, oh, you can't harm Timey. What the fuck is going on in that writer's room, if that's actually the case? You can't harm Timey? What? Do you know what I mean? And, like, that's where Final Fantasy story... Because I've been trying really hard as I'm playing that game to actually identify, like, some real differences, like why one game thrives for story and the other doesn't necessarily. And that's the one big thing I can identify so far. And apparently I'm not even in the good stuff yet. So yeah.
You asked for this.
Well, I don't know how much of a child she still was by the time of episode 1. I mean, Daybreak's pretty fucking far along. It's not like she grew up arbitrarily after that event. I'm pretty sure she was like... And even still, man. Even still. Well, we just going to ignore that in Season 2 a similar story happened anyway when she ran off with the whole waypoint thing and got stuck against the Inquest in her golem? Yeah, a similar thing. You know, if you're going to make a child a part of your main cast, you need to have the balls to imperil that child. That's genuinely how I feel. Otherwise, what are you doing, you know?
The village is lost. Save your people.
You're right.
She was 16 in Rising Flames. Well, I mean, and even putting specific numbers on it, I think it's a bit stupid, but... Game's age rating won't allow it. Well, see, this is interesting as well, because I was wondering about this. I don't know whether it's just that the games industry is in just a dire state or what. But, like, I was looking... You know that both games are T for teen. Both games are T for teen. Now, I don't really know the spoiler or the context for this, but I know that in Final Fantasy XIV, at the start of one of the expansions... Oh, I wanted to mini-mo that to break the bar. I know that in one of the expansions, there's, like, something where, like, a little girl's face melts off or something. Like, all this, like, white cream starts coming out of her face and, like, her eyes roll back. It's, like, mental. It's, like, this really demonic thing. I have no idea what the context behind that is, but I know that the scene is, like, messed up, right? And, yeah, like, they're talking about, like, sex, and they're talking about cannibalism, and people are, like, there's a lot of blood, and people are losing limbs. Both games are T for teen. And I wonder if it's, like...
Gone.
Do the governing bodies actually play really deeply into these immensely huge products, you know, to actually analyze and assess? Or do they just say, oh my god, it's an MMO,
sorry you lost your home,
I can't be bothered to rate this whole thing, I'll just give it T for teen and assume that they're fine, you know? Like, I don't really know what that is, but I can tell you that ArenaNet could go a lot further than they do. If Final Fantasy's anything to go by.
My village, I owe you that much.
Good, because that fight is coming. Soon, and we will need all the help we can muster. We have more work to do, but I wish you luck in settling new grounds.
There's no way they do that? Do what? I mean, that's what it takes to me, like, to make the story really captivating, compelling, and real. And I think the fact that Final Fantasy's got such a great reputation now as a brilliant story game, I think kind of vindicates me to a certain degree. This isn't just a wood and potatoes opinion when he asks for a certain tone and a certain type of subject material. It is something real, I think. So it's one of the reasons I'm really happy to have played that game. Right. As for this, I don't think there's any timestamps here. Well, let's see. Oh, this is actually not bad. No. Let's do this. Does anyone know the exact timestamp it was? When Issa said, We're sorry you lost your home, but this is just a sliver of the dragon's power. Unless we all work together, this will happen to all of Tyria. Then send for me when you need allies against the dragons, and I will come. For my brother and my village, I owe you that much. Good, that fight's coming soon, and we'll need all the help we can muster. Yeah, these are good. This is good. Let's put that at, like, orange. We can probably, like, abridge the Lesser Races arc by snipping some of that in. In a perfect world, I'd have all 5, but I can only get 1 right now. Beautiful. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. All right, good. So, just like they do on the Weakest Link, we're in the new chapter now, right? Yeah, we're at the Battle of Clare Island. Okay, this is it now. Well, this is it for real. But just like on the Weakest Link, we're going to bank at this point. So I'm going to turn off my recording. Okay. And I'm going to go have a look at it and make sure it's good. And it is. Okay, excellent. All right, and now we're going to restart the timer. Yeah, having chat for doing this is actually OP. It is actually, yeah. This is called leveraging the audience. I mean, I will help out as soon as people are bored or whatever. I'll do it myself. I mean, okay. So anyway, new timer, new file. Let's go. All right. So this is file 2 now, and we're beginning the Battle of Clare Island. No time to waste. No time like the present. And this is going to be actually the Priory's version of the events, which means we'll get 3 alternate instances. 2 alternate instances. Priory gets the Balthazar stuff, which is pretty good. I'm pretty happy about that. But can WP do an Anne Robinson impression? You are the weakest link. Goodbye. There you go. That's good, isn't it? I've been practicing that one in the mirror every morning. Let's turn that off. Thanks for the subscription there, Toaster Show. I really appreciate that. That's very nice of you. Thank you. It's very nice indeed. Practice in the mirror aimed at yourself. What a self-deprecation. Yeah, that's good. Oh, that's some good fucking dialogue there. I can't hear it though.
I'm pleased your village has joined the fight against them.
The Sun God looks down on this world.
Oh, what was that? What was that? What was that? Hold on, hold on, hold on.
We will not fail.
Let's do that again, because Gix was a little bit quiet there, and I can fix that. Let's do that again. Let me run right over to Gix. But that dialogue under the floor was really good. Oh, somebody in chat, I don't know if you're still here. Somebody said earlier, would it be useful to mine the audio? There have been projects on that in the past. Some even done by me. The problem is that it's a fucking mess. When you do it, like the file names and the order of everything, it's crazy. Like, let's say these 2 NPCs are talking to each other. 50% of their conversation is in one file, and 50% is in another file. But it's not that all of her dialogue is together and all of his dialogue is together. They're mixed up. It's like half of it is him and her, and then half of it's her and him, and it's just the way they've done it is insane. So to actually get tens of thousands of files and listen to every single one of them and order them all perfectly and structure them all perfectly, it's crazy. There was a project where someone ran it all through a text-to-speech AI that would hear what's in the file and guess at what they say and then print the results into a spreadsheet. And you could read the spreadsheet and guess at what file where things appeared. But it's a nightmare. I did a ton of research about it when the personal story Let's Play was going on, because there's some dialogue that is there clean in the client, but when they actually put it in game, it's bugged, like certain Lich dialogue and stuff. And I wanted it in the Let's Play, so I entered that world to get all of that for you guys, and that's in the project there. But I know it's just too insane. This is better. A day playing through the whole story and timestamping it is better than the mining thing. Even if I knew, you know, technically how to do it. I don't think it's just an ArenaNet sucks at organizing thing. I think it's like it's a matter of practicality in the way that their scripts fire random conversations off.
Everyone, Ikniu.
I don't know. I've never worked there or anything, so I don't know how the fuck it works.
God looks down on this world. He watches us. We will not fail.
Okay. My camera work was shoddy there, but whatever. We might use that. That was a nice little line.
Good day, Explorer. Siren and I have been discussing your recent ordeal. It is tragic, simply tragic, that such destruction was inflicted. I cannot overstate it. The dragons must be stopped.
That's a good quote. Let's write that as well.
One bright spot in this whole situation is that your actions have saved many lives and gained allies for the Priory.
Let's timestamp that with the quote, you know, the dragons have claimed many lives.
You to the Priory's highest active rank, Magister.
If we're timestamping a quote, let's make sure the quote itself is written there, because then I can just read the spreadsheet and I can know immediately the content. Hello, SBTL Gaming.
I need
Welcome.
you to run a small errand as well. An associate of mine recently developed a new.
Oh, this is perfect. This is all gold. Gold dust.
Higher magical entities.
This is like tier
like
fucking 0. This is S tier. Triple
Maeve
S.
has offered the Priory a copy
Triple
of her
S star plus.
I want you to go to Lion's Arch and pick it up.
Sounds like fun. I'll meet you at her house. It's on the beach, near the Western Ward. I'll meet you in Lion's Arch.
Okay, do you want to trigger anything? Can I go downstairs? I would love to hear those guys talking. In some of these instances, the grates are open. I guess not this one, though. That sucks. Oh, what was going on there? Do you guys see that shadow bugging? In the bottom right of my client?
So many mysteries in the world. May Cormyr enlighten you.
There was some good dialogue here at the Priory, I remember. Right. Making another cinematic video. Yeah, I'm trying to make the ultimate edition. I'm trying to do the best thing possible. It's possible it's organized more sanely internally, but then when they generate the DAT file, it gets chopped up and compressed for some reasons or something. Yeah, I think that's possible. Look, I mean, I don't know how much they keep. I remember when I flew out the first time, I was talking to, who was it? I was talking, so not flew out, this is the Brighton event. I really, really wanted to be able to play the convention demos with the energy potions and the old itemization and the Diablo-style leveling attribute point spending and shit, like the original version of Guild Wars 2. That shit really excited me. But as I've actually spoken to multiple devs over the years about it, it sounds like they don't keep stuff. They just, like, things just get thrown away. That to me, it's like, there's a lot of stuff like all the, like, merchandise and toys and stuff that they could have been building up and keeping as, like, a library or whatever. You know, if you get like a virtual reality headset and you go to Steam, you can like download a tour of Valve's offices, and like right there at the entrance of Valve's office, anything you can ever really imagine they've got, and they allow people to see in real life. Like whenever a Valve game was on a gaming magazine, like on the front page or whatever, like they've got it there on like a shelf. Like they really kept all that stuff. As far as I can see, ArenaNet doesn't do any of that. It's in and out straight away, you know. Like, the studio is not big on preservation and shit, so I don't know whether they really have a great library of all their old stuff.
But Gix didn't say anything about weird lights and thumping noises.
They do keep stuff? You thought they had a vault? I've never heard of a vault.
Doubt it. The house's defense mechanisms have been activated.
Oh, no.
It would be one long video,
Maybe someone tried to break
Darren.
in and steal Maeva's research. We'd better head in and find Maeva. She may need our help.
Okay. I don't know whether the Maeva section of this story will do, but the end of this is probably going to make it in. Oh god, we have the alarm to deal with. It's the basement, isn't it?
extraordinary knowledge technician. Currently, Mavis' home is on full alert lockdown due to perimeter breach. Visitors will be politely greeted and summarily destroyed. Please remain calm as the hospitality defenses vaporize you.
Combat protocols active. Restricted weaponry unlocked. Prepare for death. Have a nice time. Combat protocols active. Restricted weaponry unlocked. Prepare for death. Have a nice time.
I wonder if Toolkit is actually better.
Protocols active. Restricted weaponry unlocked. Prepare for death. Have a nice time.
As far as quiet combat is concerned, I think just pumping out elixirs and smashing people with pry bars is probably one of the best things you can do, right? It's better than the crack, crack, crack of a rifle. Here's Maeva. We get kicked out, right?
Defenses have escalated. Dimensional stasis fields initiated, and secondary golemic enforcers are now active. Please remain quiescent during complete eradication, and enjoy the soothing
You just want to say thanks for the end of Dragon's Daily? I appreciate that, man. There's going to be a new one out soon. I've already recorded it. It's just not online right now because I'm doing this.
Prepare for death. Have a nice time. Active. Restricted weaponry unlocked. Prepare for death. Have a nice time. Protocols active. Restricted weaponry unlocked. Prepare for death. Have a nice time.
Could get rid of the powder pack as well. Oh, I'm not running aim assist rocket, and I'm not running the other thing. Okay. Yeah, I think this is good. There you go, guys. A bit of buildcraft. The most silent build. Alright, we've got to find the dimensional anchor, which is upstairs on the roof.
Combat protocols active. Restricted weaponry
Does this cleave? Do the autos cleave? I don't think they do, right?
Have a nice time.
Yeah, they don't. Even fucking Thief Dagger autos cleave too these days. Do you think the next wave of Elite Specs will address kits and conjures? I think they might. I was data mining all the skills as well the other day and looking at the old tome skills for Guardian, like the old pacifism icon and stuff. And it seems weird to me that they're just not in the game in any way, you know, even when they add the Firebrand and they bring the idea of tomes back. A lot of that old art is just sitting there unused. The entire audio from the hologram was great. Well, look, fun is not necessarily what I'm looking for. It's just stuff that feeds into the main plot of the game. I mean, maybe I could have... I don't know. I don't know. Should I do the whole thing? Should it just be every fucking cutscene and big moment?
Restricted weaponry unlocked. Prepare for death. Have a nice time.
It wouldn't be that much work to do 2 versions. Maybe I could do my sort of... Maybe I could do an abridged and then a full length. How can a flamethrower not be a decent source of burn stacks? I actually really like flamethrower as a hybrid weapon. Just because when I think of a really badass flamethrower, right? I think of like, not just the heat, but the pressure and the intensity of the flames. Like physically just fucking like, not just melting someone's flesh off, but blowing it off. Like forcing, you know, like... But that to me is like the coolest kind of flamethrower, and a hybrid flamethrower that does a lot of damage. It evokes that exact feeling, you know. Stun and weaken golems, and get an energy potion icon. What's the buff I'm getting? I'm getting time warp on me. Am I really? Is this applying time warp to me? Oh no, that's because I stood in the thing. Oh, this one cleaves. At least 3 targets. Right, we'll use the potion.
That's interesting. Congratulations. You have successfully initiated the dimensional anchor. If correctly installed, the dimensional anchor will stabilize dimensional phenomena. However, as a side effect, The anchor may cause migraines, disintegration.
That's frustrating. Maybe I should have waited.
Salutations. I see you're from the Priory. Thanks for the help. I'm glad I didn't have to wait for the defenses to deactivate.
And how long would that have taken exactly?
Oh, 3,500 years, give or take a decade.
Are you planning on
At that point,
filling
I
in the
would have
details
emerged from
between
stasis
cutscenes and stuff?
confident
Yeah,
that the
yeah,
radiation
definitely.
was gone. What's this? Aha! The creature that invaded my house was some kind of Orion scout. I told Gix that
It
my
could be two
equations
versions,
predicted
one
an assault
5
on Lion's
thing,
Arch.
and the other
This
same video just
intrusion
split up into big
implies
sections.
We've reached time critical
Yeah,
for that attack.
the guy that does WoW
If
Lord
that's
did that,
true,
did he?
then the whole city's in danger. Maeva, go to the Priory. Show Gix your research. My friend and I will head for Claw Island immediately. We have to warn the Lion Guard.
What's on Claw Island?
The Claw Island fortress stands in the harbor of Lion's Arch. It's the last defense against invasion from the sea. If Zhaitan's going to
Okay,
attack the city,
this is
its
gold
minions will
here.
have to
Let's
fight their
timestamp
way
this,
past the
guys.
fort.
That little moment there is crucial. Claw Island is the last defense of the city. Zhaitan might attack it.
Excelsior.
Let's get out of the fucking alarm. Right. Oh, we're going there immediately. We're sailing straight away. So yeah, this is Claw Island 1. There's 2 instances, obviously. Wait, what am I talking about? Never mind. It's BCI or something, Battle Claw Island. I don't know what, I thought it had the same initialism as the WoW expansion. I have no idea what happened to my head there. Alright. That's a maybe, that's like a red. I mean, maybe we'll have that, I'm not sure.
I smell something odd. Do you smell it?
Smell? No. But the back of my neck keeps itching for some reason.
That's a gold. I love all this shit.
Something's definitely wrong.
Yeah, I love all. It's so. This is so beautifully crafted, by the way. The Claw Islands, Claw Island 1 particularly.
Is that Traherne up there talking to Commander Talon?
Oh, this is it. This is golden story right here. This is the story.
Necromancer? Comes through here every few months on his way to ore. That guy creeps me out.
This is all excellent right now. It can all be under the same timestamp, I suppose. No, I didn't create a new character for this.
I've researched the situation extensively. The Orions will strike here, on Claw Island.
Okay. And then Talon.
Thank you for meeting with us, Watch Commander Talon. We have grave news. One of Zhaitan's minions breached the city. We destroyed it, but the creature was likely scouting for a much bigger force. An attack is imminent.
A what? That's extremely unlikely. We've seen no sign of an impending attack. If there was to be one, we'd know of it.
By the bow, Siren? May the tree watch over you, young one. How's the Priory treating you?
Firstborn, it is an honor to see you again. I'm so glad you're here.
See, the stuff we might be
terrible is
missing
about
is
to
Sylvari opening
Traherne,
stuff.
This
but
is my dear friend. One of the kindest and most
I think it's
dedicated
skippable.
magisters in the Priory. Magister, this is Traherne, Tyria's foremost scholar on Zhaitan and ore. He's a hero to me.
Commander Talon, I can confirm their information. Zhaitan's servants are indeed approaching. A fleet of dead ships has launched from the Straits of Devastation. The Risen sail beneath a cloak of stealth.
Whatever you've seen, it can't be a real threat. Claw Island can withstand any assault. Speak with my commanders, Brack and Mira. Once you review our defenses, you'll realize there's nothing to fear.
I think there's so much gold here. I'm basically just going to know from the spreadsheet. Okay, Claw Island.
The drowned Orion one you let out of its cage. Yes, that was a menace. Did everything end up well?
I misread the sign language. It was saying kill, and I thought it was saying I feel better. It's wonderful to see you again.
If you don't mind, I'll accompany you on your rounds. It's been a while since I've toured the fortress.
I really love this more immersive camera. I kind of wish the personal story playthrough I did had all of this. Okay. Yeah, I think basically I'm just going to be like, okay, Clare Island, every time I see that there are peaks on the audio track, I'll know there's dialogue and it's probably going to go in the video.
I've heard the rumors. Undead coming in under stealth. Do you believe it?
Probably just another trickle of corpses. It happens.
No, I think this one will be worse. I just have a really bad feeling.
There's a chill in the air. It is beginning.
I genuinely don't know how often they get to this level of, like...
Be on alert. The Orions are planning a major attack against Clare Island.
Tell the Watch Commander Talon that the gunnery emplacements are ready. The fortress here on Clare Island houses more 24-pounders than a ship of the line. We'll be ready to fight the Orions. Don't doubt that. Check on Deputy Mira. She's in charge of the beach patrols.
The Lion Guard don't understand. This won't be a sortie. It'll be a massacre.
How do you guys feel about Trahan's voice acting? People used to take the mickey out of it so much. But I feel like, I don't know if it's just because I'm British, but the whole claw thing, Clare. It's Clare Island, Trahan, my god. But I like the way he says claw. To me, that's normal. He should speak when he gets in range of her, so let's... Will he? No?
Welcome to Beach Patrol, the most dangerous duty on Claw
That's weird,
Island.
they TP'd him.
Deputy, a massive attack is on its way from Ore. You must prepare your troops.
If we fall, our last order is to light those 3 signal towers. We have to warn Lion's Arch if the fortress is lost. In 100 years, they've never once been lit. We're very proud of that.
Deputy Mira, sound the alarm. There are undead on the beach.
If an invasion's really coming, we'll need everyone on the island to hold the line.
Right, okay, that's all good. I think I'll skip this actual fight. How much power damage does the box of nails do? None. There's no power damage, so I can stealth with that.
That wasn't much of a fight. Trahan, I thought you said the attack would be significant.
It was a feint. They're testing your defenses. More will come, and soon.
Makes sense. Report to Watch Commander Talon, and tell the men to be ready.
Look, I think that's what Arena should do whenever...
I've studied Orion creatures for 25 years, but I rarely engage in combat with them. Do you think the commander will listen to us now?
That dialogue always skips, by the way. That's got nothing to do with your options. Yeah, that's what Arena should do. Whenever they release some content that's like poorly balanced and you just break through it.
I have been drawn to Ore. My wild hunt is to heal the land.
I might skip that just because the camera was so bad. They should just say it was just a feint, bro. It's fine. It was just a feint. You know, Wing 6, Wing 7, they were just feint. Sorry, Wing 7 and 8.
About defeating them.
Oh, no, 6 and 7. Yeah. 5 was the underworld, and 5 was good.
Paltry attack. It barely ruffled our feathers. Is that all they brought?
This is brilliant. Not having a target there.
Much more. Keep watching the sea.
You're a scholar, not a general, firstborn. Why should we trust you?
The fortress is under attack. Ready on the wall. Hostiles incoming.
That's almost comical the way they do that. Yeah, not Wing 8, 7. You did this so many times for Black Lion Key farming. Did you get one at the end of the Clare Island arc then? I couldn't remember that.
They're catapulting abominations onto the western wall. Repel the invaders!
Alright, so we get the A-bombs. I'll actually have to... This is a very weak build, so I actually have to be a little bit careful here, because if they build up too much frenzy, they will just kill me. Probably just stand back and pew-pew. Oh, can we mow abominations? Oh my god. Mowing a 25 frenzy abomination is probably a really hilarious result. Let's see. We can. Oh, I bet it would fucking kill you if you did that at the wrong time. What's this? No, you don't, but yes, you do. Oh, the key, you mean? The misery line is great. Yeah, the Risen sound good. Like I said, I played this on French. I can't speak French. I can't understand it. And the Risen are really scary when they're like speaking, but you can't even understand the language, you know? And they're like, you know, guttural kind of zombie noises at the same time. It's really cool as well, like, because I like to imagine I couldn't speak Orient, you know? I like to imagine that it's some kind of, like, really exotic, like, you know, Arabic or whatever, like, dialect that I just don't get. And then when you actually do make it so that you can't understand the language, even if it's the wrong language, it's really cool. Right, we got a res here. Let's toss an elixir R. Oh. Wrong button. It just takes forever if you don't do it that way. Well, it can, I don't know. French are pretty scary when they want to be. Man, I'll tell you what, speaking about, like, you know, continental Europeans, what a segue that is. I've been reading a lot about the football at the moment. People really hate England, and they really want England to lose on this Sunday. I'm not too into football. I get into it during these tournaments. But, you know, with a lot of the way that our fans and stuff act, you know, I really don't mind either way. But it is crazy that the hate jerk is mental.
Mira, how stand the beaches?
Fallen, sir. And a lot of good soldiers with them. We have to light the watchtowers.
Let lions hearts think we've lost?
It's Coming Home is a joke. It is a joke. The lyrics of that song, literally, are about how England's useless and can't do anything right. That is literally what that song's about.
The harbor holds their reinforcements. Sink it!
That said, I don't doubt as well that a lot of people now singing it are not doing it in an ironic way or whatever. They actually think, you know. I think it was written for the Euros in '96 or something, and it hasn't been here in this country since, or something like that. All this like technical stuff about sinking the ship. Do you remember doing this on the No Skills Challenge? We had to actually swim out there, and actually getting the pet to target the boat was a bit of a problem. Okay, I'm missing there. I think I need to do a little bit more power. It's not max. It's slightly less than max. There you go. This is the trivia you come here for, guys. Yeah, I don't want Italy to win. I just want England to lose. Yeah, that's it, basically. Because I saw a thing of Italy fans just randomly beating the shit out of some, like, pizza driver. There's a big crowd and he's trying to drive through on his like little moped or whatever, and these people just like kick him and throw him on the floor. It's like, what the fuck is this? I mean, it's not an ethnicity thing or a country thing. It's just hooliganism, isn't it? It's just people, and it's just sports, and it's alcohol, and it's just big crowds.
This is no normal attack. The Lion Guard cannot hold. We're overwhelmed.
Claw Island has stood for nearly 100 years. It cannot fall. We'll fight them to the last soldier, to the last sword. We'll never serve.
That's I wish they redid that. This is supposed to be serious.
We need a medic over here. Commander Talon, hold on. You'll be all right.
Quiet, Mira. Soldiers don't need lies. Retreat to the city.
Like the ridiculous kitty cat death animation they just had him in. And then quiet soldiers don't need lies. If that's not the great dichotomy at the heart of Char aesthetic, I don't know what is.
The island is overwhelmed. We have to evacuate the Lion Guard and ignite the watchtowers to warn the city.
No. You'll never make it to the beacon with these risen monstrosities chasing you. We'll have to fight our way back.
See, I think all of this is cuttable as well.
Will make a stand in the courtyard while you go for the tower. God's willing, the risen will be too busy fighting.
I think you just do the build-up and then...
Your bravery is commendable, Deputy Mirror.
Maybe this line
but
makes
your soldiers cannot survive a protracted battle against this many undead.
It's the duty of every Lion Guard to lay down our lives to protect our city. If that's what it takes, that's exactly
This would probably make it.
We'll rally in the courtyard. You light the warning beacons.
That wouldn't, though.
Now
You
go.
see, any kind of, like, dialogue that's just there about gameplay
Rally
requests,
to me for one last stand.
this will make it. It's a shame you can clearly see them picking daisies. And this will look good. This will sound good with some intense, you know, combat music. You remember having to write a paper on hooliganism? Really? In English class? In 8th grade? And from what I remember, England was apparently banned from playing in Italy for a few years to prevent their fans from breaking another stadium. Wow. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I heard, I didn't know this about football, but if your fans do shit like shine a laser pointer in the opposing goalkeeper's eye, I don't know who'd ever do that. I don't think there's any examples of that ever happening. But if something weird like that happened, you know, something really obscure, it's the team that gets fined. The idea is that the fans shouldn't do that shit because they actually hurt their team. Like, the England team itself was fined. I didn't know. I actually think that's quite smart. This cutscene's probably cuttable too. Maybe you actually have this cutscene with some of the dialogue in the background, so that we're not looking at side-by-sides all the time.
Well done.
Well, I do miss having the cleave. We got to do a lot of fighting now.
It begins.
Come here.
To be honest, I should probably change my build here. Whatever. We'll take it easy. You can do this in a matter of seconds. Any classes with good pulls. Like if you're playing any number of Necro builds, but put Spectral Grasp on them, just ball them up, kill them. Reaper's best, because then you can GS5 afterwards as well. Do you know what I've always wanted a trait for Necro? A core Necro trait that makes the skill 4 a pull. Like if you think about it, if you Soul Spiral, I think that's it, or is that the Greatsword skill? The Reaper 4, or if you think about core Necro 4, or even a Garish Pillar if you like. If they became vacuum skills where while they're triggering, like people get sucked in, I think that would be cool as fuck. That should be like a Grandmaster trait. And do whatever you've got to do to balance it, but just that concept I think is cool. You know, give it a 90-second ICD if you want. I don't give a fuck, but that's just so fun to me.
Push them back. Keep your courage up.
The Mentor dies on Clare Island 2. This is Clare Island 1. This is the introduction of Blightghast.
Everyone, get to cover. It breathes corruption.
And,
My eyes, my eyes! I can't see. By Cormyr, it burns.
I don't know. They die here, don't they? They die here. Mira gets burnt up. That's an important moment.
Everyone, calm.
They don't swap her model yet, it seems. What am I doing? Oh, we just got it over here. Yeah, this is it here. Yeah.
The dragon's servants will never let our ships sail. If they surround the docks, they'll slaughter us, and Zhaitan's forces will grow.
Our soldiers are too injured to fight. They can barely walk.
I do like the monk's
can't form a
outfit. When
defense
it's
and still get them
gestures
all
in
aboard.
cutscenes, like the tassels move
Someone
around,
needs
it's good.
to hold them off and give everyone else time to escape. No. Not someone. Me.
You can't win against those monsters.
See, it's a
Siren.
quantity
There are too many
problem.
of them.
If I can keep them busy, It's enough of a win for me.
If I'd actually spent hours
Gix always said
hanging
I
with
was
these
an
guys, if
exceptional
like the
troublemaker.
orders felt like guilds
When
and like
you
the
and I
Elder Scrolls series, you know, and
I
like
didn't
you
think
properly
about
build
anything
through
but
it and it's a
myself.
real fucking
I wanted
progression.
fun, excitement,
Instead of just every
risks.
5 minutes I gain
I
a
didn't
new
really
rank.
care about others. In my
Then this
short
matters,
life,
you know.
you've
But
taught
if
me
you've
the
just
most
given me
important
a
lesson. Friends
half
will
an
go
hour
through
experience
anything
with the
for each other.
character,
That's why I have to do this. I've always wondered what it would be like to go to the Mists. It'll be a new adventure. There's so much left.
you saw a Reddit thread wanting these dialogue cutscenes to come back, and it's frightening to think so many people agreed on that. I was just talking about, I think there are merits to the style. I do think there are.
I can't let you hurt them. I won't.
This stream's a little bit worse than the game actually is, just because there's no audio.
You'll have to cut a path for us. Lion Guard, follow me.
Hurry, to the ships.
This is always so interesting of a detail.
Vain.
People always think of like Zhaitan as being the replacement for the Mentor, and in a lot of ways he is, but actually it's kind of Mira in a way as well. Mira was just introduced too, and Mira is now in the story. And it's specifically Mira gets to get carried out in a sheath. Again, it's like structurally, I think they did all the right things here. I think it was right to do a mentor in the orders who dies and at the start of the Zhaitan story and demonstrates the danger of the dragons and gives you a personal stake in it. I think everything's right. It's, you know, all of the like high level decisions, they're all perfectly adequate and well concepted. But then the Zhaitan just wants to fight here. But then the implementation just left so much to be desired. Really wish I was on hill turret so I could heal these people. I'm definitely proccing an extra strike. What is it that I'm proccing? Oh, it's explosive entrance. It's explosive entrance. It's not loud though, so whatever. Oh my god, that was some weird thing. Maybe... Oh my god, what? Why?
I won't.
Oh, there you go. I was going to say, I thought they just cut my cutscene away. You cried when Tybalt died. I'm deadly serious. Are you joking? You cried when Tybalt died. I feel like a lot of people wear their emotions a lot closer to the surface than I do. Like, I can't imagine a million years crying when any character dies in this game. I'm just nowhere near close enough for that. It takes, like, a good movie. And they have to be, like, super hands-off as well and let me breathe in my own emotions. Like, if they're putting sappy music on, if they're, you know, slathering the camera with grease and, like, or whatever, you know, that it takes to put the softest lighting possible. If it's obvious that they're trying to manipulate my heartstrings, it just doesn't work for me. Alright, there you go. 2 keys. Pretty cool. Right, so what does Gix say? Oh my god, why have we got so many of these? Let's get rid of all of them. Tula request. Oh, Tula's the person. This is this guild request, is it? Okay, assembled in Lion's Arch. This, though, I just complimented, like, the structure of the story. This bit I don't compliment. This just doesn't work. It doesn't work to set up this whole big fucking threat about Lion's Arch being attacked and say there's agency there and then send people off on a bunch of side quests. It just doesn't work. This bit was a bit poor to me.
Amnoon was always kind of shady, but now it's out of control.
You don't care about Tybalt. You don't know why there's a fuss. There was no time or connection to get attached. Well, look, here's the thing about Tybalt. Tybalt is, to me, the best of the 3 characters. Siren's the second best. See, what they actually very expertly did with Tybalt is they gave you a lot to latch onto and a lot to understand in a very short screen time. Like, all the stuff about apples and, like, his charisma and all that shit, that all works really well. And I think it's actually very expertly done, given how little time there is. That's why Tybalt's the best. Forgals could be a great character as well, but he needs a lot more time to really connect with.
I'm sorry.
But at least she went out bravely.
And
Because
Siren's
of
kind
her
of in the middle ground.
sacrifice, the survivors reached Lion's Arch.
I'd always hoped
Okay, new
Siren
time,
would
Sam.
learn responsibility, but not like this. She was a turnip-brained, leaf-loving.
Yeah, I think this'll get
She
in
will be
there.
missed.
The thing is, it's Siren
courage provided
specific.
opportunity, but your bravery led us to safety, my friend.
I might cut the whole mentor
I owe
bit
you a
out
great
because
debt,
otherwise the video has to assume one of the mentors.
You may not be a member of the Priory, Traherne.
And
but
maybe
you know
that's
more
not
about
right.
the
I don't
Orions
know. Or
than
maybe I do
anyone
leave
in
it in.
Tyria.
Do we leave the Siren stuff
do you
in and just have comments of people saying,
He's
it's
undead,
not Siren,
commanded
it's
by a
Tibble.
powerful wraith. He'll remain hidden while his minions carry out the slaughter.
So, we must discover the unseen, I believe the Priory has an artifact that will aid us. An idol of Balthazar, the human god of war, murder...
I cried when
etc.
Zhaitan died. Yeah, I was
can
crying when I was
transform
pressing 2 on that
one
cannon.
individual. The more you kill,
2.
the more powerful you become.
Please, Dan, this
until
can't be
your
it.
enemy
2.
can no longer hide from you.
Oh no, there's a
But
new
it is
phase. 2. Oh god, it's
I'll do
almost
it.
over. 2.
Siren was never afraid
Yeah,
to
I was
take
crying at
risks.
that point.
She gave us a chance to protect the city, and I plan to do exactly that.
I see, that was the game. That's how they were trying to break our hearts.
How on Tyria does this stump sorcel thing work anyway? Stand still, everyone. One wrong move and we're all shish kebabs.
Stuart Gix, I don't feel so well.
I told you not to move. Blast it. Well, we can manage with one less. Everyone, concentrate.
Sorry, is that
There.
dialogue?
It worked. It wasn't a doubt in my mind. Go! Unleash righteous extermination!
You can't do this alone. I'll stand with you.
Here's some trivia. I never noticed this in the LP. They're making it look like they're patting out the flames by sheath unsheathing. Do you see that? He's got like 2 swords or whatever, and it's sheath unsheath, sheath unsheath. And she's doing the same with her staff. Balthazar's fist. Sadly, this doesn't really hint too well at the POF stuff. I think there's a comment about him being a god of mass murder, though, which is nice.
You'll regret this.
Oh, I don't get my F skills. This guy's bug dialogue, by the way.
It's noticed you. Good. Keep cutting the minions down. It'll show soon enough.
It's weird basically having a full Ellie bar, but with backbreaker. I feel like this is just like... This is a tiny little insight as to what it would be like if the weapon skills system was different and you had full control over what buttons you put where. Like having Dagger 3 and like Staff Autos and Hammer Backbreaker, you know.
Foul this locale no more.
It's an interesting insight into...
Once I wrote the histories of Tyria. Now I write it.
Yeah, I remember that being bugged. I can't do that. I remember having to do a lot in the Let's Play to get that audio right. Go back and watch that episode. Nobody appreciates it, but I spent like a day on that 1 second of that one fucking LP video. Because it is cool. He's basically a reference to... what's he a reference to? The Movement of the World article that translates Guild Wars 1 into Guild Wars 2. He wrote that, and then he became a Lich. If I remember rightly, that's the trivia. They really shouldn't have been using abominations this early in the story and not having me slaughter them as well.
All who defy us will falter.
What's the auto attack chain like? Blade and then Triumph, it says? See, it's such good dialogue, though. Zhaitan's rise won't be stopped. You'll fall, blah, blah, blah. It's so good. I really want that in this video that we're making right now, but I don't think I can put it in because it's shoddily implemented. Can I just one-shot all of them with a fireball? Oh, the thrall obstructed it. That, by the way, that's a little sign as to a lot of the cool shit this game's combat system and engine can do. But the balance doesn't really emphasize in any way.
Now, Magister, strike down the ghost. A little revenge for Siren.
There we go. Oh, I can't break his bar either. Oh shit, that's a flip over.
The Sylvari screamed it just before she died.
Oh, I just realized. Dragon's tooth was on the bar. I didn't realize.
Well done, Magister. You channeled the idol's power without turning into a ravaging, blood-crazed psychopath. Ah, I may not have mentioned that particular side effect. Well, never mind. Good job.
The idol is incredibly strong. Can we use it against the Vanguard at Claw Island?
Sadly, no. The human god of mass murder is not a deity that likes to use the same tactic twice. The idol's no longer enchanted.
Not long ago, an associate of mine
put that as a red timestamp if that's okay, please. I don't know about the mass murder line. I don't know.
We could use their help.
Big important story step coming up here, by the way. We got the source of ore. Not the source of ore. What's it called?
Modifying a sonic weapon we captured.
I can't remember, but we're going to the Pale Tree.
Those both sound like good ideas.
And it's a really big one.
Manpower or firepower? Give me a moment to think before I decide.
Whatever you decide, I'm going with you. You need the help, and I owe it to Siren.
Yeah, the idol does come up in early child story, yeah.
I'll leave the commanding to the experts. The Pale Tree guides you.
Is this Karis and Tegwin? I think it's got to be Karis and Tegwin, right? Yeah. Why, is this a Gore one? No, it's got to be Karis and Tegwin. Karis and Tegwin are better if I had captured a bunch of early Sylvari story. But maybe we can do sort of an incomplete picture where the later arcs are there. Right, let's see how the spreadsheet's doing. Man, you guys are legends. Look at how good this is. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's this simple one here. I was wondering where I was going to be going there. Okay. I need to get up and out of the cave first, right? I could have sworn there was a ramp to just walk out. Am I crazy? Whatever, we'll climb up this way. I feel like my textures are really crisp at the moment. I don't know whether that's because I was messing with my NVIDIA control panel recently. Is that coming across on the screen on the stream as well? Does it feel like I have no sharpening on or anything, but it feels really crisp? Oh god, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, excuse me. Shards of ore. No, I'm not super sampling. That wouldn't affect anyway.
It is an honor to see you again.
Tegwin, Karis, I'm glad to see you both, but I come with urgent news. You are needed.
It's Or again, isn't it? Oh no, what's happened now?
This is all pretty good, I think. We can mark that. This stuff might make it. I think this is like definitely orange.
After we saved our village, Karis and I felt the call to continue fighting against Or. It has become our wild hunt.
A proud duty. Tegwin, I'm sure you remember the mirror that washed up on the beach near the village of Anwin.
I remember it. I also remember how its magic forced me into awe.
See, this mirror is going to come back later as well.
I saw in that dark land.
Terrors in the dark land is a good line.
It felt like Zhaitan's teeth were closing around me the whole time we were there. But we're safe here, right?
This is good. This is good exposition for where
sorry,
we're gonna
Karis,
go.
But that's no longer true. Zhaitan has attacked Lion's Arch. Claw Island has fallen, and the city may be next.
I think this is good.
Oh no! Oh, tumbling turnips! Lion's Arch? It can't be.
Tegwin, you and Karis have seen the dragon's evil firsthand. We need you to be part of the Derman Priory's effort to save the city.
Traherne, I want to help, but we have duties here. There's a champion of Zhaitan in this swamp, and we've sworn to destroy her.
This would get cut,
Then
this
we'll
bit.
help. We'll enter the swamp with you and clear it out for good.
Just whenever it becomes busy work, it's getting cut. But I think this is all good. The more I'm playing, the more I'm thinking this is going to be very cutscene heavy, and it's going to be like 75 cutscene, 25 like curated, my exposition between them and stuff like that. Thinking that's how this will end up looking. I watched your video on settings and I turned off reshade, compared every step of yours to mine. Everything was so washed out on my PC. The colors really pop for you. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, if it was your monitor calibration, I don't see why my client would look different to yours. We would both look washed out. One thing I never said in that video, by the way, as far as like monitor technologies are concerned, the best color accuracy you can do, like if you could get an OLED panel or whatever, definitely much better. And getting an IPS panel is way better than a TN panel. You know, color accuracy and stuff is actually a huge thing, but I never included that. Maybe I should have. I don't know. I really don't know why my colors would be different to yours. Maybe your gamma is wrong? You could possibly be washing it out with weird gamma settings? Maybe you've messed up somewhere in your NVIDIA control panel or whatever, and you've got like color saturation issues there. I promise you, like what you're looking at right now, there's no reshade or post-processing on at all here. There's nothing. No shader suites, no NVIDIA tweaks. This is just pure vanilla. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I always find this interesting. This little mosquito. Someone put that there to just make the game feel a little bit less empty. That's the kind of stuff that they have to do. Oh god, we have to decide on a greatest fear. Hey, does anyone want to look ahead and give me an argument for which greatest fear is the best one for us to do? That's really the last serious decision to make. I guess the final order decision as well. I'll probably do the searing one. Just because using a searing cauldron in ore is such a fucking cool, fantastic idea. But yeah, which greatest fear is the best one when we're creating the pact? You were talking about the medic, the husband was Ton. Oh yeah, it's Ton. Yeah, you're right. It's the Ton thing. It wasn't Kecht. You never knew or you forgot about the light adaptation setting? Yeah, I mean, if there's one piece of information there that you guys didn't know watching that video, I'm happy with that. But basically no one's clicked that video. I genuinely feel like that's a very, very good like graphics video. But I guess it wasn't shared anywhere, or I guess people don't care about it, or it's not as good as I thought it was, because it was really, or I buried it too much with other stuff. But I'm really happy with the comments that I got on it, honestly. Some people were really, really nice about that. If you hear that you've saved someone 20 frames or whatever, that's a cool comment.
Zhaitan's lieutenant. She's the one that drives these attacks. Her name is Herbosa the Wretched, and she's quite creepy. Mold in your mouth creepy. Once she's defeated, the undead will scatter.
Kind of cool, but I think this won't make it.
Scream is getting closer.
Oh, she stopped, you bitch. I wanted to figure out what slider that was on.
Come here.
Personal Story's attempt to do a boss fight. No matter how many elixirs I throw, I'm not actually cleansing, so that weakness will not go away. Whoa, fucking, that was as good as a strike mission right there, baby.
Farewell, Herbosa. May your spirit find rest in the
You
mist.
got plus 20 FPS from my
which are
video
far
in
from the
open world,
dragon.
and you went from
Very,
45 to
very far.
120 in
Lucky
fractals.
Herbosa.
That's awesome,
Really.
man.
Thank you for aiding us. At last, I feel the abatement of my wild hunt's call. The danger here is over.
Tegwin, you and Karis have seen what Zhaitan can do firsthand.
This would be in the video,
We
this
need
here.
you and those like you to come and fight.
Ever since our first journey into Ore, Sylvari from the Caledon Forest have sought us out, wanting to defeat Zhaitan. You fought with them today. They're a stalwart group, and loyal. If Karis and I aid you, they'll come as well.
A unit of
My only
battle-trained
issue was that you
Sylvari
didn't
with
say people should
experience
change
in
them
Ore?
one by one to
What
see
more
each
could we
impact.
ask
I have a
for?
feeling there'll be many
Thank
sheeple
you.
who will just click
We'll
on
see you in
everything, brick
Lion's
their
Arch.
FPS and complain. Yeah,
I'm
I think you're right.
concerned.
I think you're right about
the
that.
Orions
yeah.
are entrenched. It will be incredibly difficult to regain Clare Island.
We can't give up hope, Traherne.
Someone said I should have
lost
done a
hope.
section on competitive
In
settings
fact,
too, which is
I'm
maybe
counting
fair.
on hope to
And
lead
I've
the
already
way.
said I regret the
I
runners
feel that we should ask
administrator
for wisdom from the
shortcut
pale tree.
flags.
If anyone knows how to defeat Zhaitan, it is the Mother. Meet me at the Grove, and we'll speak with her before the battle.
Which are my top 5 gameplay moments in all of the story so far? Balthazar boss fight's probably super up there. The Demos battle is definitely up there. Several elements of the Kralkatoric fight and flying on Aurene as he travels through the mist is pretty good. And flying into his broken mouth was pretty good. I don't know. There's a lot to track through in my mind. I liked running away from Foul Lane in Heart of Thorns. That mission was good. Special Archives, the Priory in Season 2, going into the Crystal... into Glint's Lair, I think was pretty good as well. I mean, gameplay moments in story, I mean, it's kind of a specific thing you're asking me for there. But I think those are all good.
You must return to camp and regroup.
Battle on the Breachmaker is pretty good. It doesn't count as a story, but to Quarter Rising and... what the fuck is going on here? Is it really the top of Bloodtide? To Quarter Rising and Triple Trouble. I don't actually have that many great memories of Marionette. I never played it as much as other people. No, it's Travel to the Grove. I thought that seemed weird to me. Oh, here we go. This is super emphatically going to be in the video. Yeah, Demos. The last 10% of Demos was such a fucking mind blow to me. It was so cool.
I feel the call. I'm willing to get...
Not knowing what the phase was going to be or that was going to come out. You know, doing it blind. Appreciating every drip of the story and the art and the combat mechanics all at once, blind, discovering it and solving the puzzle with friends. I mean, that is perfection, isn't it? You can't actually get better than that. That is everything you'd want from an MMO. And I really do think I was pretty well suited to get that release.
Bide a while. I have much to show you both. Come to me. Let me show you the way.
I really think all of this here is going to get in the video.
Mother Tree, I am sure by now
Do you think they'll bring back Breachmaker in the same way as they're bringing back the Marionette? I hope so. I think that they should, yeah.
The soul
November,
of
December
Tyria
launch of that?
mourned
Maybe
as her
earlier.
Children were cut down by the beast. The land wept, and the world shuddered.
Not just the Breachmaker, though. But I think they can do the evacuation phase and the re-attack phase. I think they can do it all in one. They can bundle it all together.
To ask your counsel.
The answer is at the heart of Tyria's future, and your own. Both of you must face the darkness, become
You were looking through
guiding stars in the
Kekai,
night.
Kataki's
Is it even possible to
Guildhall Suit
defeat
Gallery
Zhaitan?
again and seeing how much of that
Only
artwork is
with
still
great
unused in the game. Do you think
courage.
there's a chance of reading that? Remember,
Come.
they own it.
I will
Well, I don't
show
know
you
exactly
a
what
vision
artwork
of
you're
your
talking about,
future
but
and the challenges to come.
in truth, I think they probably have forgotten a lot of what they can do and what they have
brave
got.
friends.
Probably.
Your future awaits.
But you never know. There's a question of what use is it as well, right? Okay, I have post-processing on, right? Yeah.
Ore is a dark and foul place. Even though I have been here, in truth, this vision is unsettling. Let us hurry. The pale tree has lessons yet to be revealed.
Gotta love ore, baby.
They say that Ore was once beautiful. A nation to rival Kryta, Ascalon, and Ilona. The human gods lived in the city of Arar, and the people here were blessed. After the gods left, the humans banded into guilds and warred upon each other. The guild wars caused great devastation, and the nations faltered.
All of this, I just got to get the camera just right. He's going to talk a lot, and I'm going to keep doing the toggle walk here the whole way, with him in shot. You want to see a non-ruined ore? I really like the idea of the ruined city of Arar. It's such a big map being just sort of like reutilized as an open world experience, but set in the current day where the plants are coming back and stuff. It would still be ruined ore, but it would be kind of an ore field with Unchained and more plants and Silvari. It'd feel a lot like Siren's Landing, which again I think was a brilliant release. Some real high points and some real low points as well.
Where does this road lead, Mother?
To the ancient city of Arar, the dragon's stronghold. That is your goal. Along the way, you will glimpse things that may yet come to pass.
All right, Galadriel. This is going to be a bit slow and a bit agonizing for you guys watching the stream, but this is the price we pay. We've got to get this right first time. I don't want an awkward cut where suddenly my options are open or my menu's there or any of that shit. This fucking barrage is going to keep this cripple on me forever now. Can't move. Got to wait for it to run out. So that the UI goes off. You wish Traherne gets to be the next Rev Legend? You don't think they'd do something Cantha related? Come on, where's your next conversation point? Yeah, I could add a cleanse. I've whined about that a couple of times. If that hammer had knocked me into the next checkpoint for when Traherne wanted to speak, that would have really aggravated me. It would have been just the experience I'd expect, though. I want him in frame as soon as he starts talking as well. It'd be nice if he walked ahead of us. You know, that reminds me, years ago, when Guild Wars 2 was coming out, one of the new RPGs that was releasing was Fable 3? Was Fable 3 the one with the dog, or was it Fable 2? And they were talking a lot back then about, like, the AI of having companions that feel like that they're not just attached to you. They don't just follow you in a conga line. They actually run ahead and stuff. And Guild Wars 1 was so much about, like, NPC allies that path with you and stuff. I remember a lot of big discussions about, oh, that's how Guild Wars 2 pet should work and stuff. And they kind of did do it in the end. But not with all NPCs. All right, here we go. Speaking to the mother again.
These creatures are formidable. Tougher than the ones at Clare Island. How will we defeat them?
Alone, you cannot. But with unity, you will find that many impossible things can be achieved.
Yeah, as for the idea of the legend, whether it has to be Canthan related or whatever, to be fair, Shiro came with Heart of Thorns. And Carla came with POF, even though Carla has not... Carla hardly even has much to do with the Icebrood Saga, let's be real. So... And let's also be real, that wasn't necessarily their plan, to be doing the Icebrood Saga and Char's stuff attached to the POF expac. It's just a happy coincidence for them. So, you know, who knows what they'll do. I think Togo, though, is the best idea. I think making him a ritualist and doing Togo is the best course for like, community popularity and stuff. Really? You're not going to have another conversation before this? Am I going the wrong way? No. Balthazar's a common vote. I think Balthazar is a bad idea in as much as it's just going to create a lot of weirdness and strange questions about the mists. Right, let's run along with him.
Defenders of Tyria, when Zhaitan rose from slumber, the dragon found a long-dead nation and claimed it. The dragon expected the rest of Tyria to be as easily conquered. But we live, and we breathe, and we fight. All races, all orders, and all paths of life stand against Zhaitan. The dragon is a fearsome enemy. It wants nothing more than to paralyze us with doubt. But I tell you this, we are not afraid. We will never kneel.
Screen shake in story, as I explained.
The dragon hears us. To hurrah and victory! Is this a vision of the future? Mother, I do not understand. I'm no general.
You must be what Tyria needs you to be, my son. You have more courage than you realize.
All right. Yeah, okay, so the thing with the Rich list is you kind of already have spirit spamming from the Renegade, which, by the way, is just so stupid to me. My perfect world, actually, would be to completely refunction Renegade utility skills so that they're not about spirits anymore. You can keep the whole Warband ally side of it if you want, but then do a Ritualist channeling Togo that does the spirit thing. But I don't know. What I'm now saying is too much doubling back on old stuff. I get that. Can we mow a giant? No, we can't. You can't mow a giant. Good to know. You know, I feel like I should be as tall as the giant as a tornado. And he's still a little bit taller than me. You guys should go back and look at the original alphas. The original art for the tornadoes was so fucking cool looking. Oh, I could have requiemed again there, I'm sure. Whoops. Okay, where's the pale tree going to speak to us again? Okay, so all the Destiny's Edge stuff would have been weaving in at this point, and now we're gonna have it back.
The past taints the future. Our heroes have fallen. They must be redeemed.
What don't you like about the spirits? Well, it's just that if you're going to do a ritualist again, it's too close. They're too similar. The spirits from Renegade and then the spirits from Togo or whatever, it's a bit iffy.
Where were you? We needed you. Snaff. I couldn't protect him. I can still hear him screaming.
Someone was going to die no matter what I did. Snaff or my queen. I had to make a choice. You would have done the same. Any of you! If the person you loved was in danger, you would have done the same.
Destiny's Edge disbanded after their loss against the Elder Dragon, Kralkatorrik. To this day, they have unresolved grievances with one another.
So I think the video opens with a montage, and then it goes into some passages from the Edge of Destiny novel. I might even squeeze in a couple of passages from Ghost of Ascalon.
It was your responsibility. Snaff trusted you, and you failed him.
I tried to keep him out of danger. I would have given anything to prevent his death.
And then it goes into this, and then so when you're watching this, you kind of get the moments.
Instead of him.
Logan was called away by his queen.
Like, I think that moment about the Holocaustal eyes,
they lost.
Kralkatorrik's Holocaustal eyes, I think I really want to have in the video.
Soja's mentor and friend.
I've tried so very hard. They can't stop arguing. They can't understand that the dragons are more important. They'd throw everything away. I'm alone. I'm tired.
Come back to me.
If the world
Foul
must
lane.
end, let us spend our last days in each other's arms.
I'll have to do some
These
stuff
visions
about her.
represent a possible future for Destiny's Edge, should they not resolve
Mind
their
you,
quarrels.
Twilight Arbor
We
probably
need
does
them
enough.
to reconcile, if we're to defeat Zhaitan.
Twilight Arbor probably explains enough.
Where was I? Oh yes, the Guild Wars. Still angry over the loss of Ascalon, the Char struck hard while humanity fought with itself. The Char ravaged Ascalon with searing cauldrons and marched on Or. As hope failed, an Orion named Vizier Kilbron read the lost scrolls and unleashed an ancient curse. The curse annihilated the Char army, but it destroyed Or as well. A cataclysm plunged the nation into the ocean. Everything was lost.
Okay. I knew I was running into a wall there, but I couldn't really position. I want the camera as still as possible. She was like, please stop talking, Chahern, please. Is there anything actually in here? Look. Oh, no, never mind. It's Mackle, not Mikhail. I swear there was a scene in there. Is that one of the things they cut? Oh shit, these you have been playing notifications. Where is it? Enable playtime reminders. Can't have those. I always like the idea of like one of the moments having a shot where it's like, you know, we're in the middle of some story and it pops up. You have been playing for 22 hours. It's like, who's this fucking no life making this video for me right now? Come on, speak again. I know you got another line as we enter Azabe Kabar. I know you do. Come on. Well, by the way, that playtime reminder,
This is the
it keeps
tomb of the
rolling
kings
even if
of
you log
Or.
out. Like, I'll
Walk
play for a few
inside
hours, log out,
and
come
seek
back, and it
truth,
keeps ticking
but
up,
be
so...
warned. The future can change in the blink of an eye.
Hello, Donut. Azabe Kabar sounds so weird if you're Arabic. It's almost the same translation for big dick. It's Turkish, right? As far as I remember, I've talked about it a few times. It means the torture tombs, I think. And it's Turkish. You think there's a daily reset, not a logout reset? Oh, is that what it is? Oh. So hold on, what if I play for like a 10-hour spree and 5 are before reset, 5 are after reset? Will it only ever say I've gone as high as 5? I actually got a bit confused there for a second. I was like, hold on, shouldn't Gaeta or whatever her name is? Not Gaeta. I can't remember her name. Hilda something? Shouldn't she be defending us right now? But that's later. That's when we're actually here.
Death. Good.
Okay. Look how crisp he looks. I wish this white flash wasn't here. It's so unimmersive, ArenaNet. You won't let me disable it? I can handle the red outline if you can let me get rid of the fucking flickering, especially during actual combat. Do you know how much better their game would look, especially against big targets? You seen all the Dragon Bash mobs? Shouldn't he be speaking? Isn't he meant to say something? Minimoa isn't even... Oh, yeah, I don't actually self-knockback anymore. Oh, we actually got Rampage for once. How many times have we cast this? We didn't get Rampage once. Man, I'm so used to dipping out of Rampage and expecting to, like, Greatsword burst. Alright. Hello, Razor.
To see the sky, feel once more the
This is
wind
a big
and the
one.
sun.
If anyone wants to timestamp this,
Although my
timestamp
nation
it.
is
Well,
drowned,
no, don't worry about it,
the
because it's just going to be the whole
slow
mission.
blood
I'll just be tracking through the
pulses
whole
in its
mission.
veins. Or was once the heart of Tyria, so full of life. I was the last of a line of proud rulers. Now my nation is enslaved. What do you seek here? Or has nothing left to give, save ash and bones?
We came to fight Zhaitan. Can you give us counsel?
Zhaitan can be defeated, but that will not save Or. The land must be cleansed of this poison. Seek the source.
Is Zhaitan the source, or is there some other poison that fouls Or? Please, tell us.
Seek the source. Cleanse Or. Seek the source.
His eyes look so weird because they're not translucent, and yet his face is, so you can see the outline of his eyeballs. Alright, Zhaitan, what do you think? Oh, we're not even... Right, okay, now we
It
do.
was Zhaitan, the elder undead dragon that pulled Or from the depths. The massacre of Or gave the dragon fertile ground to create its horrific army. Zhaitan's power does not end here. In slaughter, its army grows stronger. Clare Island was just the beginning. The dragons are destruction. They will not stop until all life on Tyria is destroyed.
Okay. That's all really good stuff there, Zhaitan, as well. Oh, Zhaitan, you're so cool. You're going to make it into my video. Did we get attacked on the way out? This reminds me of being excited for quality of life features from Heart of Thorns or POF. Reading the patch notes for End of Dragons would be exciting since they always sprinkle some good changes for general gameplay. Really? Playing this makes you excited about that other stuff. Right. Is this the extra line? It's got to be here. I'm sure you've been on a stream, Shatter. Oh, more so me mentioning the white flash on mobs. Oh, I gotcha. Well, look, I hope that the DirectX 11 thing means that they look at all that shit and they're like, okay, this is dumb. Let's fix this. This is dumb. You know, like conversations that you would have thought would happen in the months after after launch in 2012. They tuned the color scheme of this step so well, it's actually beautiful. Yeah, I think it looks good as well, yeah. Hopefully the DirectX 11 thing will come with ungrouping some of the settings you mentioned in the recent video. Yeah, I mean, that's really... I mean, look, if you think this bloom is good, then fine, but... Let's actually just see. Don't you fucking speak, Zhaitan. But, you know, if you are a believer in losing detail, okay. Oh, there's an airship up there, really? Wow, I didn't know that. That was this easy to see with the bloom on. I mean, I get that it's supposed to be kind of fantastical and magical and whatever here, and, you know, it's probably the intended effect. But in a lot of places in the game, that exact experience is happening all the time. You lose a lot of detail. I mean, it's rendering it all. It's you're spending the processing on it, but you're not going to see it. Look at me when you're speaking to me! You'd like them to ungroup some of the audio for skills being bundled into dialogue, like Mesmer Shatters? Oh, Mesmer Shatters dialogue? I didn't know that. I mean, I can talk endlessly about that as well. I think that's a huge thing with the game. I'll mute all sliders and go run around with effects up, and you guys should listen to what the footsteps sound like, and splashing around in pools of water, and like like crowd sounds and ambient animal noises. There's so much cool shit that you are not hearing, that the devs made and put in the game. You're never hearing, because to hear that stuff is to have the combat sound so loud, it's insane. And like, it will just get drowned out. All right, go for it, Tran.
Your last challenge on the road to Ara will be the Guardian of the Gate. Beyond this, I cannot foretell. Once before, I gave this sword to a beloved son. Now, I pass it on
See,
to
I
you,
think we
Trevor.
don't need to do the
Its
win and the
name
Caladbolg
is
stuff.
Caladbolg. Bear it with honor, and the sword will never fail you.
I think this is enough.
Test
This one
yourselves
scene is
against
enough
the Guardian,
for the recap.
Then return to me in the grove.
You should be able to turn off Revenant Legend chatter separately. What, from just all player chatter? I feel like that isn't important. That's like a nice minor thing, but like the stuff that we're talking about, I think are actually really major things. I think it's perfectly fine to have Revenant Legend chatter in the player chatter section, unless what you're saying is it's currently not, and I've misunderstood that. In which case, yeah, making it consistent. Will it include Night of the Thorn stuff? There's no VA there, so I don't think so. I'll have to review. That won't be today anyway. That'll be the Heart of Thorns batch.
Death. Good.
There's really epic music here. Oh, did I miss that break part? No. This is like one of the worst bosses in the game. This is such a bad boss. It's like impossible for him to kill you or some shit.
Once more you stand on sacred ground.
No, I'm just
Remember
doing
what
core
you
story
see.
today.
Speak with me, and I will guide you.
Alright, so greatest fear. Anyone got a candidate? Do I have to stop and research this now? Anyone got a suggestion here for the greatest fear to go with? I think it should be the one about the spies and the mesmers and stuff, because I think that shows the logistics of the Pact development better. Also, there's a little bit more Traherne in that one, I think. It's just whichever one feeds into the overarching story most, because we're not doing the Let's Play where we're showing all three of them. Second one's the worst. The Dishonor one. Oh, it's got to be Apatia and the Crate Orb. Yeah, the blue orb has got to be the one, actually. Yeah, good point. So, hold on. It's the innocent person dying. Oh, no. Apatia suffers and then dies. This was bad as well, ArenaNet. You didn't do a good job here. But, yeah, it's Suffer and Agony, right? Suffer and Agony is the Crate Orb. Can anyone just confirm that? Before I go to the wiki? I'm pretty sure it's this. Yeah, the innocent is Ton dying, and then and it starts at the start of the arc, and then the whole arc's about that, and the medic and so on. But this one, Apatia dies at the end, and you go to Holbrack to honor her and stuff. Right, Suffer in Agony, because the agony she goes through is she's in the cage. She gets lost. Your heart is courageous but kind. Blah blah blah. We don't read that. It annoys me you constantly have this bugged conversation arena that thinks it's fixed.
Even the mere possibility can be a great burden. I am sorry, brave heroes, that you must walk this path.
Must these things come to pass, Mother? Must I take up Caladbolg and travel into the heart of Or?
That is a very stilted
You must
delivery
both
there.
take up this mantle.
Must I
Traherne,
take up
your duty is to
Caladbolg
cleanse Or.
and
Your
travel
friend
to
shall
the heart
enter,
of Or?
and then face the dragon.
And Claw Island. Can we retake it and save Lion's Arch?
I believe so. But that will not be your first test. The dragon seeks to destroy its enemies before they can strike. I see within the dream that Zhaitan's forces enter battle. Not against Lion's Arch, but at the heart of your order.
My order headquarters? No. How could that be? How could Zhaitan even know?
Those who have been corrupted reveal everything to Zhaitan. Nothing is secret, least of all those places where his enemies hide.
If my friends are in danger,
You just watched the latest video? What an intro? I'm glad you like it. I mean, that's kind of what the video's meant to feel like.
I will go with
but
you.
it'll also be a lot of these
Our
side-by-side
fates are bound
cutscenes,
together,
so...
And from this day forward, we fight as one.
Did you get to it through the
Farewell,
tweet? Because I'd unlisted
valiant
it for a while. I
souls.
don't know how many people will
May
even
your
see that
wild
video.
hunt be successful, and may your courage illuminate the dark of night.
There's no more vocal performance more stilted than the Lion Guard captain in Clare Island. Really? Lion Guard Mira? I don't think she's too bad. I don't need any of these anymore. I actually have unlimited of all three of those. Whatever, we'll do bank access. Okay. We're going to keep going. I'm going to do the whole chapter in this one video file, even though we're an hour and a half in and I really want to bank. Bear with me, Anne. I'm going for gold here. Just wait for an internet cut or some... Well, internet would be fine. A PC crash is the great fear. Okay, meet Joanne in Lornar's Pass.
What was your favorite?
Like, this is just so badly done. They tried to squeeze in this whole Pale Tree vision, a recruitment act, and an attack on all three Order headquarters in the middle of the Lion's Arch attack. Come on now, come on. You know that that's too much. I want to know how that structure ended up existing. Where's the beat hydrated bot at? It's okay. I actually, guys, would you believe I actually snuck off and made and drank a whole cup of coffee so far on this stream? Would you believe that? Does anybody know at what point I was making the coffee? While live here, and I never told it to any of you.
Look there, the Pale Tree was right. The Derman Priory is overwhelmed. We'll have to fight our way in.
The scholars need our help. We need to gather everyone we find. Build a fighting force as we head in.
Good idea. Be cautious, Magister. These Orions are fueled by the dragon's hatred, and it is strong right now.
Don't worry, my friend. I'll watch your back. You watch mine.
We must protect the Priory at any cost.
I really feel like I should be a human female or some shit.
Lose the war.
Whatever. They can look at this Asura's face.
Mother help us! Zhaitan's army has grown.
I think that this attack on the Priory arc I might end up cutting. Let's be really realistic right now. How long is this video going to be?
Hurry, Magister. Gix is down there.
I think 5 to 7 hours is the sweet spot. But it has to be everything. So how long? Let's say it's the middle of that. Let's say it's 6 hours. An hour on core, an hour on season 2, 1, and Heart of Thorns. An hour on POF and season 3. An hour on season 4, all on its own. I think would get an hour probably. And then an hour on the Icebreed Saga. That's 5 hours. It's doable. I can actually give 2 full hours to core, I think. I think it's doable. There's a lot of NPCs in this instance. Here's the gun that we never picked the mission to do.
Get back! It's overloading!
It's going to explode!
Why not a playlist? Well, I've talked about that many times today, but I think that it can be both. It can be a playlist as well if I want it to be.
That mega laser bolt was
I don't care about ad revenue.
Stuart
People keep
Gix,
talking to me
are
about
you
I don't
all
care.
right?
What I need is big videos that bring people to the channel.
Our
I would
explorers
always
fought well,
choose a
but
big
we were
video
matched for
that
the
gets hits on like
More undead are
searches
coming.
and stuff.
What can we
and
do
is
to
like a
defend
definitive,
against them?
like valuable community
downstairs,
resource,
to the vaults.
I would always pick
Defend
that
the
over
research
over ad
teams.
revenue. Always,
They
every
can help
time.
us
So I
raise
think
an
a single
appropriate
video
defense.
that's like this like shining
up the
beacon kind of
emergency
thing
weapon
is
supply.
better than a
Tell them
playlist,
to
a
gather
stripped down
every
playlist that's
obscure
basically just
invention
trying to
and ready
monetize
every
eyeballs. I'm not all about
inscrutable
that.
device. We are not giving up. Once you clear the undead out of the vaults, get back up here. My magic can only
No, you guys are
hold
wrong
back
on
the
this. I'm
risen
telling
for
you,
short
a long
while.
video is the way to go with it.
We'll hurry. Do everything you can, Steward Gix. Just
People
give
with
us
short
time.
attention spans will see the 5-hour timestamp and they won't get it straight away. It's not.
I am a genius.
It's not a video that is Guild Wars 2 in 5 seconds. It's not a summary of Guild Wars 2. It is the game story but abridged, you know. And if it takes you 50 hours to play it, or 5 to watch it in a comprehensive way, there's still immense value in that. Do you know what I mean? If it's 200 hours to play it and you can get through the whole thing in 5, it's still immense value. Saying people have short attention spans has really got nothing to do with it. I'm not looking for... I don't care about people with short attention spans. You think people with short attention spans are watching my content? Really? No, they'll click it, whine in the comments after the first 90 seconds and leave. And that's how it's been for 10 years. And that's fine with me. Yeah, I love no commentary 5-hour Let's Plays. Are you being sarcastic there? I don't know. I think there is value in that. I like long plays. But I'm not even saying that anyway. It's not going to be a no commentary video.
The light fades.
I love this gore vacuum magic thing. This is cool as fuck. I actually, I've missed all the gore stuff. That's a problem. I think I need to do this again on Whispers. Because I do need the gore stuff, don't I? I mean, really. For the whole megalith cannon thing, maybe I can skip it. Do you know the scene I really need? I need that scene in the Asura storyline where Gore is giving his presentation to the Asura. That's what I actually need. I think there might need to be another character where I go grab that conversation. I could probably pull it from my LP, but the quality would be inconsistent. Oh, he's upstairs again. Wouldn't a playlist be easier to extend? Again, listen. I can do a playlist as well. I can do both. And yeah, a playlist could just have a section on End of Dragons. And my idea is that you could, when you do the End of Dragons thing, it can exist in its own video. But then you can also just tack it onto the supercut. And then the supercut is up to date again. And essentially what you've done is you've double dipped there, haven't you, really? Yeah, there can be timestamps, yeah. The YouTube chaptering thing is really good these days. Do I really have to sit here doing this? Isn't it better to just fucking prybar him down? The question with doing both is not actually whether you can do both. The question is, what order do you do? Do you do the supercut first? Or do you do the individual chunks first? On one of my previous attempts at this, before the Icebreed Saga was over, my imagination was that I was going to do them in individual chunks, and then I was going to do the supercut with the Icebreed Saga attached, so that people would watch the individual videos, and they would still watch the supercut anyway, because I had an exclusive section at the end, which they'd never seen, which was the End of Dragons bit.
Mother Tree
I could
is
still
very
potentially
wise.
do it that way.
I'm glad we saw her. If the Priory
So
had
maybe
fallen,
that's what
we'd
you'll
never
see.
be able to defend Lion's Arch. Do you remember what she said?
You're already doing better
With
at
unity,
advertising than
many
the
impossible
game on
things
YouTube than
can be
ArenaNet. Your
achieved.
videos come up first
She
before
was
official
right.
trailers. Yeah,
The
I know,
Priory
but
can't
I
fight
mean,
Zhaitan like this. We may
I
have
think
the
they're doing
knowledge,
everything
but
they
we lack
can on
both
their
an
end.
army and
I'm
the
doing everything I can on mine.
We can't have that kind of peace-loving, low-down, poltroon talk. Did the Risen strike you on the head? We cannot give up the struggle.
Steward.
I wonder
the
if they
other
reveal
orders of
Blish and
Tyria
Goric
share our
as Gore's
concerns about
kids.
the dragons.
That would be pretty
The
good.
Priory
I'd
should
quite like
contact
that.
them
I
and
would be
divulge
alright with that.
information on ore.
This is all
Terrible idea.
golden shit here,
The
by the
Order
way,
of
as well. I don't know
Whispers
if we're still
are
timestamping
underhanded
immediate
backstabbers, and
quotes.
those brainless warmongers in the Vigil are
But
even worse.
one of these quotes here about...
You're wrong, Winnet.
They have their own ways of fighting
ways of
Zhaitan.
fighting
The Order's
Zhaitan.
coming together and creating
Both
the
will be
pact. This
staunch
is all
allies in this war.
massively important.
Perhaps you're right.
The fact that Zhaitan could strike at the Priory's heart shakes me to the core. I trust you, Magister. And I trust Trahearne.
You know, the fact that this is
Go to
clearly
the
a
other
Priory
orders.
playthrough
Set up a
makes me,
meeting.
and I can't get
Tell
around
them
that,
the
makes me
German
think I
Priory
should just leave the
respectfully
Siren
wishes to
stuff in.
negotiate terms of accord.
Thank you, Steward.
In a perfect
I'll do
world, I
everything
would
I
have
can.
like the Tybalt staff on a Priory backbone that ended as a Vigil thing, maybe, or something. That would be cool, and you'd get a mix of it all. But it's not necessary. You always got to stop and remember: is this extra effort necessary? And I always fuck up on that step. Usually, it's not, and I do it anyway. Is there a legendary Aqua Breather? No, not yet. I'm sure they'll do it with End of Dragons, though. Well, I'm not sure, but I think it makes sense. Oh, what am I doing? It's Lion's Arch. Retribution. This is Clare Island 2. Here you go. This is the end of the chapter. We're going to fight Blightcast now. One day, guys, they'll bring Blightcast back as a Claw Island strike mission. How fucking cool would that be? 10-man raid version of Blightcast. And guess what? Beating him attunes you to the Zhaitan 10-man strike mission. Whoa. Come on, ArenaNet. Certain parts of taking Zhaitan out feel cheap to people. I think giving more exposition to Gore is important. Yeah, I agree with you completely, man. I feel like the Asura personal story arc is the only one that even mentions the greater dragon threat. No, the Sylvari one definitely does as well. But, yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that Gore lecture needs to be there. I don't know about the Gore Order of Whispers stuff.
So,
It's important too, but...
stumbled out of his library, and the Preceptor crawled out of her hole.
Cool, this was a nightmare in the LP. There's so many variations of this dock scene with different NPCs with you. It's crazy. Who did I end up playing with in the end? Does anyone remember who my NPC allies were in the eventual playthrough?
The Order of Whispers needs allies, not infants.
Retribution. This is all good as well.
Enough bickering, all of you. Our real enemy lurks across the waves. Zhaitan's servants march at the gates of Lion's Arch. We must band together, or we will all be destroyed.
When I joined my order, I swore to fight Zhaitan. I will
Look at
die
that
for
shit.
Tyrion
I hate
if
it when
must.
it's so transparently.
However, I believe that together
When
we
I
can
joined
win.
my order, alright, you're not going to say
The
Whispers,
Vigil has
Priory,
shown tremendous
Jormag,
courage in
cutting
the fight
corners
against
here.
the dragons.
Jormag?
This alliance will require
Jesus
courage
Christ,
as
what's
well.
going on with my brain?
Why back down now? The Order of Whispers has seen nations rise and fall. You cannot hide from this threat. You need to make a stand. And who knows more about the dragons than the Priory? Just think of how much there is to
Oh,
learn.
they brought in a new
Where
voice
else
actress
but
to
in
kill
Or?
Almora off in the
By
Ice Pit
the
Saga
worlds of
today.
eternal alchemy, you're bold.
Oh, and I guess that's season 4
But
appearance.
you're correct. Knowledge is useless if it is not used.
You joined Jormag
We shall aid
pre-champions?
The Order of Whispers has worked for generations to bring nations together. We can do no less now. Our blades are yours.
The Vigil fears nothing, not even ill-tempered, undisciplined louts like these two. We'll join, but I insist there's a decent hierarchy. Who will lead this compact?
This whole initiative right
Logic
here,
dictates that it
this
cannot
should
be a
be
member
a
of any of
conversation
our
happening
orders.
over the
Must one be seen as
smouldering
above the
ruins
other
of
two?
Zhaitan's body.
Quite a conundrum.
This should be
I've
like
already
the
considered
epilogue of Core to
Trahearne,
me.
You've never
If you're
joined
gonna
an
do the
order,
pack,
they all respect you.
that's where I would have
You've
put this in
studied
the
Or all
narratively.
your life. Will you lead us?
I never wanted to be a
But
soldier.
I know they're trying to do this whole thing
I'm
with
only a seeker
Trahearne.
of truth. But
Put down the
yes,
pen, lift up the sword.
I
blah,
will
blah, blah.
lead this pack to the gates of Ara, and together we will see Zhaitan destroyed. First to Claw Island. Let us send our defiant message straight into the heart of Or. Tyria stands as one. All my life,
Timey did
I've
join
watched Or,
Jormag, and
studied
only the council got shit for
researched
it.
the abominations that
Yeah, I
Zhaitan
think you've got a point there,
spawns.
maybe.
I have avoided the challenge of my wild hunt. I hid, always claiming I was not yet ready. I did not think Or could be cleansed. I feared failure, but you're right. It is time to act. We'll either cleanse the land or return to it.
Oh, yeah, and I don't have to speak to Zot. Zot, who's the mystery character right now, is about to be revealed a bit more. Man, it feels like just yesterday I was doing the LP, and I was here. Alright, join the assault. Trahearne's acting is not engaging. You only know the German voices. Do you think German Trahearne is better?
what's strange is
Oh, it's winter potatoes.
always in the right place at the right time, right? Huh? Yeah. Oh, have you heard the sightings of 2 Evan Nash blades? They're true. But how, you ask? A body double? I don't know. Is Nash blade a mesmer? No, the second Nash blade is Evan's twin brother, Tarvin. Yeah, the twins stay in contact through telepathy. They own this city. You can't stop 2 Nash blades.
Brilliant. I'll snip him into the middle of the story as well. German Trahan speaks slowly and is monotonous. Well, Shroom there says that he's looked up the VA. It's just bad direction that he got. I don't know who to believe. Looking at all these story cutscenes made me realize the amount of dialogue that's been declining throughout the expansions is very direct from Season 3 onwards. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a big problem. They should do... If they can't do it voiced, that's fine. Just do it in text. Quantity, 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 quantity. I can't say it enough. Just put more in.
Our company is
They can't tell the stories that are as big and captivating as they want to tell with the little avenues they have for it. They just can't.
Marshal Traherne, sir. I'm Efoot, liaison for the Vigil troops. The Lion Guard.
I would turn on the German
road.
voices right now
The
if
inner
it's not that we are
courtyard gate is blocked.
explicitly trying to capture the voices,
My
so
Priory
I can't. I'm sorry.
explorers brought a biomantic siege capacitor, Marshal. Our top mystics have been working on it for some time. It could be useful.
I've heard of that device. Whisper's agent stole a copy of the blueprints, but we couldn't figure out your bizarre telemetry. There's a working prototype?
Of course. Nothing's beyond the Priory's intelligence. Unfortunately, it's a portable model, so it lacks the power to blast through a fortified gate.
What if we amplified this capacitor?
This wouldn't make it. Busy work.
Clever. The signal towers use magical panels to increase brightness. If we reversed the panel's direction and adjusted the enchantment,
You know, I think that the fact that you can cut all the busy work actually
It's
is
improvised, off the cuff, and madcap.
actually helps us to
But, you know,
identify one of the
it just
problems
might
with this
work.
franchise's storytelling,
Still, there are far
and
too
that's
many
that they
undead
don't
between here
connect
and the signal
busy work and the gameplay
Leave that part to
solutions
me.
to
The
the
Vigil may
broader
not
story.
understand
You know,
your
like this busy work and all they're talking about the
calculator,
lighthouses
but we know
and all the
plenty about
reflection of the
killing
panel
undead.
and stuff. These should be little
Then we
Lego
have a
bricks
plan.
that are building
Commander
to the
Efoot, move
Zhaitan
out.
solution.
Your crusaders
And
can
yet
guide
they're
the
not,
way.
you know. Like maybe a lot of the gore, whenever Professor Gore's in the picture, maybe his busy work would make the cut because that's relevant to the ultimate solution.
tower and get it working. We need that barricade down.
And I think so regularly in Guild Wars, what they have you do, it feels irrelevant, therefore makes it just look like filler. Like everything about Zot's invention here and so on. It's a shame because this bit's quite cinematic. I'd love a reason to actually have this in the cut, but we do have to be discerning. You know what I want the balance team to look into? I want them to start paying more respect to transforms and shit. You know, when I think about racial skills and why I want cultural specializations and solutions for making racial skills real, what are the abilities that I'm genuinely really keen about? Is it summon worm? Is it call owl? Or is it fucking become the bear? Is it the Char Raw thing, or is it Char Zuka? Do you know what I mean? It's the transforms. It's the big things. What I like these mini mowers. I like regular mower, you know, or tuna fish. I like that kind of stuff. I like lich form. I like rampage. I like tornado. But you know, it feels like there's not an emphasis on that kind of stuff a lot of the time. So look at this shit. Oh my god! If that had been the wrong transform there, and I just requiemed myself off. Yeah, I was watching some World of Warcraft footage yesterday. A friend of mine was streaming it on Discord. And it was so cool to see, like, druids, you know? It was so cool to see he was, like, raiding. He was in, they call them mega dungeons. They're basically, like, Guild Wars 1's elite missions. So they got, like, this mega dungeon thing going on. And he was playing with, like, a guy who was a bear, you know? And it was like, it's a druid, right? And I was like, that's cool. Guild Wars doesn't do that. Final Fantasy doesn't do that. I don't know whether Elder Scrolls Online does that. But I'm like, man, Guild Wars is missing out on that. And it could have that. It could have that if they fixed the racial question. It could do it. Do you know what? I should super speed these bitches.
You chose this.
Yeah, Call to Dwayne is like one of the only skills that actually means something for some classes, because it is such a high base heal. So if you're on a low vitality character, i.e. like an Ellie, Call to Dwayne actually feels really good on an Ellie. Because the proportion it gives you based on your low vitality base is really high. It's like a 6.5k heal with no healing power. It's crazy.
Here's the panel. I have to reverse it, resource cell the amplification, and attach the capacitor. Just keep them off me.
I remember in the LP wanting to keep this dragon. That's Blightcast. I wanted his shadow and the footage so much. This is probably all ignorable. I can't remember which instance is longer, Clare Island 1 or Clare Island 2. Clare Island 2 is the boss fight can take a good amount of time. I kind of want to do the Blightcast fight on the siege back at the place, but it does take a long time to siege him to death. Probably the best method for me is to mortar kit. That gives me a good cinematic view. Avoid the super long fears. And kill him in a good amount of time. I'll probably mortar him.
That was close.
You miss high impact moments like you see in MOBAs with ults? Yeah, I mean, one of the big philosophies I've perpetually disagreed with the balance team, I think, is a complete misunderstanding of what this product is, and they just kept pushing it. I think at some point they decided they wanted to be more of a fighting game than more of a strategic RPG, and to me that's just fitting a square peg into a round hole. It's just a terrible idea. But they've pushed that, and what that's meant is lower cooldowns all over the fucking place. And that robs you of what you just talked about. You know, in many ways, I do believe their launch ideas, where it was like Tornado was on like a 2-minute cooldown, like a really long cooldown. But if you use Tornado, it's like, holy shit, this is a big fucking thing. This is really cool. I would love to see us go back into that place, you know. But I don't know, the balance team seems pretty decided on, again, I think it's such a cul-de-sac, it's such a bad idea, but they seem intent on it. For years they have, so. Yeah, Tornado may have even had a longer than 4-minute cooldown in the betas. I think in those early alpha conventions that I talked about that I always wanted to get my hands on, it was like a 5-minute cooldown. They were like long cooldowns. Utility skills were long cooldowns. You know, the game, I think the game was a lot smart. There was a lot of stuff they were very smart about. And the League comparison...
Don't look up at it. Don't think about it. Just keep your eyes on me, and you'll be fine.
Holy shit, I'm missing dialogue here. I shouldn't have done that. The League comparison's really good. You know, a Guild Wars 2 utility skill should feel like a League summoner skill. That's really what they were aiming to be, right? And what kind of cooldown is Flash on? What kind of cooldown is Teleport on? Do you know what I mean? Like, these are long cooldowns. It's not fucking the insanity that we see Guild Wars 2s in now.
We've secured the docks.
What about the court?
I just think it's the fighting game thing. I think they fell in love with the fighting game idea, and I don't think that's right.
We need to retake the ramparts and deploy siege weapons. Then we can cover the sky while we clear the courtyard.
I can help there. Priory alchemists have crafted special ammunition to weaken champions like that one. We can force that monster to the ground.
Once you get it down, we'll get it dead. Put your trust in Vigil Steel.
Oh, Werewolf is in Elder Scrolls Online. Does Werewolf do the druid thing? That's cool as fuck. All right, what do we do? Oh, yeah, with the escort bit. Some of the only enemies that can hurt you in the whole game. Some undead Hylic coming up here. How likely do you think they'd improved player housing in End of Dragons? I think it's on the list of possibilities. I really do. And I think it'd be good for the game. I think it'd be another good rewards thing. It all depends how crunched the expansion is, though. I mean, they did a delay, which is really smart. I honestly think, with how chill the community's been about that announcement, I think they could have bought themselves even more time.
The Plague Bringer must be brought down.
I might keep that in. That might be a red, because it does talk about the Plague Bringer, and that is a big part of the story. I think they could have said Q2 2020. I mean, at some point it becomes about finances, right? And who the fuck knows what's going on there. But I mean, if the only reason that they would be scared of pushing it further back is because of community response to it, I genuinely think they had the goodwill and they had the community on side enough that they could have gone a little bit later. And if they go that little bit later, does that mean we're getting housing and some of these more ambitious things? You know, does the appetite improve? In a way, what I'm saying is really silly, though, because stuff's already in motion. It's not like they can just... You know, whatever that feature base is probably set in stone. Even if they gave themselves a whole other year from now, I think that feature base can't really shift. It's just all these extra months would be making them execute it as well as possible. To me, I think there are only 3 concepts that are really, really high on the list. Player housing... Tengu, playable Tengu are another one. And finally, maybe some kind of like fishing feature. I don't know, that's pretty weak. But yeah, I thought there was something else that we were talking about. And for what it's worth, I would view those features as a swap for mounts. I'm very curious about masteries, by the way. I'm not a fan of masteries, really, but in expansions, I'm a fan. I think if they kind of copped out with POF, and they kind of didn't do the Metroidvania thing where... They did do it. But the idea of, like, choosing which mastery you pick first, and having, like, that RPG choice, and that moment, that decision-making of the order to go in, I think that's a really important thing, and POF missed that. Because POF just gave you the mounts in a linear order. And sure, some of the, like, later... abilities and deeper training for the mounts, yeah, you were making strategic decisions about, but that idea of like entering POF, Heart of Thorns, and immediately being like, okay, do I want to go mushrooms or do I want to go gliding or do it, you know, like I think that giving people those decisions is really, really good. And if they can look back at that with Heart of Thorns and go a little bit more like that, I'm actually really excited to see what they do for End of Dragons, as far as new masteries are concerned and how they interact with the environment. But they are god awful in Living World. They are not good and not very impressed. So you know, I'm very curious about it in the world of an expansion. Something related to movement, but I'm not sure they'll be as good as mounts and gliding. Well, I don't think it has to be. That's the thing. I don't think you have to beat those. I think if there's space in the game for stuff that big and that exciting, fine. But whether it's a part of the mastery system or not is almost arbitrary, I think. Just give me progression. Give me a reason to care about XP. Give me cool decisions. Make it feel like I've got new avenues and possibilities with my character. That's what the mastery system's there for. It doesn't have to compete with mounts. They tied it to mounts, and that's all well and good, but in a lot of ways, they didn't have to. Somebody left a comment on one of my videos as well.
Of the siege points. Now we must join the fray.
And pointed out...
Near the courtyard. Push back the risen horde.
Here we go. Focus on the vets here, I think is the best idea. Like I said on an End of Dragons Daily ages ago, I said something like, you know, I think that there's not going to be an underwater mount because the skimmer's now underwater. Well, as someone said in a comment, maybe there is still space, you know, like there was space for a griffin and a sky scale. So why not a skimmer and something else, you know? The skimmer's pretty slow and steady and relaxed. So if I'm being honest with myself, I think there is space for another underwater mount. And I think if there's going to be a lot of underwater content to do with the deep sea dragon, I think they could do some really fantastic stuff with that, honestly. You know, slipstreams, only your mount, once it's trained to a certain level, you learn to ride the slipstreams. Pressure tolerance when you're deep down, visibility in the depths, in the dark. You know, there's a ton of shit that they can do. Loads and loads and loads of stuff. And of course... then leveraging that during some kind of big deep sea dragon fight, where you know how like Dragonfall was like a whole map with an elder dragon at its heart. Imagine that, but underwater, and now you're swimming around on your super fast mount or whatever. You know, your dolphin mount or your shark mount or whatever it is that they've gone with. I can see that. And I also think, by the way, one thing that this End of Dragons gap may have bought them time for is the Elder Dragon fight. You know, if I was ArenaNet right now, after Champions finished, and knowing that they're on their way out of the Elder Dragon story and all that, if they like felt bad about the Champions thing or whatever, I think I'd be going into work thinking to myself, I'm gonna fucking blow their faces off with this final Elder Dragon fight. It's gonna be I really think they probably have a lot of passion and enthusiasm. This is their last one, number 6, and it's got the full funding of an X-Pack. Let's be clear, Heart of Thorns was crunched and the actual confrontation with the Elder Dragon in the end clearly was not a big priority. POF didn't even feature a fight with an Elder Dragon. But here in this expansion, there is one, and I honest to God think they might be like, it's like a first for the franchise since Zhaitan, really. I think they're probably thinking, do you know what, we're gonna fucking do a good job here. So you know, and if that means an underwater confrontation, at least some elements of it being an underwater confrontation, I don't know. I'm expecting big things, and I think this. Oh, we have the target off, obviously. I'm actually not in combat. I don't know where his hitbox is. I'm trying to. I don't know whether that's just the ads or what. Okay, stay away from the poison. This is a weird fight. If they ever did turn this into a strike, they would have a lot of... I think they would just analyze what the fight currently has and then completely rebuild the whole thing, honestly, because it's a bit... But yeah, I don't know. So I actually have high hopes for the Deep Sea Dragon fight. I really do, because I do think that they're genuine, passionate, excited people to do cool stuff, and I think that they probably want to reclaim their... Because they did so good with Kralkatorrik as well, you know. It's such a fucking mess. Well, it's such a mess.
The rocks are falling from its wings. Don't let them surround you.
Yeah, this fight wins itself. I know, but you have to wait for ages. So I'm just going to speed up a little bit.
You look so peaceful.
Wow, you look so peaceful. That's a weird line. I have not heard that NPC line. That looks kind of like generic dialogue. You genuinely don't think the Deep Sea Dragon's in the expansion? Well, I'll buy that as well. I'll buy that. Well, would I? Am I really, in my heart of hearts, am I really confident that if they push the Deep Sea Dragon off to a fucking Living World story again, that they'll actually do it well? Am I in my heart of hearts? Just do it in an X-Pack, please. Just do it in an X-Pack. Just rip the fucking band-aid. You've already ripped half of it. Just finish the fucking job. Just get it out. Come on, and then we'll move on. If you are so desperate to move on, if Primordus had to go out, if Jormag had to go out in that way, at that speed, so that we can go to the fucking marionette, all right? Just go. Just do it. Kill it. Kill the Deep Sea Dragon in the opening act. Have the Canthons have already killed it. It doesn't matter anymore. Just tell me who Mother is. Kill Aurene. Let's move on with our lives. I'm obviously being what's the word? I'm obviously exaggerating. All right, there we go. The death of Blightghast. Now, there's actually a lot of story here, but it's not voiced. The whole conversation we have with Zhaitan.
We recaptured Clare Island, and in so doing, saved Lion's Arch.
This will definitely be in the video.
I do not know what lies ahead of us, my friend. But for the first time, I have hope. Hope that this alliance can save Tyria from the dragons. Hope for the future. Hope for all.
End of Dragons feels like an internal directive as well. The studio feels like they have to move them from the dragons in order to tell better stories. Apart from Krauk, they haven't been able to do them justice. Maybe to a certain degree.
Now go get some rest. We've got a lot of work ahead of us.
I think you could still teach me a few things.
On those lines, I actually come on. Oh, it's because it's a mortar. I can't sheath. I kind of look at the start of that trailer. You know, it doesn't have to be this way. You forget what an ending means. I genuinely do look at that as a comment about the nature of infinite MMO development and how these products last forever and what does it mean to move on and how a clean break from the past and all that kind of stuff. I really do see that. I look at that conversation as almost like a discussion between ArenaNet and NCSoft or upper management or whatever. Like, the people pushing to move on and get the new thing or the people wanting to stay. Like, that really is what it looks like to me. It looks like a commentary about the nature of the industry, or at least their place within the industry. And I'm sure it's not that. I mean, that's just a bit crazy, isn't it? How many players would actually, like, enjoy that? But every time there's an End of Dragons daily that I go into editing and I see that intro, I'm always thinking of that.
You do now. Well done.
And I always cringe at the little bit where it says, they need me, and then Wooden Potatoes comes up on screen and it looks like I'm wanking myself off. And I really wasn't trying to wank myself off. That was an accident. Well, it wasn't an accident, it just kind of happened. Right, so this might be a situation here where I have to voice written dialogue. Let's see what it says. Let's see how much is delivered through this cutscene here.
This is a momentous day. The tide of history has changed, Traherne.
Indeed. Many people doubted. Even the Orders weren't truly certain it could be done. Never before has Tyria been so united. Let Orr hear the echo of this battle. We can defeat the dragons. We will.
Zhaitan waits at the center of Orr, surrounded by a nation of undead. The battle to destroy the dragon will not be easy, but it can be won.
This is all good.
There is a ruined fortress at the edge of Orr, south of the Shattercleft Hills. From that high cliff, you can see the spires of Orr rising beyond the Straits of Devastation.
This is good.
We will take this fort and make it our own. The Pact will rebuild it. We will place our banners, and from there we will strike at the dragon's heart. I will make plans with the leaders of the Orders and gather troops at that location. You deserve some well-earned rest, my friend. Join me when you are ready, and together, we will find a way to slay Zhaitan.
This is all good. This will all make it. This will all make it. This is kind of weird and hollow, though. I mean, I really, if you guys like this even a little bit, and you've got time on your hands, I really recommend you watch my Let's Play, because you'll get a lot more out of all these moments. It's not because I'm trying to recommend my own video, it's just that I want you to love the core story as much as I know you can. So, we should confer. Do you have any questions? This new pact, how... So, we have already named the pact. It's Fort Trinity that gets named here. We can ignore this, then. They're all reporting to me. Your place is at my side. This is kind of weird. That's like a parallel, like, extra conversation for redundancy's sake. So there you go, retribution done. And that's 2 hours for that chapter. That actually took us 2 hours to do that chunk of the game. Okay. So, bank. Now I'm going to go and have a look at the footage and find out it was bugged the whole time. And I'm going to rage, and this project is well and truly dead. Okay. Alright, it looks like it all worked. It looks like it worked. No nerd rage here. No frothing juvenile anger. Okay. So let's reset the timer. Let's have a look. I haven't looked at the spreadsheet for a while. Oh my god, guys. Brilliant. The story step is just retribution. Let me change that real quick. Okay. Right. Let's restart this. Script. Start, stop. Reset. Give me 1 second. Literally a second. I'm just going to put the kettle on. It's time for coffee too. Electric Boogaloo. And we'll keep going. All right. Excellent. Okay, this chapter is about the same length as the one we did a second ago, I think. Might be slightly shorter. It depends what we pick as our greatest fear, really. Okay. It's time to prepare the Pact Unified Effort. All right, let me restart the thing. Okay, so recording on my end. Okay. And starting the timer now. Okay, excellent. Right, the Pact's first effort against... I do have world comp on this character. They might want to move on from the dragon so players can pop into a new story without needing to play all the content first. Yeah, I do think that... By the way, look how good Timberlake... There's something different going on with the textures in. Look how crisp and good the walls look. Yeah, that's a more sustainable way of going through. I talked about this. I was comparing that to the way Elder Scrolls Online works many times recently. But it is more sustainable. It is smarter to dedicate expansion plus adjoining Living World season or whatever to a specific story that then mostly gets completed. And then the next time you can jump in and you don't need to know everything. ESO does that very well, you know, because it will set an X back in a province and the province has its issue. And then, you know, and maybe there's some overarching stuff, but that's not the major emphasis. And by the way, again, that was all possible. Oh, by the way, we get a mail from Destiny's Edge here. That was all possible. Even, there it is. Even in the Elder Dragons world, I do maintain the only reason that the Elder Dragons story might be boring to you or uninteresting to you is because they didn't do it as well as they could have done it.
Island. Siren was unique. She will be missed.
Hey.
This was a really well-made instance, by the way. This is one of those instances where you can tell there's a lot going on. Like, there's certain instances in the later half of the game that are really elaborate with all the animations and shit. There's especially, I think it's the Whispers arc, if you pick a little bit later. They're so good. And it just feels like it's like a completely different team made some instances compared to others. Let's see you. I've assembled everyone. We can put the Tengu in here. I think he'll make it into the recap. Definitely. Ishu Steel Strike. I wonder, actually, as well, if he'll have a role to play in End of Dragons.
Thank you all for coming. We're here because Clare Island proved the value of cooperation. Our pact has already achieved
Are those my current system specs? No, they're out of date.
As the pact's leader, I am adopting the rank of
AWP, thanks so much for the video on the graphic settings. Because you mentioned the NVIDIA control panel at the beginning, I managed to fix a bug for me that caused the pitfalls of the HMS divinity to extend endlessly on my screen. I'm so glad I can use it without consequence. That's cool, man. That's cool. What was your problem with the control panel?
For that, we need a headquarters. I suggest the abandoned fortress on
the dragons just feel like a checklist. Yeah, I mean, again, that is the fault of the writer's room. I'm sorry to be so critical and blunt about it, but it is. Not every dragon had to turn into a zombie story. There was a Reddit thread where someone identified that problem, and they're totally right, but they got downvoted. Because people are arguing over the minutiae of what constitutes a zombie story and what constitutes a thralldom story and blah, blah, blah. It's like, come on, that doesn't matter. See the wood from the trees here. The point is that most people we fight against aren't coming from a valid position or cause. It's because they've lost their mind in some way, or it's because they've declared allegiance to something based on trickery, blah, 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 blah. There were much more sophisticated ways that the dragons could have been characterized and their followers could have been characterized. And we could have always been focused on entities like the Eye of Zhaitan that is King Razor that we fight at the end of this story. Entities like that are intelligent and cunning and so on. They could have been the focal point, and it's, you know, the dragon is their shadow, you know, and the dragon ultimately is the spectacle fight towards the end. But there could have been a lot of intrigue and a lot of really worthwhile stuff if you'd focused on more meaningful thralls, essentially. I do think there's a lot of ways to go through. And the whole dragon v dragon concept is a huge huge can of worms as well. It's a beautiful, incredible thing that they could have done. Dragon v Dragon could have sustained 2 full expansions, not 1 fucking living world patch. Okay, I'm going to chill out a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that was possible. I like how shiny and reflective everyone's armor is. Let's continue to be dignity. Look, they even have the cool fucking... yeah, but indispensable does not necessarily mean inspiring. I need to show them that I'll not wither under fire.
Let's hope the Smiths rise to my challenge out of innate nobility. Or at least pride.
This will probably be cut. But let's see what Izu says.
Thank you for coming. I'm Marshal Traherne, and I've invited each of you here because you are the finest smiths and crafters in all of Tyria. I'm forging a pact to deal with the Elder Dragons. The 3 major orders of Tyria have agreed to join, but we also need you and your skills.
Hey man, I stopped playing Guild Wars 2 a year and a half ago since I was not having fun or anything to do. I wonder if it's worth getting back to the game, or there's just a couple of new things to do, like the story chapters.
To accept.
I didn't like any of the Icebrood Saga
Otherwise,
episodes.
I wouldn't be here.
Honestly, there's not much to do. I mean, this year has been pretty... There's a lot of good news and hype and stuff at the moment, but don't let people deceive you. There's still not much going on actually in terms of in-game. We've had a few Champions releases. We're getting the Marionette next week in the Armory, which is cool, but I actually don't have much I can say that you can come back and do. I do feel positive and bright about the game's future at the moment, but we are still pretty much at square zero right now. And that's the truth. The truth I think a lot of people don't want you to hear, but there it is. See, this one's interesting because this is essentially a bunch of busy work, but it's also the Tome of the Rubicon, which I really want to include, but that's probably just me as a GW1er, which is dumb. It's funny, this is a really long instance with a lot of stuff going on. I think I just saved his life by telling him to stay, by the way. But as long as it is, especially if we're not going to focus on the Keck stuff, I think it all comes down to what the Lich says at the end. Jesus Christ, one-shotting them all, really. I think they're treated as ambients, actually.
I'm glad to see you. Something is definitely unnatural here. That miasma settled in shortly after
I
we
honestly
arrived.
think that maybe
Fortunately,
most
our
of this
allies sent
act can
help.
be cut.
Agent Zuri from the Order
I think
of
maybe
Whispers
that stuff
and
at the end of
Crusader
Retribution
Afarnan from
can
the Vigil.
link straight into
At your service.
the Battle
Killing
for Fort
Orions is
Trinity.
my purpose in life.
I think you do the
But in
Battle
the
for
spirit of our
Clare
newly
Island
forged
straight into
union,
the Battle for Fort
this
Trinity.
feels extra noble.
And then you probably cut
A pleasure to meet you, Commander. Take a good look. Once
Ossuary
I
of
get
the
started,
Unquiet
you won't
Dead,
see me
maybe?
coming or going.
Noted. Our objective is to locate a missing
maybe you even
priory
cut
chief.
even more, because
Traherne,
at this point you're
this is
doing
your
COF.
mission. How do you want us to handle it?
You're doing Honor of the Waves,
By
you're doing
playing to
Crucible
our
of
respective
Eternity.
strengths.
All of those stories are
Zuri goes in to
interweaving here.
conduct stealth reconnaissance,
And really,
while
we're
the
just
rest
trying to
of us
race to
take
the
the
gates of
main
Arra,
path
right?
through the
Like, there's not
ruins.
really any
We'll draw
U-turns
the
here.
attention of any Orions and thin out their numbers as we proceed. Let's all
You get story
rendezvous
extortion
the
at this
far
point
end of
every
the
time you
site.
play? Yeah, it's because they've...
I'm going
I've done
I'll
analyses on this
report
before,
back
but
as soon as I
the
know anything.
they keep swapping. What you've done is, if you think of every chapter as like they've just abandoned a roster of characters, and largely that is what they do. Some carry along, obviously, but you know, the swapping back and forth. It's like Whiplash, you know, and it feels like I think especially the loss of the mentor and how quickly you get through the orders stuff. After that itself is kind of a swap from all the early racial domestic stuff. I think it gets a lot of people around here for sure. It does. And the pyramid is closing in as well, you know. Like, the Guild Wars 2 story is structured as a very wide at the top and then very thin at the bottom. And we're very thin here. And we forever will be as well. So if those were the things you were captivated about before. I always feel like Char characters get it worse. Because, like, all the domestic Char stuff is about building a warband, building a group of allies, a family. And when they get thrown aside, it's like, I can almost see, like, as a human or as an Asura or whatever, Sylvari get through this nice and clean because fucking Trahan's nice and consistent the whole way. The Pale Tree's consistent the whole way. But Char, it's like really...
No survivors here, but we'll keep looking.
It's really brutal. Norn kind of get through sort of alright because they're individualistic and, you know, adventurers and so on.
Oh, those barricades won't hold for long. We have to move.
These stories would be better if they were in the open world. I don't see that, to be honest. I don't see how that's really a solution. I think the solutions are a lot deeper than just where this is placed in the world. But in general, I do believe that, yeah, if they're going to instance something, it should be like a proper mission. It should be like a DRM.
In the right direction. Forward!
It should be like, do you know what I think Season 4 did really well? The Fariner. I think Fariner is a really, really good example of a very well executed story sequence.
Protect the research!
And they're really good at phasing now as well, so they don't have to do so much of the instancing that they do right now. It's funny how the Norn initially deal with Jormag's actions, but then shift gears to fight Zhaitan. I mean, that's kind of true for everyone, right? They, like, shift gears to Zhaitan. And it feels natural in some cases. Sylvari human, it feels very natural. But for some of the others, not so much. I mean, this is a thing where it's like, clearly they have a part of the overall story where they want to dabble with the other dragons. That's the Lesser Race arc, right? Like, and I think that... I think in a perfect world, you can look at the Lesser Race arc, and if that's a little bit more fleshed out, and there is the possibility for the story to meaningfully introduce the other dragons as well in the middle of the Zhaitan stuff. But it's just a little bit shy of working out, and especially because the Lesser Races stuff is the worst stuff in the game. I mean,
more undead on the way.
Short instances, copy-pasted dialogue. It's really bad. You can see how fucking crunched they were. Because it's no coincidence that that's really bad. And it's also the moment where there's like 15 versions of everything they do. Because there's the five Lesser Races. And they all have variations based on whether you're Whispers, Priory, or Vigil. And if you actually look at the wiki at what those variations are, you'll see how like just... crunched and uninspired and out of creativity they are in terms of like the way each mentor acts and stuff. It's like squandered potential for sure, but yeah. And maybe one of the crucial things is, like I did on today's video, I did the Hylic, but maybe Zhaitan shouldn't be threatening any of the Lesser Races. Maybe you identify that that's the function of this part of the story, to talk about the other dragons, and therefore don't dedicate one of the Lesser Races to Zhaitan. Maybe the Zhaitan shit with the Hylic is like something all the orders deal with, and it's like mainline, and maybe that therefore pads out the two quick order sections. I mean, there's a lot of ways they could have recalibrated it, functioned it.
Going to make it.
Right, let's see if this is any good. Thanks very much for the sub there, Crystal. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Never seen a flood of Orions like that, and I've been doing this for years.
You're safe now. Stick close to us and we'll get you out of here intact.
What about our second team? They went ahead to secure a recent discovery right before the undead tide came in. They might still be alive.
I can confirm that.
It would have worked well if each race's Chapter 3 was about a group of Zhaitan champions advancing their forces under orders of the Sovereign Eye of Zhaitan to establish a common risen strategy and a mastermind setup. Instead of Norn Chapter 3 deals with the Dredge attempting to kill Ogden. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think there could have been more oversight with that as well. And particularly integration with those later characters. I think you're right, Cottage. If I had to pick one person to go in the writer's room, I think I'd pick Cottage, specifically because he does know a lot of the subject material. But also, I think he does have an eye as well for
since I joined the Priory.
actually structuring a story that would be entertaining, because they're two distinct things.
Found the entrance to the caverns. It's barricaded shut.
You can, like, savant syndrome, like, sit there and recite a wiki like a nutter.
Stand back.
But that doesn't mean you actually have any talent to really know where the story should go and so on. I think having both skills is actually a little bit trickier.
We can't afford to lose the second team, or the artifact they were hunting.
I think this is all getting cut, guys. I don't think we're doing any of this. I don't want Elixir Sion. Can we not get a different cleanse? I mean, I would say heal turret is the way to go. Yeah, I'll just do heal turret. Fuck it. We'll do heal turret because it's not like I'm going to sit there with the turret up anyway, making the clicky noise. I'm just going to overcharge and burst it down straight away. So. You feel like the Steam release and End of Dragons is the place for a soft relaunch? I feel like that too.
Hey, over here. Help.
Do you know what the most ridiculous thing that I'm excited about? And I shouldn't be excited about it. It absolutely doesn't matter that much, but I'm genuinely keen on. It's the Steam release and the hope that they do Steam achievements. This is really weird to talk about, but I like got super into Steam like 4 or 5 months ago. Like I was crafting trading cards and I was working on badges and I was making sure my profile looked good and I was spending like points on animated avatar borders from the points shop, and I was like really into Steam, everything Steam. And like all the features that you can put on your store page for your game and all this stuff. And I would love to see ArenaNet properly do all that shit. Because I've like looked very closely at the FF14 Steam page and the Elder Scrolls Online Steam page, and they both miss a lot of stuff you can do. So I love the idea of them like, you know, like saying, all right, fuck you, we're going to do it better than everyone else. I don't know what they would do. I don't know whether they've got an eye for it or care about it. But yeah, if they release on Steam and there's like loads of Steam achievements and stuff like that that I can go for, I would play a new account. You'd probably see a bunch of streams of me doing new account progression again, specifically for my Steam account. I would do that, really. And you guys know, I always look at the early game experience and the new player experience and try to remember that and factor that into the things I talk about. As much as like... Oh, never mind. But yeah, I think it'd be cool.
Where did that come from? This was supposed to be our way out.
The Orions funneled us here. They've showed disturbingly advanced.
The problem with the Steam release is it'll only let you use accounts created via Steam, like other games do. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean that's maybe not ideal, but
another dead end. Militarily, I'd say we're being funneled into a trap.
I've seen the Orions swarm and I've seen them lurk.
Amusing, because that's the one thing they didn't mention in the roadmap.
Are they?
Yeah, I mean that's fine as well, because to me, I think Steam release is a post End of Dragons thing.
I've seen them do exquisitely horrible things.
Really, I think they release End of. I mean, this is a lot like my discussion about the Armory. Like, I think a lot more long term than most people do. I genuinely think they should release End of Dragons, then wait like a year, and once it's bubbling, let's assume they've done amazing and it's really good. Wait about a year after End of Dragons. Then Steam release. So you get 2 massive spike and infusions of players. Also, you don't get Valve taking a cut of your money with End of Dragons.
How does the dragon even know about it?
That's what I think they should do.
Zhaitan doesn't
get as many spikes. You can only do it once, right? So you can't unring that bell. It's the same as the day that they decided to go free to play. Oh, sorry. Play for free.
Must have seen the tome. Commander, to me, I believe I can get us out of this situation.
There's no point in doing them together. Don't do Steam and End of Dragons together. What's the point in that?
We're trapped.
But I can summon the reinforcements we
I
need
mean,
to
unless
fight
you
our
think
way
that the
out.
compounding effect of
My
comboing the
minions
two
will aid
things
in our
will
escape.
create a bigger ultimate spike, you know, and
I
blah
need
blah
some
blah
time
blah
to
blah.
prepare.
But I think it's better utilized as a tool to pad over lower hype days rather than just trying to accentuate hype that's there anyway. Don't you think if there's loads of good hype and good press around Ender Dragons, it'd be smart for them to have it on Steam to capture the audience? Yeah, and that is what would happen if they release it a year later. You know, I'm not denying that with my suggestion. We want to kill the plague carriers here because otherwise they blow up and kill all the NPCs, and it's just super annoying. I think some of them drop AoEs as well. Let's have a quick look. I didn't listen to any of that dialogue. We're trapped. This line might be good. Zhaitan knows everything his minions know. One of its corrupted servants, while alive or after death, must have seen the tome. See, the tome of the Rubik. I like this. They're looking for the tome. It has information about the last time the dragons rose. I like this, but does it lead anywhere? Does it really? Can we put that as a red? Can we put all that conversation as a red light? The tome of the Rubicon details and so on. WP, did you finish the Daggerfall playthrough? You really enjoyed Arena. Very insightful. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. That really means a lot to me. I haven't done that, no. I got as far as looking into Daggerfall Unity, and that's it. I know a bit about the game. I know that it's essentially a much bigger, broader arena. Currently, my non-Guild Wars 2 big thoughts are with FF12. FF14, which I'm thinking of doing streams of. And honestly, Stellaris again, because they're doing really cool news. You guys should see this initiative that they're doing, right? Listen to this, okay? I see this I don't think I mentioned this already. I see this problem with so many games, right? I see it with FF14, I see it with Guild Wars 2, I see it with like even more single-player oriented games, right? Just anything that gets a lot of updates, right? It is more profitable to continue pushing forwards. So you release some kind of paid feature or whatever, and you do a little bit of update, a little bit of, you know, improvements to it. A lot of stuff could be improved much further, but, well, there's no profit anymore, so we've got to make the next DLC. So we go ahead, and we do the next one, and we do the next one, and we do the next one. That's what Paradox does really, really well, like constantly, and it gets them a lot of criticism. So when you look at a game like Stellaris with so many DLCs, mini DLCs or even big full-on expansion packs, that constant relentless moving forwards, it's like, well, that's their business model, and it kind of sucks, but it is what it is. They've just kicked up an initiative, and I'm so cool, so happy to see this. It's a bit like the ArenaNet thing, you know, I'm feeling like you're sort of, they're being really brave and doing something cool. They're basically, they had the developer diary where they said, right, we're not doing this. We're going into a phase now where instead of all that new shit, we're going back to all the DLCs we already released and people have already bought, and we're updating them for free, and we're making them much better for free. So, like, for example, in that game, they have, like, this idea of species packs, which is, like, adding new races that you can play. The early species packs were, like, really basic. It's like, okay, just these are some plant people that you can play. And it's just like a cosmetic thing. It's just plants. But then, the new ones, like, they added, like, necrophage empires, where you can play as, like, zombies and vampires and undead shit, right? And it's like, the new species pack's really, really high bar of quality with, like, loads of mechanics. Or they added, like, lithoids and silicoids and shit, like, so now you can be like terravores that slam into planets as meteors and then devour the core of the planet before moving on. Like, there's all these big features with new species packs, and it makes the old species packs look a bit rubbish. Oh, just play some plants? Well, that's not very good. Well, now with their new, like, development initiative, they're basically saying, yeah, we're just going to go back and we're going to make them all as good as each other. So, like, those plant things for free. So if you've already bought the DLC, you just get the update. And it's so cool. It's like all these things the community identified that could be way better. It's like the Stellaris equivalent of going back and fixing up Quarteria. And they're doing it for all the DLCs. And they're like cross-pollinating the features of the DLCs. It's badass. And they're like doing weekly blog updates that talk about the updates they're doing. So cool. So cool. And it's just got me really excited about that game again. Like, that kind of stuff's amazing to me.
The dragon commands and we answer.
Yeah, definitely don't. The game's out long enough now that don't. I wouldn't buy everything full price. I'd wait for some kind of sale or whatever. But yeah, I've been reading about that, and I was like, oh, I should stream this. I should get back into it. Because I haven't played since they updated First Contact. I was coding for that game. I actually was making a mod for First Contact, and I was making mods for armies. Like, one of the things that Necrophage Empires did was they added undead armies, and that was a part of my armies mod to improve and sort out. And that's an update they're doing. Like, literally, they just talked about that. They said that they're changing the way that undead armies work, and you can reanimate the corpses of invading aliens and shit. And I haven't played any of that. I haven't really played very much since Federation. So, you know, sending diplomats around and all that shit.
Well done, Marshal.
Seeing their new balance, their population changes.
That ugly looked nigh unstoppable, but you did it.
The Pact did it. Our combined efforts made
Which line was that should go in the video? I
just
missed
as
it.
we'll defeat Zhaitan together. Hopefully, our chances of doing just that have been improved with the information contained inside the Dwarven Tome.
We can help.
I think a lot of developers massively undervalue how much impact updating old content can have. Possibly, I don't know whether I can say. I don't know whether I know the answer. I don't have the information for that. But I'm really happy to see Paradox doing that. I was talking to my friend about Total War as well, because Total War, they're doing so many updates, it's insane. And I was like, they're doing this marching forwards thing, and they could almost pull off the same thing that Paradox is doing. But they'll have Total War 3 coming out soon. I mean, if you want to talk about a studio that's like properly figured out what the fuck it's doing, what's the studio that makes Total War Warhammer? It's those guys. I mean, Jesus, how the hell are they getting a full sequel out with so much content going in? I don't know whether it's just like the genre, where like really meaningful fun patches are basically the equivalent of balance patches. I don't know, but it's nuts. Because they do add new units and new animations and models and stuff. It's crazy. Creative Assembly, thank you. I mean, holy shit. They have worked something out. I don't know how, maybe working there is like a nightmare because you're crunched all day, every day or something. I have no idea, but they've figured it out, man. I just can't believe it's literally like every 2 weeks there's some like massive update. Oh, we're adding a whole new fucking race. Yeah, the third game's coming out in a minute, but here's a whole new race. Whatever, we're just doing it. Like, what? I thought that was going to be the third game. That's what my friend said basically is going on at the moment. How nuts is that? Right. What was the line from the Lich? You cannot win. Surrender and accept Zhaitan. Enough, you'll die, then rise, and I'll see you destroy your own allies. I am of the dragon. I command the elements. I will not fall. So look, it's because it's the whole villain of a week thing. You know, these guys should be in more arcs.
Smash them!
This guy should have escaped this scene, and he should have been the final boss of like the Battle for Fort Trinity. That's what he should have been. But instead he's not. They also don't play into like the Orions enough, you know. I should feel like they're actual Orions, you know, and of the Orion culture. It's just they've been twisted in some way. I don't know whether any of that's really going to make it, guys. I just don't. I think a lot of this whole act is going to be cut.
Swarm them.
Don't attack me, please. Nighttime with the events up here. This place feels completely different to daytime with no events. This concept art looks a lot like a lot of the recent new stuff.
Good to see you again, Commander. After Claw Island, I've been looking.
What do you think about bounty mechanics on core bosses and champions? I think it's a good idea. I think the bounty system's brilliant, and they moved on from it too quick.
We're losing too many potential recruits to their slave pens. Our mission is to rescue as many slaves as possible, though a Silvari prisoner named Highwell is top priority. He's a warden of exceptional skill.
Understood, Crusader. Each prisoner we free is an innocent, and a potential soldier against Zhaitan.
Exactly. They're going to waste rotting in a crate cell. And Commander, I'd be honored.
Sausage likes the idea of keeping the Tome of the Rubicon in.
They usually keep their slaves down deep. We should start low and move up.
I'm not sure I believe in that link as much as you do there, but okay. All right. I'll consider your recommendation. It will probably make it in. I don't know how time crunched the project will be. Right, basically we're just fishing for anything about the crate orb right now. And, I think we'll disregard most of the rest. You have 0 memory of this? Well, you might not have picked this option. You might have never actually played this. We're going underwater. It's the submerged pens. It's not up top. This instance feels very Guild Wars 1-y as well with the patrols and so on.
Just kill them!
You know, if we add too much stuff, at some point it just becomes like, well, you may as well just watch this stream VOD. I anticipate this stream going about 6 to 7 hours, and the Zhaitan section of the video to be 1 to 2 hours. That's what I anticipate. For what it's worth, we're at 4.5 right now. But there is a lot to get through. Victory or Death and Forging the Pact are very long chapters. Very long. Okay, the Slave Master patrols with a shark. Keep an eye on him with a minimap. Oh really? Apatia is finished for apathy. So her fate fits her. Wait, apathy? Why is that fitting to Apatia? What am I missing there? Oh my god, I thought my elixir gave me alacrity there, and it really confused me. Oh, I have to de-rep the guild if they're doing missions. We are still taking applications, by the way. But if they're doing missions, I can't have that popping up during the story.
I have the keys. Release that char and we'll put him to work.
That poor guy. He's in a prison, man. He's not even a member of the Pact, is he? Isn't he just a guy? Put him to work. Maybe he is a member of the Pact. I can't remember.
We should look higher, in the tower. There'll be more prisoners there.
Apatia loses her drive as a risen, so she's apathetic. I don't know whether I'd buy that. I don't know whether that's really... I mean, it's an interpretation. I'm not very compelled by that one, though. I'm sure she's enthusiastic about eating us. I know that in the engine she looks a bit passive in the cave, but let's be real, she's a risen. She's a zombie looking for brains. It seems like a reach, but you like the spirit of it? I don't even like the spirit of it.
These planks are flimsy. Watch your step. I guess these ramps are easier if you slither.
I'm seeing these crates spamming quickness. Oh, you bitch! I'm seeing these crates spamming quickness on themselves, and again, I want to run ACT.
Whoa! Oh, no, it's all right. Slavers make me sick. I swear I'm going to tan an entire suit of crate skin armor.
I think we just skipped some dialogue where she nearly slips off the thing.
We're getting close.
You know what? The route that Issa's taken through the story, if I really think about it, is pretty cool as a world tour. She's like sampling the deeps here. She's had all like the, you know, the Metrica environments, the Tarnished Coast places. She's visited the Grove and Caledon Forest. She hasn't visited Ascalon. None of the story's taken her there.
There are the warriors and more guards.
She'll visit Holbrack by the end of this. She's obviously going to Orr. It's just Ascalon's the one big gap. Maybe we should have had her be Vigil. Then she would have had everything, really. That even would have taken her to Divinity's Reach, because the place that the Ebonhawk mission starts is actually in DR. It's at the Asura Gate in DR. It's not in Fields of Ruin. So that could have meant going, you know, seeing a little bit of Queensdale. Asura Gate notwithstanding. This is the cage she ends up in, isn't it? Is that meant to be some sick coincidence? Oh, wait, or is it the different one? If you intend to add stuff about the orb, be sure to add this dialogue from Wet Work instance. Sire, now as we agreed, the orb you seek is a thing of legend, known only to deep dwellers. Its origins are lost, but it's extremely powerful. Are you telling me that's written dialogue? That's not, Sire won't say that out loud to us. Wet Work's coming up, right? So we can see it. So far, I've managed to avoid... Oh, it's Warden Highwall. So far, I've managed to avoid... there is a character that joins the story here that wasn't in it before and sticks about. Having to read the dialogue windows like that, I think. I don't understand. What have I messed up here? Did I not pick up the fucking key? No, it just says kill the crate guards. Is it the guards downstairs? I've messed this up, haven't I? I think it's in the water that I had to kill the guards. I think I skipped. I think I've been a bit of a dum-dum on this one. Too focused on other stuff. Jesus Christ, where's the entrance? Underwater rocket boots actually feels like mount speed. Jesus, this is like pulling teeth. I'm in combat with a guard. I should have killed the fucking thing. So hold on. There it is. She voices those lines in the talk cinematic. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's all well and good. I don't mind that then. That will come up and that will definitely be in the video for sure. In fact, what you've highlighted is probably the only reason that we would pick this whole story section. I do wonder if End of Dragons will go for that. There's so many stories where it's like, oh, surely they'll touch on this more, and then they don't end up getting touched on more. What is going on here? Is it those guys? Don't we don't even climb the deeps, do we? Don't we swim to a cave off on the side, or is that the next mission? Oh, this is agony. This is actual agony. This is very frustrating. You don't want me to kill all of those. You want me to kill something central. That patrol is vaguely central. Do you want me to kill this patrol? Is it even a patrol? I would have thought it'd be an enemy lurking around near the chart that we free. I swear it's like a veteran or something. It drops a key, you pick the key up, you can help everyone in the cages up there. Wow, I get to catch a WP stream. Nice. Came from your TB video about story. Thanks, man. I mean, that's it. We're in the project right now. That's what we're doing. You don't think you have to go in the water in this instance? You definitely go in the water. You free the most of it's at the start. We already did it, though. I can try and go back up again. Maybe there's just an enemy low down that I didn't kill. Like a basic crate. These guys aren't respawning, are they? That would be bizarre. I don't think they are. I think there's just a lot of crate in this one. Let's try and get right into the green circle. Do you think this turret counts? We've got Damos up here. Maybe we missed out on him. I mean, he's very easy to miss. That would be pretty troll if he's like a crucial enemy to forget. You had a similar problem once. It's definitely an underwater crate, though. Yeah, I think it's an underwater crate. I think the people saying go up are wrong. I think it's an underwater crate. Yeah, I think it's a patrol down there. That the idea is there's like jeopardy near the cage. There aren't any targets up here anyway. Or any more. Let's try you. There are so many. I am a little bit worried that they're respawning. That would be really horrendous. There's something about engineer kits, kit autos versus regular autos that feels really off to me. In terms of like why you would make the decision to use one instead of another. Maybe you? No, we're really far away from the circle. Now, why is that body there? Why is this not despawning? I think this would be a good thing for the graphics as well. Have you guys ever thought about this, but like a corpse decay slider? Because I actually think that it's a really nice opportunity to be able to examine enemies and like get more sense of like the models that they make and all that kind of cool stuff when you can look at bodies. But in Guild Wars 2, corpses decay, they disappear, they get deleted in like 2 seconds. And obviously it's a frame thing, but I think it's actually, you know, hardware's come a long way now in terms of like RAM and stuff, so maybe you can actually give people a slider where they can choose to keep them on screen a bit longer. Alright, what about you? You're in the heart of the circle. What about you? I swear it's a veteran we're looking for, though. I'm going to do a sweeping... If that doesn't work... Yeah, it didn't. I'm going to do a bit of a circle around. Oh my god, there's a guy up there. Is it you? I mean, you're in a weird place there, buddy. Don't you invuln on me. Do not go invuln. No, that's not right. I'm going to sweep the perimeter and see if there's any veterans patrolling. Previous story step was get to the top of the tower, kill the crate guards. Hey, good point. Yeah, but there aren't any guards up there. I thought we were meant to have the Char with us, and he uses the key to unlock all of these cages. And since as I'm climbing, I can't unlock the cages yet. I feel like we've done it. Did you talk to the NPC in the cage down there? Yeah, I did, yeah. Before I climb again, let me go back down and let me, There's a chance that I've sequence broke it when I climbed to the top. It wasn't expecting me to, like, trigger a flag up there or something, and now it's... Wasn't that the cage he was in? That one there? That's a Apatia. Right, let's climb up again. Use the WP Let's Play to teach you how to do it. I very distinctly remember at some point we do kill a patrol with a boss in it. But I think that's the other mission. There's another mission at the other deeps. And you do that, and then you go into a cave off on the side. So it's a question of like what we do on this one. I like the top of the tower theory. We'll go back up again and really try and keep our eye out. I might have just missed a crate up here somewhere. It's clear that nothing's respawning up here, so whatever we do up here is going to be of permanence. I feel like I've struggled on this before. I think I have struggled on this mission, and I just had to redo the whole goddamn thing. There's an enemy there. Let's kill that. Slaver. Ah, fuck's sake. Alright, there you go. It's this one guy who happened to have the key. Alright, we can move on. Believe me, guys, I'm not joking. I say this with no irony. What you just experienced was more difficult and more hardcore than the Elder Dragon himself. You'll see. You'll see.
I think Warden Highwell is up here.
That's just how good I am at the combat. You know. Hidden sideways on a wooden beam. Yeah, I just missed him. That's the downside to playing with a more immersive UI a lot of the time, you know. Oh, he fucking evaded my pry bar. See that toxic pool he moved back from and I got hit? I really want to know what the name of that is. I know I can figure it out by looking here. Poison Cloud, Throw Dagger, Life Blast. Interesting. They're like a hybrid of Thief and Necro. Alright. Hello, Highwall.
Warden Highwell, we've come to get you out of here. Are there any other prisoners we should find?
I don't think so. There was a Largos, but she escaped on her own. Strange and terrifying creature, that one.
I might include that. Let's orange that. The Largos bits, that's good as well.
Master because he was worthy prey. Then she let herself out and went after him. Another thing.
Yeah, let's do this conversation. I think this will make it.
Orb they used to keep Zhaitan's
oh yeah,
corruption
for
out.
sure.
I never saw a single undead creature here. I think their orb could be real.
Yeah, this is good.
That may be. There's no corruption in these waters, even though the Orions definitely have a presence here.
This orb is definitely.
Yeah, it's not just about the orb; it's about the Largos. Definitely.
Let's concentrate on getting you and the others.
That makes me think: what open world dialogue is there that might be really useful to have? Maybe some of the God Temple stuff. Maybe. This is a good dialogue. Lots of options. That's good. All right. Okay. Has anyone got that config from WP's Arc set up? It looks pretty clean. I'll probably release it very soon because I'm not really tweaking it much anymore. If anyone who knows about customizing Arc DPS has seen my recent footage and has any feedback for me at all about elements of that software that I'm not using, things that I can do to make it even look even better, or like just get more functionality out of it. If you guys have like nice tangible advice for me, I would love it. All right, because I'll take that advice, I'll implement what you're talking about, and then I'll release it. But otherwise, I'm just gonna release it basically as is. So my ears are open to anyone that does. The problem is nearly everyone who uses Arc doesn't mess with it, and they just have it on the normal ugly thing, including me for years. You know, I've only just got round to making it look pretty. I just want to take this time to say I'm really glad you chose something like End of Dragon's Daily. It's very entertaining. Thank you, man. There'll be another episode of that once the stream ends. I'll post it once the stream ends. Thank you, everyone. I know there have been some breaks, but
This is tricky. I know the Largos are consummate assassins, but I've never tried to track one. Never even seen one, actually. Of course, very few have. They conceal themselves until ready to strike, and they take pride in efficient kills. Taking down dangerous prey to challenge themselves and prove their worth? They'd be right at home in Holbrook.
I'd love to hunt alongside Alargos someday.
Well, there have
But
only been
until then,
some breaks.
How do we go about finding
Just because a
this
day
one?
might get missed here or there. I mean, you
thought it
guys are
was
so
her trail
fucking
of
hung up
kills.
on the picture on the front of the
Largos
book.
are
Do you know what I
always
mean? It doesn't
planning
matter
or
that it's called End of
executing
Dragons
their next
Daily.
kill.
And
Find
sometimes
her
it won't
latest
be there on
victims,
that day.
and
It's
we'll
like
find the
ridiculous.
Largos.
So superficial.
The last Largos site
There have been
in the
like
area
2
was to the
breaks, which were
south,
like
near the
month-long
magma
breaks.
on the seafloor.
Wow, the lighting on the water there is crazy. I can honestly say, I reckon that there would have been less breaks if every time one happened, I didn't avoid the comments because I knew for a fact it was just going to be a bunch of people ragging on me because it's not daily. It's just depressing to interact with the community. Right, she's just going to be down in the cave where she is in the open world, right? No, I'm wrong. I'm definitely wrong.
Did you see that? Something wounded those sharks.
That might make it in, that little line. I'd put that at a red. Shouldn't we be watching her essentially using Unrelenting Assault before Unrelenting Assault existed and at a much bigger range? Don't we kill the sharks and then she comes out?
The Largos is making a circuit. Stay near the injured sharks until it comes around again.
Combat and underwater really muddies the audio. Isn't it a thing where like we steal its prey? Oh, hold on. The mini-map I'm getting like... Oh, here you go. Don't you do that.
You're in my way. Leave or you'll be on my list. If you enjoy living, go. Now. All right. You have my attention. Speak.
I think all of that will make it in, all that gameplay. I really want a good explanation about the Largos. I think that they'll be a big players in the new era.
State your business, or become mine.
We've come to speak with you about the Crate Slave Master. We need to know about their magical orb that supposedly prevents Orion corruption.
You speak plainly and you hide your fear well. Still, your needs don't interest me, and I have no need of you.
My people are hunters like yours. We stalk, we wait, we kill. Test us. The commander and I will prove our worth.
So, it's a challenge then. Very well. I am currently amusing myself between targets. My current focus is the great sea monster in the caves nearby. Honor the Tetios Compact. That is the heart of a Largos.
Yeah, I'll have all this in. The Tetios Compact.
Bring me proof. Then I will tell you what I know about the crate.
Suddenly, I feel like a lot of this act is going to make it in, actually. I'll have that animation on it. I'll have the whole lot. I'll very happily dedicate time to Largos exposition. Alright, let's see this next thrilling personal story boss fight. I did try to supply crate, but it failed. What does time charge do? Wow, it's actually really long burn on that shit. Look at that. I'm configured for power, and yet the burning will actually hit more than the explosion. If you built just a bit of Condi duration, you'll actually the burning will still be there on your next cycle, on your next attack. All right, this might be the blue orb thing.
Impressive. I will present this trophy to the great houses in your names. You have earned the right of introduction. I am Saya al-Rajid, Now, as we agreed...
Do you think we'll get more lore about
the
Lagos and
Odyssey
End of
is
Dragons?
at
I don't know about in it
engaged
itself,
the
though that could work.
Its origin
I kind of
may
like the
lost,
idea of the
but it is
living world
extremely
after End of
It may
Dragons.
pose its own danger.
Takes us to like some
But it
Lagos
does
City
temper
or
the
something, or like
undead
talks a
dragon's
little bit about the
influence.
waters around
Wherever
Cantha, and
the
maybe they're
orb
out there.
is, those who
Or
find it
if not the living world
do not
season after
rise
it, the
again.
expansion after it.
Are keeping it in constant transit between their largest
You know, I've talked a lot
strongholds
about the
to
idea that like
maximize
we'll
its
go to a
effect.
totally new continent with a
suggest a
handful of
plan.
Norn with us,
I was
and you know
brought
we're
close to
we're
the
explorers of a
slave
new
master,
world
and
with
I
the
allowed
Norn.
myself to
I
be
actually
captured.
kind of like the idea
If you
that
do
it's
the
like
same,
it's not just Norn
we
with
may
us, but it's a
reach
ton of
more.
Lagos with us as well,
I'd
or
rather
you know,
snatch
just
it in
interesting
transit while it's
combos
vulnerable.
of races
The
that you
pack
wouldn't really think
desperately
of.
needs
Like
to
the Norn
rein
and the
in
Lagos
Zhaitan's
play
power.
off of each other very well,
We have
and
a
I think even
difficult
this story
decision
step
here,
shows that quite
but
well
at
with
least now
Vapatia
it
talking
can
about
be
the
an
hunters and
informed
stuff.
decision.
So
Thank
you
you
know
for
that
your
would be kind of
help,
interesting,
Sire
but just
Al-Rashid.
do some weird
May your
stuff, you know,
steps
like
be relentless.
maybe it's the Skrit and the dwarves that are with us, you know, and we get to hear that about them interact in the context of a re-exploration into the depths, you know. I think there's a lot we can get out of that. Right, I don't think this choice really matters. I'm just wondering which is the shorter instance. I think hitting the procession in transit is basically a tiny instance, so let's do this one. Intercepting the orbs. I didn't just kick myself out of wet work, did I? I don't think I did. And if I did, then there's an equivalent explanation in this. Are you going to pick the Romke path or the Grenth Reaper path? I think Romke mentioned something about traveling to Cantha. That's not good enough for me. I think I'll pick the gods one, because it has more about the underworld. What you got to remember is this is like an everything video, so it's going to start with a little explanation about Tyria, the world. It will probably go like opening montage, description about Tyria, the world, trailer 1, description about Tyria and the mists, like as physical geographical locations and what the mists are. Trailer 2, which is about the races and an introduction to Logan and Ritlock and so on. And then it will be cutting into the personal story. And so people will want that reinforcement about the mists and the gods living in the mists and that kind of stuff. So I think it's better to do the gods. I don't know the exact order, but that's all subject material that has to be at the header. You know, there has to be a brief explanation about Tyria and the mist, how realms work, right? And what this place is geographically. And then there has to be a brief explanation about the 5 races and what's going on with them, the major races. And they'll be underpinned with the trailer about the 5 races. And that trailer introduces Ritlock and Zodja and so on very well. So, and that's all essential for the dungeon stuff that would be coming in at this phase of the recap. So it'll be like probably the first half an hour or so before we even get into the gameplay itself. Is going to be, you know, kind of classic Wooden Potatoes lore video style stuff. And then we get into sort of a more immersive kind of watch along type format. What am I doing? We're supposed to be all the way up there. What am I doing? Fucking mental. It's no minimap. Yeah, I mean, look, if they use the map, if they use Romke's map in future story, and I haven't got that in my big recap, but that's clear after End of Dragons that they're doing stuff with that map, then on the future editions of the supercar, I can make those kinds of editorial adjustments if I like. You know, I'll probably keep this project file and all of this data that I'm currently recording. I'll probably keep it on hand for good. It will be on its own drive and nice and clean. So I can make adjustments like that.
Complication.
But it wouldn't
The
be my
Order of
first guess
Whispers
that that's what they'll
reports
do.
that
So
the Crater being extra cautious with the orb in transit. They send 2 caravans every time they move.
this is all busy
one with the
work,
orb
probably
and
getting
one
removed.
decoy. We hit the wrong one, and the real one escapes.
That's a problem, but I have the solution.
Can the bomb just mentioned the End of Dragons Daily about the elite spec in chat? Can anyone go look at the YouTube poll and tell me what the rates are at the moment? I can't easily get it while I'm playing the game. How does the YouTube poll look at the moment? And if you guys haven't voted in it yet, go do that. Go to my channel on YouTube and vote in the community poll what you think the elite spec
I'll meet you back
is.
here after I've dealt with my end of the ambush. Thanks for trusting me with this, Commander. I won't let you down.
Yeah, the timer is the footage timer. People are helping out with timestamps. I'll post a new link to the Google Doc if people want it. If the people who are making timestamps are leaving, let me know, and then I'll post the link, and then we'll see if people can pick up again. Hopefully they don't. I think they've done such a fantastic job so far. I don't want to see you guys leave, but you know, people have lives. Set and conceal. Oh, sorry. Take cover. Oh, and Jules says I just finished the Icebridge Saga. What that was? Oh my god. Oh, really? Dude, Spear is at 49% now.
Slow down.
Nonsense. It's crazy. Guys, it's a dagger. It's a dagger. I can't believe so many people think Spear. That's Boots. Boots has infected you all. 49%. Oh, wait. Yeah, 49% on Mesmer Dagger. Crazy.
We must protect the orb. Don't let them near it.
Look, the one thing I do kind of buy... The one thing I do kind of buy is that, you know, they know it looks like a spear. It's a promotional piece. They're not going to actively bait and switch to disappoint their community on a promotional piece like that. So if it looks like a spear, it's definitely a spear. That's an argument, all right? And I believe in that argument. I think it's very, very sound. But still, I think dagger. Okay, we pursue the orb carrier. I'll get my gun out. It looks more authentic with the gun.
You must die.
Okay. Let's ball them all up. This actually might be a little bit more than I can chew. Let's get blinds going. Oh shit, some of them are ranged. They're not all just going to LOS in. LOS. They're not all just going to move in. I can sort of do circles here to get them in the general central area. Blunderbuss and jump shot. Good AoEs. Okay. I might have been able to skip all of that, you know. Standing ground. Can I just grab the sack and run?
Ma, you scared. You found our orb. But now you will bleed and die for the prophets. Formidable. It is your friend faring half as well as enough. I yield. You won. Oh.
Let's redo that. Let's redo that. I'm going to take that fight slow and keep that dialogue. I might actually need that. I don't know how it will look in the end. I don't know how light, but I want the option. You know, the whole point is to build a library, right? If not today, I might need it later. So let's just DPS slow. The Grand Part is a nice tie-in to the trip to the Lost. Yeah, and the raid wings might be in the recap as well. Might. I don't know. I might also say that it's you know, it's about the main story.
Slow down. Something doesn't smell right.
I think all of this gets skipped, but that final boss fight, that might genuinely... I think I'm going to get grenades as well. I think I'll kill things quicker with grenades. How long is this knockdown, by the way? They're still knocked down after all this time.
The orb is ours. You'll never take it from us.
It's like that might be good. Right, I'm going to let her get some distance so I'm not in combat. Where the fuck did all these boons come from? Tech Zone, it's good to see you, man. Just based on experience, stop recording and start it again. Okay, so here's the question. I should probably kill them all again, right? Probably. Man, I miss all my quickness, I really do. Oh, I fucked up my ordering then. It's like they're putting a box of nails down. Alright, we have to go slow here. Let's kill his cronies first. Nice and surgical. Okay, wait, the orb carrier is... Oh, I see. Nymphasa is actually not the orb carrier. Tear them to shreds. No, stop it.
Certainly do want our orb.
Yeah, I want it.
You found our orb, but now you will bleed and die for the prophets. Formidable. But is your friend faring half as well as you? I doubt it.
See, that might be important for the actual Apatia bit.
I yield! You've won! Oh,
See, she leaves and she comes back for later. Okay, so we get the orb. Okay. Bring the orb to the rendezvous point. Okay, so that might be worth timestamping all that. Orange, maybe? Oh, either orange or red. I don't think that one's a green. In Heart of Thorns, we need to be a druid. In Path of Fire, we need to be a scourge or a spellbreaker to be thematically... Oh, I like what you've done there. Yeah, you're really tying in. I like that. Yeah. I'll do a ranger because it's easy then. It's fine. The story's replayable and stuff, and I can skip straight into things. Yeah, I could maybe play a druid for the Maguma jungle, and scourge I think is the best one for sure. For well, hold on. A lot of the POF ones are kind of thing. Where's Apatia? What do I do? Oh, I stand here. Yeah. Look, they do interesting shit with the UI on this. Where's Apatia? Ooh. Okay, so search the river. Uh-oh, it's her axe. Here's where I'd love combat volume really high, because if combat volume's really high, as we paddling around in this river.
Come to me. We must discuss.
Sound real good.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
Hello, Boots. You've convinced everyone it's a fucking spear, Mesmer. Have you seen the poll I did on
You
YouTube?
handled yourselves well, until your partner miscalculated. The explosives did not sufficiently weaken her prey.
Is she alive? I need to get this orb to Traherne at Fort Trinity right away, but I can't just leave Apatia behind.
You do not have a choice. The crate overwhelmed her and carried her off. She is no longer here. Among my people, we would say her steps have faltered, and be done. Come, I will deliver the orb for you. I would enjoy visiting Traherne again. I owe him a favor, and Largos always keep our oaths. You should go too. The crate will be back in force. The longer you stay, the more likely you will end up lost, dead, or on a torture rack. That won't help your friend.
I'll go. Traherne needs that orb, and I need to be at Fort Trinity. But I will come back for Apatia. I swear it.
I've been waiting for you.
Alright. Good stuff. Man, the Largos TP animations are so good. Boots actually convinced me I was in the short bow before. Well, I don't know. Short bow and their arrowheads above their head. I'm telling you guys, short bow, it's... I am a lot closer to believe... The idea of believing in spear is almost as crazy to me as short bow or even longbow. To me, they're almost on the same levels of insanity. They're not. I mean, bow is definitely lower down on the list. Don't get me wrong. Look how good Fort Trinity looks, man. Look how good this place is. You know what we need? We need a Living World release set here in the modern era. Look at this place. Oh, do you know what? Let's timestamp that shit. Let's timestamp me walking over to Fort Trinity for the first time. Whatever we are right now, minus 10 seconds. And title it like... Visiting Fort Trinity. Because that looked really good. I'd definitely put that in. Little bit of voiceover from some British prick. At this point, the commander visited Fort Trinity.
Good to see you. Marshal Traherne is waiting for you.
Okay.
The crate orb we recovered is fascinating. It literally prevents the dead from rising again.
Then I wish we had 100 of them. How does it work? Can we replicate it?
Not so far. The only thing we know for sure is that it's steeped in powerful magic.
As long as it works, we can figure out why it works when the war is over.
Yeah, it's only been 9 years. Don't worry about that.
Zhaitan's forces are coming. Why aren't the Asura gates functional?
I'm sorry, Marshal. We can't seem to isolate the problem.
It could be our proximity to ore. Or maybe we've got the saboteur.
This is critical. Without those gates, we're cut off from any reinforcements.
Okay. Oh, he doesn't even believe it's spear anymore, guys. He's corrupted you all, and he doesn't even believe it anymore.
I was sorry to pull you out of the field, but
this is all dynamite, guys. This is all green. All of this is green.
I go wherever you need me, sir, but I'm not through with those crate yet. They have Apatia. How are things here? Fort Trinity seems to be shaping up well.
I hope so. We've seen a huge increase in undead activity while we've been establishing our defenses. I believe
bow is higher because spear requires more engine work. So it's a bow and their arrowheads at the top, and it's like a preparations thing, is it? Each arrow is a different kind of ammunition. Blah blah blah. You know, one of them's like glass arrows. One of them's incendiary arrows. One of them's frost arrows.
But there have been
one of them's apply poison arrows. I don't know.
Fort Trinity is not yet secure. Worst of all, our Asura gates are not functioning. And nobody can tell me why.
Will I stream the end of Dragon's announcement?
Failure.
I'll do like a post show of it.
Disturbing. I want you to double check.
Well, what would people want? Would you want a parallel stream where you're watching me instead of them?
They've lost a lot of workers,
and I'm just rehosting
and we
it,
need
but
that timber.
Reacting.
You take point.
I don't know how good content like that is. I don't know whether I want to make content. Oh shit! Whoa! You're just gonna hear like audible gasps and stuff. I don't know. To me, that's like the ultimate exercise in vanity and narcissism. Fucking restreaming your reaction to some shit. I don't know. I don't know. Whoops, wrong elixir. I didn't really assess that Traherne dialogue there. I think it's all busy work, right?
We're behind schedule. Traherne needs more lumber to strengthen our fortifications.
The last logging party we sent out is still missing. We have no idea what happened to them. Until we do, we can't risk sending any more.
All right. Organize a search party to find the missing loggers. Once we find...
Yeah, it's all busy work, I think, right now. Let me just check the Traherne conversation. Oh, no. This isn't busy work. They have Apatia. See, look, there's just... If the personal story could have been a little bit more sophisticated, look at Apatia, right? Look at how much the commander cares about Apatia. Look at how much influence they have on this area of the story. If the personal story could be sophisticated enough that Apatia wasn't a new character, but Apatia was Dinky, or Apatia was, you know, someone we chose, you know, our first mentor as an Asura, or, you know, someone from much earlier in the plot. And obviously that would have to change a lot depending on previous biography design. But if it was able to do that, the whole thing would feel a lot more cohesive. That would be the best representation of what they're going for. But they have to invent new characters, because otherwise it's just too... The Matrix is too difficult to wrestle with. I actually think this is really good, like here as well. This line, we have the orb and powerful explosives from our top demolitionists, but there have been glitches in communication. That's all three storylines being alluded to there. So I actually think in some ways this is some of the most important stuff you can do. And even the word Fort Trinity is said there out loud, which I think is the first time we've heard it. Okay, defend the gate. Except it would make sense for a low-level person to be in charge of the stuff. Only you are able to send the ranks at super pace. You know, that makes me think of, you know, if I'm thinking of like an MMO story, like if I'm building an MMO of my own and I'm thinking about what the story would do and the kind of beats and things it would do, one thing I would actually have, honestly, is I would have real time skips and real time passes. Like, I would have a multi-year story where, like, okay, my character at this point in the story, he lives in this town for a year, canonically. He's here for a year, or the adventuring party is here for like 3 months before moving on. Or, you know, I'd embrace shit like that. I don't care. It, like, MMOs have got this weird thing opposed to like single player RPGs where they're scared to do stuff like that, where they're scared to say, okay, like, you can finish the story and you're still the same age that you were, you know, like in Guild Wars 2, a Sylvari is 1 year old and defeats Zhaitan or whatever, essentially. Like, I would be more fearless about that stuff, and I'd say, no, it's been 10 years since the character creator. By the end of all things, it's been 10 years and stuff like that. I think that's all really powerful. And I'd love to, like, tackle that challenge and put that in a game. I think that'd be awesome. Come on, there's supposed to be some giants attacking. Let's go already. There we go. This might make it. I really hate my cursor on screen every time. I should have set up shadow play so you can't see my cursor. Should have done that. There's some games out like that right now, just not MMOs. Yeah, I mean, that's the point I'm trying to make. I think MMOs can do it. Okay, fall back. Use the switch. I don't know how this is going to work. I feel like I need to have Fort Trinity attacked in the video, but I don't know how to... What do? I create up a couple of lines in the script. Fort Trinity's attacked by hordes of undead while this footage is going on, these little cutscenes. Traherne is forced to make a great sacrifice. Mother, forgive me. The forces of the Pact fight valiantly side by side with their new brothers and sisters. What are we? Are we the commander yet? What the fuck do I call us? While the player character defends the docks? They sort of did that one of Glint's challenges was 2 weeks. Well, Guild Wars 1 did that as well with pre-searing, the time skip at pre-searing. And, you know, as boxes came out, time did move forwards with Guild Wars 1. It was like, all told, it was like a 7 to 9 year period or some shit. And that's fine, and Guild Wars 2 does that as well, but I'm talking about on a more immediate moment, specifically not about matching IRL time to the game's time. I'm literally just talking about as a narrative element, as a function of the story. We have been living here for years now. You know, I like the idea of you beat a quest in the main story. The ending cutscene reveals it's like a 2-year time jump or some shit, and when you get control of your character again, you're equipped in a whole new set of armor.
Get those cannons firing.
and it's armor that like it's like cloths and stuff that look fit. Maybe, you know, maybe this story step, you've just arrived in a desert and there's like, you know, a very specific vibe and culture of the people around you. And now the time skip's happened, and at the end of the time skip, when you're back in control of your character, the game's equipped you with new stuff that looks like, you know, townspeople wear of this society, you know. It's distinct, and in your inventory is your old gear or whatever, that's fine. But, you know, little moments like that I think would be really fun to play through. Jesus, you still just want me to defend the docks? The PC moniker right now is just my friend from Jan. No, didn't he declare us a commander at Fort Concordia? Didn't he? Or maybe even at the end of Retribution. I actually need to figure that out. When do we become the commander? That's definitely something that will become in the script. Even if it's not voiced, I need to nail that at the right time. Yeah, I am the commander. We're the commander at the end of Retribution. I'm sure we are. So I think for probably about 15 minutes to half an hour, maybe 45 minutes of the video, it wouldn't be that much. I'll just be saying the player character, and then it's the commander, and it's going to be the commander for the rest of the video, all remaining 5 hours or whatever it is.
We've lost the cannons. Ravens, weak. The docks are defenseless.
That was kind of a nice shot. I thought that was my heal turret there for a second, and I was mad at myself, but it wasn't. Yeah, after retaking Clare Island. Yeah, that's Retribution. Yeah. This, to me, is always the epitome of a crunched story instance. There's so much cool stuff they could have done here and never had time to. See, one thing I actually have on my hard drive right now already in the library
The underwater gate.
is all of these mini cutscenes. Whenever we close a gate, I have those. So it would be nice to finally replace those with something more comprehensive. Alright, yeah, it sounds like Cossage just found a quote. It sounds like it is Concordia. So, yeah. Right after Retribution, we go to Concordia, we got the name.
They're heading for the Asura gates. Somebody stop them.
I don't know whether any of this makes it. This is weird, because feels like a big part of the story to me, but... I don't know, guys. I think the whole battle for Fort Trinity's not there. I mean, we need a good intro to Fort Trinity, definitely, but I think, I mean, there's this cutscene coming up at the end of it. I have to turn the combat volume up for that as well, I think.
They had the orb. They looked like packed soldiers, but then they changed. By the time I realized they were using illusions, it was too late. If they get the gates working, we'll lose them.
No, the character will switch up. I'll have a different character during any of the other stuff. I'll probably do a new character in Season 2. And a new character. The main reason I'm on Engineer right now, on Asura Engineer, is because it was just the most time-efficient thing to do, because they were right at the start of where I consider the plot to begin, which is after the domestic stories. Whoops.
I've got all the firepower you need. Ton made these bombs, and he's one of the best.
This is some Guild Wars 1 experience here. This is like keg bombing in the Shiver Peaks. It's like Northern Shiver Peak mission content. It's only one, right?
Your pact is finished. Your orb, your fortress, and your Asura gates belong to us. We can't lose the orb now. Keep them away from me.
You didn't
Gotta love the char. Was that an all your base reference? I don't really get the all your base thing, because I know that as a Halo Easter egg. But I don't really know what the actual thing is. I mean, that's some old nerd culture that I even, it's a bit old for me even. All your base all belong to us. I guess that's a StarCraft 1 thing, is it? There you go. I love this thing of the airship flying in. And another one. Actually, there's 3 airships. It's just, man, you can tell they had really big hopes and ambitions here. Do you know what I think is missing from the story right about now? You see those airships coming in? Do you guys remember how the early trailers had all the airships over Lion's Arch? I wonder if there's kind of a little missing bit here where they had a concept of, like, the people on the other side of those are surrogates. Obviously, it links to the Orders. But I wonder if there's a little bit more, and the expanded idea was, you know, the people of Lion's Arch were, like, hosting this great airborne navy that's pushing out. And they come in, they swoop in, they save the... They're Gandalf riding over the hill, you know? And we're saved. Or they're the riders of Rohan charging at Minas Tirith. And just none of it got anywhere close to really coming across.
Everyone, calm.
I should really toss Elixir R on these guys. It will actually speed this up if I do this. So. Well, mind you, they just all res themselves. Get those two. Oh, here you go. This is the cutscene. I wanted to put effects volume up.
Ore has been lost.
This is a big timestamp. Can you please have this nice and clear if we're still doing that?
Corrupted, ruined by the presence of a dragon, an infection, withering the heart of Tyria.
I actually have this already on my hard drive, but not with the audio. The dialogue.
It stands as a mark of our unity against the dragons. From here, we will prevail.
See, I like the idea of having a male Sylvari do this step of the story and have him look like that character in the concept art there.
Our victory at Fort Trinity will show the world that we
It's from
can
Zero
strike
Wing, a
against
Japanese
the
jet fighter
dragons.
SNES shooter. It's an English meme. A
When we are
viral video
ready,
went online in
we
You're
will
the
prove that
Man Now
even in the
Dog, a
sanctum of
mean
Ore,
website from the early
they are not
2000s,
untouchable.
using the quote in a
We
song.
can
Oh,
reach
well,
the
there you go.
dragon's lair in the heart of Ore. We can assault Ara. We can destroy Zhaitan before the dragon's infection claims us all.
Back before memes were called memes? Well,
This
it's even
battle
worse.
is over.
Jokes are called memes
We
now.
can triumph. But the war has just
Is it on the
begun.
internet and is it funny? Well, it doesn't even have to be funny half the time. It just has to be a format. I mean, meme is such a, like... I think the word's losing its identity
I'm
so
glad we've got
fast.
the
I don't mean
dragon's
use in
attention.
another 10 years.
I want Zhaitan to know the names and faces of those who will defeat it. Fort Trinity is secure for now, so if you have no objections, I'd like us to turn our attention to Line
It's like a
Guard
virus
Acacia.
that spreads too fast.
Thank you, sir. I know she's still in that crate city somewhere. She helped us secure the orb. We owe it to her to get her out.
Kill itself.
Agreed.
Stop being useful language.
I'll wrap things up here and form a rescue party. We'll meet you near the Restless Deeps.
Oh, Trahan, can you be a little bit less stilted? Just a little bit. We'll meet you near the Restless Deeps. Thanks for the salute there, bruh. Brachemium. Alright, well, there you go. I almost just want to get environmental shots, you know? I want to, like, just film this. I don't know. Because I'll have to rely a lot... I can do a lot of that after this, you know, at my own leisure. But not when it's in a story instance buried in the middle of the personal story, which is what this is. Right, so we finished the chapter now with this. How long has this chapter taken? Has this been quicker? This has actually been faster than the previous chapter. I guess the Battle of Clare Island's taken a lot longer. Is the volcano erupting? So this is the last instance. Victory or Death, though, is definitely the longest chapter, for sure. That'll be a good 2 hours of content. I don't know. It depends on the pace we're going. Should we enter this place properly? Oh, never mind. We don't have to. Look how good the skin looks, man. Look how good the texture is on this fucking thing right now. I swear, I've hit the sweet spot. I've hit the magic settings on my client right now. He looks just shiny enough. Look at it. Look at how good that looks. That looks like next gen. Alright. Liberating Apatia, baby.
Let me be clear. Our goal here is to find and retrieve our missing comrade, Apatia. This place reeks of Zhaitan's touch, so don't take unnecessary chances. Stay alert. We move fast, we stick to the surface, and we stay together. Let's begin.
All the skimmersons are so fucking sick. There's like a space turtle alien one that looks so good. I don't actually know what you're talking about there. I like the regular turtle one. I like this one, the orca. It depends on which character I'm on, is which skin I'm using. Can I see the spirit fox mount with the textures you're using? Well, yeah, when we get out.
As I feared, the water's toxic.
Do you want it in that area with that lighting, or just in general? Oh god, I thought my client crashed there, but it was just a loading screen opening.
Stay out of these waters. I recognize the
See, I don't know whether the death of Apatia needs to be there. Can I just skip it now? Can't I just skip the whole Apatia's gone bit?
If that's what happened to the Great. When I was here,
we already know everything we're going to know about the
orb.
orb. I just want to get to
We can't assume they're gone.
Sire
if the
now.
Corruption killed them, they likely rose as fresh undead. Follow me, everyone.
This is going to be like an all-day edit tomorrow, just to get through this part
I don't
of
want
the project.
anyone falling into this water.
The alien turtle thing is just called the shellback. Isn't that just the normal turtle? What do you mean alien turtle? They're going to jump out and attack him. WP, you going to stream your reaction to the end of Dragon's news drop? Possibly. A lot of people are asking for it. Is this still a cleanse on opening impact? No, it's not.
The orb was the only thing protecting these crate from Zhaitan's influence. And now it will protect Fort Trinity.
Oh, no, that's a good line. We could timestamp that. Quote that. Maybe? I mean, it's a lot of orb dialogue, actually. I never would have anticipated this. It might be too much orb dialogue. With how quickly we run through all the other subject material, it's going to feel a bit weird to suddenly stall on a million lines about the orb. Which, let's be real, we don't even know whether the devs remember or give a fuck about. It would be cool if it was a big part of End of Dragons, though. Especially with the idea that it might genuinely be a deep sea dragon relic. I think we lost people filling in the spreadsheet. Oh, really? Okay, let me see. Let me see. Nobody sent me any messages. Okay, so the last one was oh, shit. It was at 53 minutes. Okay, so I'll post the link then if anybody wants it. I must have missed the message. Okay, so guys, if you want to help with the timestamps here, click this link, open up this spreadsheet, and whenever there's like a moment that we're gonna, you'll see how it works when you get there. If you want to help contribute here, so like for right now, I'm typing in here, 0133. Well, actually, more like 01. It's probably like, what, 0124 or something we started this instance? Liberating Apatia. Shit, all the Fort Trinity stuff isn't there. Oh, hold on, we'll do it this way. Instance, and then it's instant start. Does that make sense? I'll keep an eye on it. If I'm doing the work alone on this now, the stream's going to slow down quite a bit, so I do apologize, guys, but it's most useful to do it this way. Characters, I guess that doesn't really matter. Okay. Did that link work? I don't know whether anyone actually went to it when it happened. Yeah, the users at the top went up. Yeah, just feel confident. Just if you feel confident to do it, you can make an edit as it goes along, if that makes sense. If anyone wants to try and fill in the missing Fort Trinity ones between this past half an hour, let me know. You can just do it. You just add the rows and just do it. I'm watching it. I'm trying to tab back and forth now between chat and the spreadsheet and the game, and it's a little bit tricky. So I'll try and keep my eye on it. It's literally just filling in the key timestamps, the key moments. You can rewind the VOD. Yeah, if you want. I mean, you don't have to be that precise. I can just, when it comes to the editing, I'll just scrub through half an hour on my own. It would just be a bit slower, that's all. Do you want to get a move on, Zhaitan? Jesus Christ. Damn, that never gave him swiftness.
Die by my hand.
The one thing I would love, though, if we're going to fill in that gap, is that cutscene that we just saw. I would love a specific timestamp for that big concept art cutscene. The Fort Trinity cutscene. Let me add a column here. Sorry, a column up. It's that row there, if that makes sense, guys. There's some typos there, but I'm trying to get back in game. I don't want to miss the... Does chat timestamps respect your game clock settings? No, it's the clock on screen. The top left clock on screen. That's what that's there for. So whatever that clock says, that's what we're writing down. Because that's synchronized to the local footage I'm gathering. Does that make sense? Valento, have fun. Thanks, man. Yeah, have a nice day. The clock on screen is working, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm just going to play this instance and then see what the spreadsheet looks like afterwards. And we'll see what's going on. I don't know if the person who was doing all of that before is still here, but anyone who's been working on it, I just want to say thank you. And I really appreciate it. I always use server time. I saw in your video you use Tyrion time. Yeah, because server time is British time, so it's useless. I know the time. And if I don't know the time, I can get it from Windows, so there's no need to use server time for me. So I'll sync it to Tyrion, because why not? Well, actually, I think during like half the year, it's 1 hour off, because it's synced to BST, but not our daylight saving. Yeah, server time's 1 hour off for the moment. But generally speaking, I mean, you can just know that, and then that's it. I suppose no matter where you live, you can just do the maths. But it's very easy for me, especially for half of the year.
Die by my hand.
Yeah, I like this instance, having Highwall with us after we saved him
The
earlier.
presence I sensed is up this beam. It may be the source of all this corruption.
Right, let's see what they say.
There's a slave master. Subdue her.
Yeah, okay, so Nymphanta is now an undead. She wasn't earlier.
Come to join your friend. Wasn't it? She gave us her name and rank. Between all, will claim you. Zhaitan will consume you all.
Fuck's sake, the NPC's DPS there through that one. That was almost perfect. I could have just had that one line.
I see her. She's in that cage across the way.
We'll have to climb down to reach her. There should be a beam connecting to her cage.
Right. This might all get cut. I don't know. It might. This might be an orange.
My quest.
Okay. All right. Let me look at the spreadsheet while this is on.
By the Pale Tree, Zhaitan's corruption has claimed Apatia as well as the crate.
Okay. It looks like no one's updating it. It looks like it's going to be me here.
Aware? Is Apatia still in there suffering? Or is she just a mindless husk? Either way, this is a cruel end for a noble hunter.
It doesn't have to be the end. Having an undead captive to study, especially one we knew well, could be a huge boon to the Pact.
Don't be ridiculous. There's nothing here that we couldn't get from any one of 1,000 other undead. Apatia's gone, and we have to set her spirit free.
And when we're done here, we travel to Holbrook to tell her legend to the Scalds so she'll be remembered forever.
That is the Norn way. Very well. Apatia admired you greatly, Commander, so you should be the one to put her to rest. Then, to Holbrook.
Oh, that's not going to work on that corner. That's annoying. Well, yeah, actually it will. What am I talking about? Okay, be careful. Let's keep going. No, I think calling for Apatia's victory or whatever. Oh, sorry. We have to release her from the cage.
Rest well, brave Norn. May the spirits of the wild guide you to the mists.
Marshal Traherne.
It's almost comical the way they have that set up.
Not necessary. You three return to Fort Trinity. The Commander and I will take it from here.
Right. Rara says I'll do the spreadsheet. Well, I'll keep an eye on it. Anyone's welcome to. It's just if nobody fills in the information, then I will. Is the spreadsheet supposed to be all dialogue or just key dialogue? Just key dialogue. When I say out loud, oh, that's really good, I want that. It's nice to have a proper timestamp for it. If not, it doesn't matter. The key stuff, though, is having timestamps for the start of each instance is really useful. But then, yeah, key dialogue with the quote written out is really good. Because what I can do then in the editing or at any point in the future is I can just see, like, all right, what was that cool quote about dragons not being stars in the sky? Oh, on the spreadsheet, it says, is this timestamp? Boom. Do you know what I mean? That's the idea. Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's just a general tool. Yeah, Apatia appearing in that latest story would have been pretty cool. Right, let's see this. I don't know whether I'm going to have this in it. This is just a weird...
Hear me, Holbrook. I sing of Apatia and the legend she forged. She was many things. A lion guard, a soldier, a hero, a friend. She joined the Pact because fighting one dragon was not enough. She was determined to fight them all. Jormag, Zhaitan, and any that follow. She repeatedly proved her valor and worth at Clare Island, killing scores
Hey Jerry,
of
it's good
undead
to
and
see you,
saving
man. Thanks
hundreds
so
of
much for the
innocent
sub, dude. It's
lives.
good to see you.
Moreover, she helped recover an artifact that now shields Fort Trinity from Zhaitan's influence. She gave us the footing we need to strike down the dragon. Apatia's life ended on that mission, but her glorious legend lives on. Now, hear the words of the last person to fight by her side. Commander?
Let the bards sing and the skulls.
Yeah, this is all getting skipped. I honestly think the Apatia death part.
Join me now, until the Shiver Peaks themselves ring with the sound. Apatia.
To Apatia! Hail Apatia! Her legend will live on.
As cinematic as I think it is. I'm really happy with the whole UI thing, honestly. I keep going back to it in my mind. I'm like, man, this looks good. All right. Oh shit, it's not done yet. Temple of the Forgotten God is on this chapter? I thought that was Victory or Death. Wait, no, it is Victory or Death. We are done, right? Let me have a quick look. I think we're done with this chapter now, which is good because I can get my coffee refresh and have a quick pee as well. Very long Straits of Devastation loading screen. Yeah, we're on Victory or Death. Okay, good. All right, we're going to bank it. 1 hour 44 for that. Not too bad at all. Right, okay, so with that saved, let me just check the footage actually works out. Good, yeah, it's all good. That part of the story's done. Now let me check as well my hard drive space. Got loads of it. That's good. Everything's good. All right, okay, so now on the spreadsheet, we're moving on to the third file. Sorry, the fourth file. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you guys are getting it. Yeah, well done, well done. And it will be a new timestamp. Exactly. Well done, guys. All right, so just give me like 120 seconds, guys. What should I give you that's pretty to watch? I'm going to stand you next to... Who is it? There's such cool dialogue. I think it's one of these Char here. These guys talk about, like, the death of Zhaitan or some shit in a cool way. And that's a beautiful shot of Fort Trinity there as well. Oh, so wait, hold on. Someone wanted to see the wolf. The fox wolf, right? What did you want? You wanted the Shrine Guardian, right? Was it the Shrine Guardian? You wanted to see the textures on this?
What have you got?
The jackal that everyone uses?
Ah, you've set yourself apart from the crowd. Well done. Let's see how you fight.
The rope looks pretty good. I don't know. Is that what you wanted? Man, I don't know what it is. I really like the way my client looks right now. Okay. So BRB, 1 second.
There's always a place to set more traps. their tricks. We got ours.
They really, okay, I'm back. They really set up the idea of Jormag being second. Yeah, I always wonder if, because as this game was coming out, Skyrim had just released, and they were so excited about Mountainscapes and big RPG stuff like that. I wonder if the studio was thinking, you know what, maybe our big first X-Back can be like an icy mountainy thing as well. And they started hinting at Jormag a lot. It obviously didn't happen. They did Morgemoth. And I think they did Morgemoth because the community cottoned onto it faster than they wanted or realized. So they figured, well, okay, we'll just dive in on that then. It is interesting thinking about the whole Tooth of Morgemoth thing. And like just that place that the community was in where it was like, okay, there could be another dragon. Or there could be way more than just one more dragon. There could be loads of dragons. Like, I still think it would be fascinating to be in a world where, like, there's loads of Elder Dragons. You realize, okay, this is not what I thought it was at all. You know, it'd be interesting if, like, End of Dragon's title was almost like an ironic thing. And by the end of it, it's sort of revealed that there's just a fuck ton of these titans all over the place. In just the distant reaches of Tyria or whatever. Anyway, that actually is an escape valve for some of the problems about, like, the world being too big. And it's like a way of saying, okay, what you did before wasn't actually that impressive, so don't worry. Without invalidating it, in a way. Do you know what I mean? It just means it... I think it works. I'm not articulating it very well, but I think it works. Okay. When everyone's a dragon, no one is. Yeah, so it's the end of dragons. I don't know if I told you this before, but McLean Diemer, the composer, mentioned in an interview that work was already underway for Heart of Thorns during the development of the Tower of Nightmares, which is why we had first hints of Morgemoth corruption, and the toxic hybrid implied a Mordrum crate-based Safari, and he heard Mordy's music theme for the first time. I think I have heard that. Or at least him talking about the Morgemoth theme a lot. Right, okay, so Temple of the Forgotten God, you guys ready? I'm going to kick the timer up. Let me look at the spreadsheet. Did we find the Fort Trinity cutscene? No. I don't know if anyone's looking back at it. I'll have to grab that. Okay, so here we go. 3, 2, 1, start. And start on my end as well. Okay. You gotta love this about the sky scale. Just the entrances to all instances just eternally burning nowadays. So I almost feel like you can go straight from the end of the battle for Fort Trinity to this.
We gather now with newfound purpose.
This is definitely for the time. If someone's doing timestamps right now, can you put in the additional notes for this Traherne's speech? Because I think this will definitely be there. This is the big push into Ore. This is definitely going to be in it. Traherne's speech.
Let the troops march.
Green and color code it green. It's like, or whatever we're using on the spreadsheet.
Absolutely. You've turned into a real war leader, Marshal.
Now if we can just keep the impetus you started, then we'll have a chance.
Yeah, all of this will make it in the video. All of
May
this.
fortune bless you. Good to see you. Let's get this briefing underway.
Okay, no worries, Mario.
Commander? I know you think you failed Apatia, but I've experienced that kind of failure, and this isn't it. Every decision I make as Marshal of the Pact means people die. That's the burden I've been called to carry. Apatia was a Norn, and we gave her a proper Norn send-off. She lived and died a hero, and now her legend goes on. So must we. Apatia gave her life to defeat Zhaitan. The best way to honor her is to see that task completed.
Hey.
Someone I'd like you to meet.
Alright, hello, Sire. Where does she come from? She's in the corner, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think this whole instance is just going to be in it. This is definitely very confident about all this.
Our visitor may cause alarm, so privacy is paramount. Sire, it's now safe to reveal yourself.
Greetings, Marshal Traherne. As you've requested, I've come to honor my oath.
Excellent.
See,
Let's
he's
speak
kind
with
of got a bit of
commander
the
and
timey
give you an
fucking thing
assignment.
going on. It's Deus Ex Traherne to a certain degree. They keep going like, oh, he's got this debt to me. He's got a debt to me. We're old friends. We're old friends. We're old friends. We're old friends. We're old friends.
Thank you
It's
for
like,
your
what kind of a
patience,
life do you
Commander.
want him to have led, really,
Allow me
Arena?
to
He's
introduce
such
the
a, like,
revered
angel.
Sire Al-Rashid.
No need. We are already acquainted.
See, this would be a bit awkward in the
Concordat
recap.
of the Tetos houses, I greet you with respect.
I'm glad to see you again, Saya. May your steps be relentless.
As I mentioned, I have
God,
long
my
owed
character's
to her.
cheeks look so
Now he has
gross
called
as I
upon me to
speak.
honor my oath.
Scouts have discovered a sixth temple in Ur, a lost shrine to a fallen
I loved
god
this story when I
hidden
first played this
underwater in
game.
a
This
strait
story
of
was the
malediction.
bomb.
Abaddon, the human god of secrets, was cast out of Ur.
I
by
don't
the
know whether
other
this makes it
deities,
into the
and
recap,
his
though.
name was erased from history. Very little remained. Zhaitan craves
Because we don't actually
something
get
inside
anything
that
from this
temple,
instance, right? There's
so
no
we must get
revelation,
there
really.
first. Sire will accompany you as a guide.
This is basically a big
It will
busy
be
work
dangerous.
bit.
You will need all your skills to
It's going to
travel
be
with
interesting,
me.
Victory or Death. I don't know
have
how
yet
much
to meet
makes it.
anything I couldn't overcome.
As I
Well,
remember,
definitely the whole Zhaitan's
I look
eating
forward to
magic.
this,
That
Commander.
anything that goes
Until
into
then,
that
we
is
are
definitely a
strictly
big deal.
relentless.
This is the introduction of the mouths and the eye, which, particularly the mouth, which I think it does make it, but all the Abaddon side stuff. That's trickier. I think I might get rid of it all. Why am I mounting? I can just. Well, I have world comp. How old are the firstborn at this point? They're 25, aren't they? Isn't that the age that they are at their core? Right, by now they're like in their 30s. Hell yeah. Now this fits, alright? Don't you come at me with any of that hummingbird underwater shit. This is true immersion right here, okay? Yeah, it's not 15. I think they're 25. I think it's 25, isn't it? You're almost as old as the firstborn at launch. Yeah, or is it 23? Yeah, my age is quite close to the Sylvari as well, the firstborn. It's interesting that some firstborn are older than... No, some players are younger than the firstborn. Well, maybe that's not actually too weird. That's not too weird. What is weirder is players being younger than the commander, the Sylvari commander. That's weird. What? It's on the roof, isn't it? I fucked up. It's on the roof. So if you had a 6-year-old playing, and I think there are some, judging by the quality of my YouTube comments. No, but in all seriousness, if it's like a 7-year-old could be playing the game and they would be younger.
I'm here, Commander. Let us discuss the temple. In the name of the Concordat, I greet you, Commander. The way ahead is dark and uncompromising.
Exactly what I'd expect from the ancient temple of a dead god.
Yes, of course.
This is the first
The
thing
Risen
we've
have
done since
already
joining the
bypassed
Priory
wards
that
and
feels like
reached the
Priory
temple.
content
We
again.
must exterminate them. Be warned. There are dangers here not of the dragon.
What about the
Powers
3 to 4
ancient
year olds
and
doing festival
unseen
JPs?
still
Well, look,
occupy
I think
these
if you're
halls.
sitting on your daddy's lap, sort of playing the game, you're not really a player to me at that point. You know, you're doing it under the supervision and desire of some adult in the room. I mean, if you are a true consumer that is just making your own decision to play the game, then that's different. You know, it's your own account. Maybe is a way of looking at it.
I've been waiting for you.
They're still better than most people? Well, yeah, I mean, they're not corrupted by life, you know? They've not been slowly destroyed and had their soul wither away until they're just a bitter husk. I don't know anyone like that, but, you know, I hear it happens. I really think that this whole mission is going to be basically tedious. Let me check the spreadsheet and see how it's looking. Temple of the Forgotten God Star. Yeah, good stuff, guys. You're getting it. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Can we have one stream that doesn't turn into a depressing existential crisis? Hey, I have made it 5 hours 49 minutes without narcissistically talking about myself, alright? I think that I deserve an award for that one. Oh. See, I want ACT on here as well, SCT on here as well. This is going to be cool as fuck. I bet they have all kind of Abaddon-y named abilities. Either that or it's just Mesmer shit. We see it would be nice to see Lagos as devs know how much players crave for Tengu and Lagos lore. Yeah, I think they're both rich societies to explore in a new era of the game. Okay, wait. He drops the orb. We need to collect the orb. Or she does, sorry.
You should test such a theory with that essence. See if it can be placed somewhere useful.
These are weird skills as well. Oh, that's so crazy. Resolution. I mean, they really did systematically update it, right? So retaliation is not there.
Look, the currents shift. The ocean's flow changes. These shrines and orbs must be how we gain entry.
Hey, WP, am I too late or are you planning on streaming for longer? Yeah, we've probably got another 2 hours of the stream left, probably, about that. We got this whole last act of the game to do. We've just started, and this is the longest act. Probably about 2 hours. Victory or Death is a long section of the game. Don't forget, you got all of Arar's story, and I got all the dungeons to do. Actually, thinking about the dungeons as well, we're probably 3 hours, 3 or 4 hours of the game left still. Of the stream left still. We're going down this way, right?
Everyone, come!
It's not really a streaming marathon, it's just this is the work I wanted to do and we'll do it.
I condemn your soul.
Okay, let's examine. Just think about all the wild versus wild pips you're missing. Yeah, but I don't need them. I mean, I don't know. If I want to get the legendary armor, fine. In today's video, I talk a bit more about that. But if I want to do it, then fine. But otherwise, realistically, the next goal I would have is to unlock the medium or the heavy skins. Or actually, I'll probably focus on weapons first. I'll probably make sure I get all the weapon skins. I think I'd rather spend my pips on that. Even if it's like 2 weeks per skin, which I think it is. I think it's a while. I'd rather spend those 2 weeks and get a weapon skin than 2 weeks for a fraction of the armor.
One less barrier.
Shouldn't I be getting mini cutscenes showing the doors open? I swear that there's a cutscene. Oh, I guess because I'm in combat, it didn't play. But this doorway opening here, I'm sure that's a cutscene doorway. I think I can get out of the water now as well, which is good. You don't have to spend any more time in here. Yeah.
Everyone, come!
Mind you, not that it's a very, very high damage build or whatever. No, you don't. There are a few cuts in this one that I remember at least. Sorry, rephrase that. There are a few cuts. What? Each weapon is 350 tickets. You get 365 a week. Yeah, okay, so it's one weapon a week. Okay, good. But there's 2 tiers, aren't there, of the weapons? Oh no, tier 1's just a reward track, which I've already got. I already got all the reward track ones. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'll probably do weapons, to be honest. I'll probably get all of the weapons. And then I'll look at armors again. I would probably, at that point, look at medium armor. And then after that, I'd probably do heavy armor. I like heavy armor most. Oh shit, I never collected the thing. And only after that, I would then start looking at the legendary, final legendary upgrade. That's like content up to Christmas, at least, if I actually do all that shit. Isn't one of these the equivalent of Ecto? No, I guess not.
Excellent progress.
Where is Sire? That was weird. Alright, if there's anything, it's going to be here. So get ready to timestamp if we feel like it's good. Let's see, though. I don't think that... No, I probably will. Whatever's about to come up. This will be a good timestamp as well, because it's quite late after the mission. But,
2 shrines. We must be close to the Altar of Secrets.
Yeah, come on. Why don't you come close so that your dialogue's close to the fucking microphone? Yeah, I think the introduction of the mouth is probably going to be used. Oh, sorry. You were talking about cut scenes when you said cuts. Yeah. Can we cleave them both? Oh, you fucker. You moved back. You short by 3. I love this, though. The devoted of lies and secrets. This is one of those places, right, where you know that there's a big body of lore backing up what they're doing with the Abaddon stuff. So you can feel, like, fun little references and things being played with, like in the NPC names and shit. And that's what's so often missing with a lot of the Guild Wars 2 stuff, because it doesn't have that backing to it. That was a weird sound effect as well. What's that noise? One essence.
The altar should be the next chamber. Be cautious. Something's wrong. We must be swift.
Okay. See here, I think this might be it. Maybe timestamp this. I think we might be watching this.
Intruders, you trespass on the dragon's lands. You too will serve Zhaitan.
Yeah, we're gonna do this.
Creature, we serve our oaths, and those oaths demand your death.
So be it. To death and beyond.
Yeah, I think this is good. I got a DPS slow on this, I think.
Zhaitan demands your death.
When does oh yeah, the other 2 disappear. I was gonna say, when do we kill Azuldin? It's now.
Submit to the dragon.
What is that ability, by the way?
Creature, die, and the dragon will take you.
By the way, if you are slow here,
The dragon is angry.
the second 50% of this fight is actually a cool phase with all these grubs and stuff. Usually you just DPS through it. On some of the challenges we've done in the past, this bit actually really shines.
The dragon roars in fear. These ancient foundations will not withstand the sound. Escape quickly, before we are buried forever.
Well, there you have it. The turret fucking sound effect's gonna make it in the video. It was just playing there. I love this fucking Abaddon statue. This is some cool shit. And out we go. Good job. Man, I can see, because we've been live for a while, the stream delays ended up really huge. Like, you guys are currently only just looking at the Abaddon statue and it breaking, and meanwhile I'm over here.
Well thought.
Well, anyone who was here from the start of the stream.
Impressive, my ally.
It was victory, but we still lost the artifact.
True, but we've made a dragon no fear. That, Commander, is a victory to relish.
Maybe we can still salvage this. What do you know about that creature we faced?
I do not know for certain. What is certain
I
is
think
that
we'll
you've
use all
just
of this. If
encountered
anyone
two
wants to
of
timestamp
Zhaitan's
this
powerful
conversation.
servants,
And
that
again,
they
whenever you
escaped your
timestamp, let's have a
grasp.
quote, you know?
Not for long. I'm reporting.
You just encountered
right
two of
away.
Zaitan's most
We'll
powerful
see if we
servants,
can't
for
organize
example.
a
That's the
pursuit.
quote that I'm interested
I will
in.
also
And
carry this news when I return to be freed from my oath. May your steps be relentless, Hunter.
I think that's fine. It's probably like 3 or 4 minutes of content here.
I shall carry word to Trahan.
I love that. You lose her voice mid fucking speak because she despawns herself. Sire must be wrong here because Kralkatorrik said Elder Dragons fear nothing. God, the Kralkatorrik stuff was so good. Even if he did sound a bit like the bad guy in Ori and the Blind Forest. How do we know that Abaddon's death directly led to the Dragon Rise? Cormyr tells you it in Path of Fire. Not his death, but her ascension, I guess. I can't remember. I have to read it again.
Excuse me, friends, but I must speak with the commander. I shall send for the rest of you soon.
So far, no need for any of this dialogue. We saw 2 remarkable creatures, an eye and a mouth. How do we find them and kill them? Alright, now, what do we want to do? I think the direct attack actually has better dialogue. This is actually in the mansion with all the ghosts and stuff. The other one's just the ship sieging. Oh, sorry, no. I'm a little bit early here. This is... Oh, this is... Let's do the mirror, right? I think the mirror is probably better. Our allies are going to come help us out. Ikniu is going to come back, which is brilliant. I think the mirror is the better option. Let's do the mirror. There's a better cutscene on it. Ruby Orb, baby. Can run some COF soon. Ooh, some COF P1 spam. Gearing out my Mesmer. Prime Orders talks about the effects of the dead gods scarring him in the saga. Hold the phone. What? What is that quote exactly? You know, it's just occurring to me that maybe I should have done this with reshade, this whole thing. No. Going vanilla's fine. Vanilla's fine. Alright, so yeah, we're starting through the Looking Glass now. Also the name of an episode of Lost, in which a very key character dies, the season 3 finale.
Commander. I'd like you to meet Valiant's Tegwin
at the
and
Looking
Karis.
Glass Dharma Station. Anyone want to tune in for my Lost podcast next weekend?
We needed to lure out the eyes of Zhaitan.
I could do that, by the way. I could easily, I could do a full Lost watch through, rambling about theories and conversation every single fucking
its
episode.
Magic has to be strong enough to catch the attention of the eyes.
Not Penny's vote, indeed.
The mirror is more than just a vanity.
With a great cliffhanger in the
portal to and
Arctic
from
with Whitmore's people. Actually, they're Penny's people, aren't they?
Where I rescued her. Well, helped Trahan rescue her. Now
That's
I'm worried
also
that the Eyes will know more
the
about
four-toed
mirror than we
statue
do.
as well.
It's Orion, right?
Which was
And
one
so
of the
are
most
they.
amazing, like, captivating
We'll have
mysteries
to
they ever
take
did
that
for
risk.
me. I loved that
Stand
mystery.
ready,
Wait, or is that
everyone.
the season 2 finale?
I feel Zhaitan's
No, I think it's season
influence
3, isn't
closing
it?
in on us. Whatever draws near is deadly.
Which finale is it Saeed sees the toad foot? I think it's 3. Yeah, it's definitely 3. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. I can't remember.
You cannot hide.
Yeah,
You
it's
cannot
no, it's
surprise
2.
me.
It's 2.
I
It's 2.
see all. Zhaitan's gaze cannot be avoided. Your mirror belongs to
How do I
the
forget Guild Wars 2 info to remember Lost so clearly? I forget a ton of Lost info as well.
The mirror's responding to his commands. He's activating a portal.
Attack!
Lost is a lot more simple than Guild Wars as well. There's less to know about Lost than there is to know about this franchise and this MMO. Look how good this looks. What is this? Why does this look so good to me? Yeah, I don't know. There's less to know about Lost for sure.
You will never defeat me
No
or
good.
the dragon.
It's drawing power from the mirror.
Together you may be strong, but I will weaken you. Come, Zhaitan's army awaits to
You know my recent immersive playthrough where I did a recap and I cut together the 1 year anniversary for the game? It has a shot of like a cinematic machinima shot of basically this, the Eye of Zhaitan, people attacking in this area of Ore. I wonder whether I can cinematically cut that into splice that with the rest of the story. In fact, maybe that would fit at the Battle of Fort Trinity. So I might be able to squeak that in there. I'd either squeak it in there or the Zhaitan fight itself. I think a lot of this will be valid, actually. This moment with Ikniu. I don't know if we want to timestamp that specifically.
I am pleased to see you again. I am also surprised. No one told us we would have allies on our patrol.
This happened 15 years
No
ago.
one told us
Wait,
they were
that
Hylek,
Lost
in
Season 3 was 15
know
years
these
ago?
people,
I don't think
Commander?
so.
What, you don't trust us? The commander
It was,
saved
wasn't
my
it?
people from the Sunless Ones
Oh,
and showed
no.
us we had to join the fight against the dragons.
It's all right, Ikniu. Tegwin is just being cautious. We're glad to have you. There's an Eye of Zhaitan hunting us, and we'll need your support.
Maybe I need to watch something
have
new
it.
from Dalton. I
Lead
don't
on,
trust
Commander.
him, though. Fuck
I'm the
Dalton.
Hylek
No
we
way. Carlton Hughes, Damon Lindelof, I'm sorry, but you handled Lost so badly. You never get me back. I'm not watching the leftovers. I'm not doing it. Fuck off. It's over.
Everyone, come!
Yeah, Lost started in 2004, the next couple of seasons. It would be about 15 years ago for sure. What was that sound effect? Did you guys hear that? It sounded like a bouncy ball or something. Like an underwater, like... I loved your Ranger Pet Commander playthrough of the personal story. Thanks, Lambda. Yeah, that was a fun one. You should thank Dargosian, actually, who isn't around anymore, but did the supercut that you can actually see on YouTube. Like, the jokey, like, you know... It's a very different kind of video to what I usually make. It's because he handled the editing on that. I remember this instance being a little bit trickier. But there's actually a lot of ways to skip this instance as well now that I know that you can go up around the other side. This bit here, the enemies actually respawn. So if you're doing like a challenge playthrough, this is one of the trickier instances to do. Man, I got so much resolution, even on NG. That's crazy. Well, it's because it was all retaliation.
Cross the line.
I'm fine. I don't know where Karis is, but I hope we find her before the Eye does.
Yeah, this is good because we keep the Karis and Tegwin through line. I don't know whether this will make it though, because it's kind of a busy work through line. It's a Hylek sound effect. You can't remember the animation, but it's what it's tied to. You hear it in World vs. World all the time. Oh, do you? I guess you spend a lot of time in EBG then, and you're talking about the Hylek mercenaries. I was reading a dev quote about their intentions for World vs. World the other day, and their description of the mercenary system is so funny compared to how it actually ended up. Wait, was that actually voiced, or did I miss it because I was just talking over it?
I won't go easy on you.
Oh, fuck's sake. That isn't making it in. Look at this evil Eye of Zhaitan. I won't go easy on you. Oh, not at all.
Ouch. Looks like you saved me this time, Tegwin. I'm done with that mirror, by the way. Forever.
That makes two of us. If we hadn't run into the commander's friends, we would have been in trouble.
This effort was difficult, but it proved fruitful. Thanks to you, my friends, we now have an eye to
I think
study.
that line might make it.
Is that wise? The eye may still be connected to Zhaitan. Even dead, it could still be dangerous.
This encounter proved that we don't know enough about our enemies. Studying this eye will address that.
My point exactly. I'm going to hand this monster over to my best researchers. Meet me at Fort Trinity and we'll get started.
Right. I think that makes it, because the next mission is important. It's on the airship, and examining the eye teaches us about the whole magic thing. So I think this is kind of the start of that. You know, as well, I think just like structurally, the concept of dragons are consuming magic, I really think that that was a piece of information to deliver in the Forging the Pact stuff. I think victory or death, that should have been established and dealt with before this part of the story. I think if they could go back, then that's something that could have been shuffled. So you're kind of in a 3-act structure of like, okay, the dragons are attacking, oh shit, we need to survive. And then there's the second story of why are they attacking? And then there's the third story of how do we fight back? You know, they're like very distinct brackets, I think. And they kind of bundle basically all of that into, well, not the first bit, but the second of those two are all at once here. There's a lot of good quotes on that airship, by the way. You guys look at Wiki, there's so much dialogue that triggers there, and it's very hard to hear. Talking about libraries, that's a library I would love as well. But for that, you want to go to Rileski. I'm telling you guys, go to YouTube, type Guild Wars 2 Rileski. If you like the story on any level, if you like immersion on any level, if the idea of my project here it resonates with you in any way, check out his YouTube channel, because it's full of basically this, but you know, more about the open world. This will make it. That comment about the airships,
so
for
that
sure.
we might fight Zhaitan from every possible angle: land, sea, and now air.
Gore's back. See, if earlier in the story I've got his lecture, if earlier in the video I've got his lecture, I think this will work, this scene here. Yeah, Rileski's incredible.
Commander, may I present Professor Gore, who pioneered the theory of elder dragons consuming magic, and Scholar Vivian, a top expert on the Risen. We're going to send
Any plans to do season 2 of this soon? Yeah,
the eye of Zhaitan's corpse.
I don't know. Tomorrow will probably be an editing day, and then depending on how that goes, season 2 might be the big stream of season 2 might be the day after that. And then there might be an editing day, and then you know there might be a rhythm that I fall in. I don't know for sure. But it might go, you know,
unpredictability yields unexpected results.
Day of streaming,
That's
day of
not
editing,
always
day
a
of
bad
streaming,
thing.
day of editing,
In
day of
fact,
streaming, day of
that's how
editing. By the
most
end of the
new
week, the project's
discoveries are
done.
made.
That would be amazing. I'd be very happy with that.
True,
It would actually
but
take
most
slightly
new
over a week,
discoveries
but
don't bring the wrath of
it'd take, what would that
Zhaitan
be,
down
12
on the
days?
discoverers. Manipulating the dead eye may do precisely that.
We don't know what manipulating the dead eye will do. That's why we're not in Fort Trinity, and why the commander's with us. Let's begin.
Is this all being released as a single major video? Is like a per video per story? Possibly both. I don't know. But the main game is to have one massive video. What I want is one massive video that just everyone links. This is the whole story right here in one place. Everyone knows to click that one video, like Dreamy Abaddon had with season 1. That's what I want. If I'm doing it as separate bits, then I might cramp that out. If that makes sense.
All readings are within acceptable parameters. Subject is stable.
This might all make it wholesale.
Confirmed.
This whole section.
The projector beam is now ready for firing. Commander, if you'll do the honors.
Any long shot I can get of an eye, it makes me happy as well. I think their design's awesome.
The apparatus is functioning. How will we know when we have usable results?
We should see something any moment now. Look! There! There's our result!
Kind of wish I could get rid of this talk message.
We're seeing the last sights the eye saw before it died. Soldiers? Where are they marching to, and why?
Is that some kind of undead servant? What's it carrying? Looks like a scout of some kind. Filthy looking creature.
Now we see the mouth, right? The mouth will pick it up. And eat it.
Did you see that? Zhaitan's agent just consumed a powerful magical artifact.
There it is. That's
I
the
saw
key
it,
line.
Professor. Your theory is now a confirmed fact. But what was that creature?
Let's finish testing before we interpret our results.
I could even put the Gore lecture
Marshal
back to back
Traherne.
with this. That might
Look
be an
there,
interesting
another eye.
thing to play with. I don't know how it would look.
I'm not sure. Commander, to the front. Something's not right.
This doesn't seem wise.
So there's a wraith that's watching us. Sneaky, sneaky.
Thank the alchemy.
By all 6 gods. What was that?
That roar and that other eye, it looked at us, through us. And Zhaitan must see what it sees.
We're not done yet, nor are we out of danger. Commander, to me. Now to strip away the veil that hides Zhaitan's minions.
This will probably get cut,
Stand
this
ready.
bit.
There's no way to know how many we'll face, but we cannot risk taking any along with us.
Die by my hand.
I love that though. This in another world, this story step's really sinister and really fucking cool. Again, it's like all of this, I believe at this point, this should all have been post-launch development. You know, and you know, the story that they're trying to tell and the structure of it all can be fine. It's all the same, but they really get to do these instances justice. And you know, that creepy fucking thing of like this whole time some stealth wraiths have been watching us. That's cool to me. I really, really like that. And obviously they fall short here because there's some insane crunch that they're under as they're making all this stuff.
They're not through yet. Stand fast.
Well done.
If you want to know what I'm doing, go check my YouTube channel. There's a video called The Story Project thing. It's like a 5-minute video, and it will explain everything. Or go to my Twitter. I tweet the video from there, and you can find the link straight from there. You don't want to browse through all my recent content.
I sense no more of the Risen. I think we're clear. Our findings deserve serious scrutiny, but I'd like to hear your initial reactions.
See, with all the dungeon
I think we
stories
now have
plus the
conclusive
length
proof
of
that the
story mode
dragon
Aurora
sees
in
through
mind,
these
a lot of this might end up getting cut. The thing is, though, if you think about my Let's Play, the final episode was like a 3-hour episode. It was really fucking long, just for Aurara's story and the stuff after. But so much of that is skipped in this format, like so much of it. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what would be shown. Logan coming back, maybe the mouth fight, that might get all cut.
Many questions.
Some of the
raised by my
cinematic bits as we're flying around on an airship.
Now we know how the dragon hunts and
and
eats.
obviously the actual final moment on the glory of Tyria, definitely. But you know,
let
that's
up.
actually only
If
probably
killing
about a
the
quarter of
eye
an hour
partially
tops.
blinded Zhaitan, then killing the
Cutscene
mouth
at Fort Trinity at
should
the
deprive
end,
it of
and it's over.
sustenance.
It's done.
Pack scouts have traced one of the mouths to its lair.
Then I have a
want you
real
to
job
head
with
out
Living World
there
Season 1 as well. I
and
could
ensure
copy
that
paste my
Zhaitan
previous
starts
video.
going hungry.
Or I think that's probably not a good idea. Season 1's hard, man. I don't know. With the marionette coming back, it's actually kind of awesome for me because I can film it. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, hold on. All right, now we're at the Ketamance thing. And I say we attack him directly. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Season 1's hard. It will be very concept up. The thing that I like about my most recent recap of it is it's very concept oriented, and it's like, but it's everything. I think it's probably a little bit long. That video is an hour. I think I'd rather Season 1 be described in about 20 to 25 minutes. I don't want to do a whole hour on Season 1. If I can do 20 to 25 minutes on Season 1 and 35 minutes on Season 2, that works well. Then Heart of Thorns itself is like 40 minutes. You know, there's a lot of faff and fucking around there, but by then, I think we get out of the Heart of Thorns section of this game's development at a good pace, if I do it that way. So, yeah, I really think that Season 1 is the bit to cull back on. And if people want the full Season 1 recap, then please, just watch my video. Do you know what I mean? Like, I really do believe that it's a very good video. It never got the views. That's the thing with all these projects I've been doing. None of them get views, man. Not like I would have ever expected. So, I mean, this is kind of why I'm doing a Hail Mary approach here. All that said, maybe the hour-long Living World Season 1 thing, which, by the way, is basically, the script from that is just pulled from Wiki. That was another thing I was playing with there. I was seeing how the Wiki script was really good. It's not entirely the Wiki script. It's my script, but it's basically a reconfigured Wiki retelling of the story, which is very adequate and very well done, you know. It's only edited in minor ways.
Just storm the place, kill everyone we find, and raise it to the ground.
All right, new timestamp. I gotta check.
Nice
Are we still
plan,
timestamping?
buddy. But the pact conducts itself with more style than your frothy.
Looks like we are. Oh, beautiful,
Keep it
guys.
down,
Thank you.
Louds. Keep your interlegion bickering to a minimum.
Whoa.
This is Keita Mance. I can't remember what the instance is called. I'll tell you in a second when the dialogue's done. See, I really like this scene.
Snarl? That's what comes from being second.
I kind of want this scene because it's kind of light and playful and charactery. This is a good scene. Instead of just like constant exposition bombs, we're actually have a little bit of fun on this. Okay, this is a State of Decay. Yeah, of course this is a State of Decay. This is a reference to State of Decay, which was made by a bunch of ex-ArenaNet employees.
Ready to move on your orders, Commander. We've confirmed large.
I think we missed a few of your note that down moments. Don't worry about that. I'm thrilled to have anyone putting anything on there at all. It makes the stream a lot smoother.
If the mouth eats powerful magic, this place is a winner's
Perhaps
day
ArenaNet
feast.
would sponsor a proper
right.
story recap if you reached out to them. Like throw it on the main page for a while, like they did with Teapot's new player guide thing. Maybe, but I don't really care about that stuff. I don't need that stuff.
Understood.
I don't need the help, really.
We'll be in and out before they even know we're there.
We'll see. I mean, if it's a really good, really big video, then and they see value in it, then we can do it. But I mean, it's not really on my mind.
You bored yet, Snarl? I'm bored. We sit here while that bossy Norn has all the fun.
See, on the other world, I kind of just
Mangold
cut all
says
of
I can
this,
take
and
down
I just
that ugly
take
chicken
us
with
straight
one
into the
shot.
basement,
You just don't
killing the mouth.
But since you asked, 10 gold says you can't.
Do you remember the backpack you used to have on this character that would affect you every time you jumped? Yeah, it's the Iron Legion backpack, jetpack, something like that. I'll tell you in a second.
Whoa! It's coming right at us.
I really think this would be a good thing to put in the video because it is. It's fun. Do you know what I mean? I think people want fun at this point.
Slaughter, mayhem, and a mountain of corpses. That's how we do it.
For once we agree. Keep them coming, Zhaitan. We got plenty of blades left.
I can't decide if you two are inspiring or terrifying.
This whole group's just awesome. Again, there's like a weird selection of instances at the end here that are really well made.
Well, that was fun. For you. But now it's official. That Norn's been gone for too long.
Right. Listen up, everyone. Our
You know how
scouting expert here says
they
we've waited long
prototyped like a
enough.
raid
Operation Sit
and an
Around
attack on
Frying
Ara
Pans
and all
is
that
over.
shit was actually
We're
done
going
really
in.
early in development?
Form up on the commander.
I wonder if these were made
Okay,
early as
I
well.
love this part. Stealth is fun, but stealth kills are sublime.
Like while they're making like the Petra story and shit with humans, they're also making these, which is why they feel like they're a clip higher. Yeah, we haven't done any of the stories that introduce Snarl and Galena, but you know.
Welcome, one and all, to my humble manor.
Oh, I might snip this in. This might be
Please
good.
forgive my meager accommodations.
What is this?
But fear not.
What's that?
My servants will attend to your every need. A toast to you, honored guests. Eat, drink, and join me in my salon for lively conversation.
See, I don't know. Is this?
I don't like this. Let's find a way out of here before things get any weirder.
It's good, but I think it's more Let's Play good. It's not abridged story good. I'm gonna have some wrestling over this one. I don't know. Try to open the door.
When Zhaitan speaks, the world trembles.
We're under attack. Ears up. Something's hunting us.
Undead servants. And I thought the service was bad at the serrated blade.
So what should my druid be? It should be a human druid, right? So what do we play during season 2? Anyone got any suggestions for something that would be really good for season 2? I think it should be a human. What would the list look like? Maybe we'd go human in season 2. Oh no, but human would be druid. Maybe we go Char in season 2. Then onto a druid human. What would season 3 be? Sylvari?
So I said, a light meal, some
Maybe
light
we do a
conversation.
Sylvari druid.
Why do you need such heavy armor, my dear? Look, it's your friends. Lady Hector.
I think it should be a Sylvari, definitely in
I
Hearthlands.
do hope my servants were accommodating. Sometimes it's difficult to keep the lower orders in line. Hector, my dear, entertain our guests while I...
Char in Icebreed Saga. I actually, for my Let's Play, the full-on Let's Play, I already have listed out exactly what character I'm using where. Because, and when I'm retiring certain characters and bringing them back. So I actually have already done this theory craft.
Surrender.
Snap out of it, Hector. We're on your side.
But that's only in terms of, like, what my Let's Play character, how my Let's Play characters would translate onto it all.
Where'd she go?
With this project, we have absolute freedom, so we could, do whatever we want. And a Char in the Icebreed Saga kind of makes sense there. Man, if End of Dragons gets Tengu, playable Tengu, it's just going to make me think how good it would have been if POF had playable Awakened.
She's lost to us.
Really?
We need to focus on finding them out. Find the door and we can go.
Because you know what one of the coolest things about Hearthorns was? It was playing with how one of the races could, like, feel the call of the dragon. You know, there was this big personal connection. I think playing as an Awakened through the POF era stuff would be really cool. And, like, struggling with your allegiance to Joko and then your ultimate liberation from him in Season 4. That shit all would have worked really well. It would have been so good. And Awakened are essentially just humans. I mean, depending on the type, there's a lot of different kinds of Awakened, as we know. Different shapes and sizes and materials that make them up. I mean, some of them are literally just sludgy piles of tar. I'm not suggesting those would be playable. I'm not suggesting those giant mummy abomination things would be playable either. But, you know, your standard fare. Yeah, poor Hector being dead as well. I mean, this series is not going to be able to make you feel bad about any dead characters, I'll tell you that.
She deserved better than this. Hector was a pillar.
Yeah, that awakened
She was
Sylvari as well. Holy
tear
shit,
this
that's
place
so
down.
cool in that instance. I would love to see what. Oh man.
Below. Face me if you dare.
I'd love to see what ArenaNet could do with those kinds of characters. All right, so this might be where we're cutting back in. Might be. This is the final boss. Can we timestamp this as Mouth of Mordremoth? Mouth of Zhaitan.
Zhaitan, and Zhaitan makes me strong.